Derrida's deconstruction of the subject. Writing, Self and Other. Peter Lang. Bern, Berlin, Bruxelles, Frankfurt am Main, New York, Oxford, Wien. Derrida's deconstruction of the subject. Writing, Self and Other. Thea, Bellou. Introduction, The Strategy of Deconstruction. Exiting Phenomenology and the Critique of Western Metaphysics. Numerous thinkers have sought to reformulate, transform, correct, or break out of Western metaphysics, especially since the 18th century. Hume's empiricism and Kant's critical rationalism began this process in the 18th century, and their legacy, Kant's especially, cannot be ignored. The most influential thinkers, however, are Hegel, Marx, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and those of the phenomenological tradition, especially Husserl and Heidegger. Derrida, like Levinas, comes out of the phenomenological tradition. Like Heidegger, he tries to make a radical break with that tradition even as he remains within some of its intellectual categories. Derrida exits the phenomenological tradition by deconstructing its philosophy of consciousness as self-referential presence, and breaks out of Western metaphysics by deconstructing its central principle of identity. In order to achieve this, Derrida reduces phenomenology, and especially Husserl, to a philosophy of consciousness, and Western metaphysics to a series of variations on the theme of identity as presence. Derrida's attitude to Western metaphysics is more ambivalent, however, than this simple but exact statement suggests. Deconstruction is, as we shall see, an imminent reading of Western metaphysics which traces the way in which the systemic closure that the concept attempts deconstructs itself. Hence, Western metaphysics is also a history of the failure of the theme of identity as presence. The idea of Western metaphysics, therefore, is not a simple one. There can be no single definition of it, because each philosophical reading is both a singular approach to it and an event of deconstruction within it. Although the use of the term may seem to contain both a totalizing and a pejorative gesture, insofar as it convicts the tradition of succumbing to a particular reading of being, Derrida's philosophy assembles the elements of its deconstruction out of the tradition itself, and cannot do otherwise. Derrida accepts, therefore, that there is no such thing as a single Western tradition, even as he suggests that deconstruction makes a step, a moment of transcendence, out of it. Such a step, however, is quite different from the Heideggerian return to the pre-Socratics and the question of being, die Seinsfrage. Derrida's philosophy belongs to the post-humanist, post-structuralist tradition which questions the sovereignty of a self-reflexive subject. Derrida wants both to deconstruct the idea of an authentic self in his critique of the subjective idealism of Husserl and also to maintain the anti-subjectivism and anti-humanism of structuralism and its variants. Derrida deconstructs the subjectivism of Western metaphysics in his early writings by critiquing the philosophy of consciousness, and in his later work through the quasi-transcendental concept of the other. He targets the construction of the subject based on ideas of identity and, ultimately, self-referential presence. He reads the construction of the self in the Western tradition as resting on the principle of identity, and as excluding, absorbing, or neutralizing the other. This, he argues, results from the underlying principle of presence upon which subjectivity is constructed. Ultimately, what Derrida wants to deconstruct is the concept of being as presence. Hence, by substituting the idea of proto-writing or trace for presence, Derrida attempts to construct a new kind of thinking, as a moment of transcendence, based on the concept of the other. Deconstruction is the accepted term for Derrida's intellectual project, or strategy, as he calls it, of radically reinterpreting and questioning those texts and modes of thinking which are characteristic of Western metaphysics. With deconstruction, Derrida institutes a kind of impersonal reflexive mode, having neither actor nor subject. It aims at a kind of reflexivity that does not entail self-consciousness in the subject. In other words, Derrida wants to avoid the pitfalls of a philosophy of consciousness in the construction of subjectivity and reflexivity, and of intersubjectivity as subjective co-presence. His first target is phenomenology and, more specifically, Husserl. In Husserl's phenomenology, the ego is transcendent at least in order to differentiate it from the psychological ego, and this transcendental ego is the source of the noemata of pure consciousness, Husserl. Intersubjectivity, on the other hand, is a result of each individual monad empathically constructing the other. Intersubjectivity is constructed not through interaction but through each individual monad coming to recognize the other in terms of its similarity to itself. The other, therefore, has no independent existence, Husserl. The other as ego is a product of my empathic capacity to experience the other. In Husserl, the inner subjective world of others is a product of empathic consciousness as explicated through the process of transcendental reduction. Phenomenology takes the objective world, which is in part also the world of the other, and brackets it or reduces it through epicure. Phenomenology's primary aim, therefore, is to describe the structures of pure transcendental consciousness rather than the relationship of the self to the other. The self is constructed by ascertaining what is peculiarly my own, and this ownness originates in the fact that the world is a product of my own intentionality. The monadic ego relates to the other, including other egos, by means of analogy. What Derrida is seeking is a thinking of the other beyond any possible analogy with the ego. His goal is not the kind of otherness that is merely projected from an ego, but irreducible otherness. Hence, one of the most constantly and strongly reiterated themes in Derrida's work is the untenability of ownness, ownership, and those appropriating gestures by which the ego annuls the otherness of the other through analogy. Derrida aims therefore, to construct a post-subjectivist and, in his later work, post-deconstructive thinking, based on the conception of the other as an a priori for the emergence of subject and self. The transcendental other becomes a category that determines the relationship between self and other, as well as how the subject relates to itself. Thus, for Derrida, both the subject and all the categories associated with it become a problematic that needs to be overcome through the radical rethinking of the construction of the subject and writing. The notion of archicrature constitutes the beginning of a mode of thought whose aim is not only to demonstrate the fate of irreducible writing within Western metaphysics, but also to herald Derrida's radical rethinking of the other. These initial deconstructions mark Derrida's departure from, as well as his indebtedness to, phenomenological thought. They also signal those aporias which result from his writing off of the subject, and his attempt to use writing as an opening towards the other. I point to the problematic of writing and the subject. In his early work, Derrida seeks to extricate writing from its subordination to phone, and at the same time use it to deconstruct the logocentrism of Western thought. Derrida aims to deconstruct identitarian philosophy, and to make the other constitutive of a new kind of writing or thought that does not eliminate writing by conceiving of being as full presence, whether through Hegelian Aufhebung or phenomenological inner self-consciousness. By introducing such non-concepts as difference, he attempts to demonstrate the limitations of interpretative paradigms which reduce difference to oppositional binarisms. These binarisms master otherness by subsuming the irreducible to the order of the same, of the identical. Within these schemas, both interpretation and the production of meaning hinge on those concepts of truth, intentionality, and origin which derive from that conception of being as full presence which determines Western metaphysics. Derrida aims to go beyond these limitations of Western metaphysics by introducing through deconstruction a kind of thought not based on their premises. Derrida's focal point is the irreducible other, rather than any totalizable forms of identity or subjectivity. In shaking the internal coherence of logocentric concepts, deconstruction reveals their internal inconsistencies, paradoxes, and inability to delimit their own boundaries. The treatment of writing within Western metaphysics represents, for Derrida, the entry point into the problematic of the other. His early deconstructions establish his anti-subjectivism by focusing on the problematic of the sign and the place accorded writing. In short, deconstruction can be seen primarily as a deconstruction of the subjectivism of Western metaphysics. This preoccupation informs almost all of his writings. It is my contention that Derrida, in his early writings, either eliminates the concept of the self or deals with it only in terms of textuality. Thus, he accords the self no fixity because of his fear of self-presence as a principle of complete closure. For him there is no possibility of writing the I, of writing off or out of or from the self as a partly self-defined identity. As soon as it is written or spoken, the I becomes part of writing's own erasure, and therefore never constitutes itself as I. This impossibility of writing the I is evident in Derrida's deconstruction of the phenomenological concept of voice. The philosophy of consciousness, which finds its most sophisticated expression in phenomenology, constructs the voice as fundamental to the revelation of inner self-consciousness. By linking self-consciousness with the self, the voice constitutes the I as the signified of undivided identity. As a result, writing as being the other is bracketed out. An important element of this deconstruction is to show that being for itself is structured according to the logic of the voice, of phone, and that the simultaneity of thought with voice affects self-presence. This conception results in the debasement of writing by rendering it external both to phone and to the construction of the signified. The signified comes to be thought of as a transcendental concept which fully contains the signifier writing. Writing takes on a representational function that neither affects nor contaminates full presence. No conception of the subject, therefore, escapes this identification of the subject with the voice that hears itself speak. The impossibility of writing the I is equally evident when Derrida deals with the confessional mode in writing. Until his later work, mainly in the S, he has avoided in his own writing that autobiographical and confessional mode which he conceives of as involving risk. In a footnote to his essay How to Avoid Speaking, however, which discusses a tradition of thought that is neither Greek nor Christian, Derrida calls this lecture the most autobiographical speech I have ever risked. Derrida, in Buttock, and N. The project of writing the self is taken up further in his Circumcision, but in a way that emphasizes the materiality rather than the spirituality of the self. Heterography, not autography, is Derrida's claim. The self is determined by heterogeneity and heteronomy rather than by homogeneity and autonomy. Consequently, Derrida deconstructs not only that confessional mode which has been the privileged entry to writing of the self, but also all modes of thinking which are based on notions of identity. Instead, Derrida valorizes a prophetic mode that gestures toward the other. This prophetic mode valorizes the message and the unknown sender, rather than the receiver who waits patiently for a message that might never come. Both confessional and prophetic modes, of course, are irreducibly religious. If the confessional mode depends upon presencing and presenting, then the prophetic mode requires a future presence or presencing, the promise of an unveiling, of revelation to come, but one that is forever deferred and delayed. The prophetic mode is structured as a promise, and shapes notions of politics and responsibility in a way quite foreign to Western metaphysics. The prophetic mode stages with the other an encounter based on asymmetry and asymmetry rather than on co-present engagement. Whereas Heidegger is preoccupied with the unconcealment of being as an originary but occluded possibility, Derrida defers such a prospect ad infinitum. Unlike Foucault, he prefers not to deal with technologies of the self and resistance to certain forms of subjectivation. Instead, Derrida emphasizes the event, the giving, the promise, the silence that is always and already contaminated with writing, and which cannot be collapsed into those categories of presence and absence which constitute being. There can be no self that writes the self, because both the self and subjectivity have already been written, and are already contaminated with a conception of writing that makes possible both the production and the writing of the self. Derrida makes clear his position by arguing that the discourse on invention states the inventive beginning by speaking of itself, in a reflexive structure that not only does not produce coincidence with or presence to itself, but which instead projects the advent of the self, of the speaking or writing of itself as other, that is to say, in the manner of the trace, Derrida, in Attridge. The identity of the self is infinitely differed and fissured by the other. Inventing the self, whether in writing or speech, involves inventing the other. If writing is freed from those categories of presence and absence which constitute being and all its concomitant categories of interpretation, then the self becomes yet another category that has to be deconstructed by using the very medium that it employs, namely writing. Thus, the self is a term in that binary oppositional logic which has to be liberated by going beyond what is constitutive of this oppositional logic. If self-presence is a category that the self requires for its very emergence, then Derrida denies the subject this self-presence. Instead, he anchors the self in that space between binarisms which contains both absence and presence while remaining irreducible to either of them. The self is subsumed under the larger, all-encompassing but, he argues, non-totalising concepts of writing and the trace. There is no self-presence that has not been already in the past present. The trace, the graft, the pharmakon, and the archiécriture all make the self an artifact of a quasi-ontological structure of difference. The self is decontextualized as it becomes part of a concept of writing that denies the self its own writing. It becomes a disseminated self, within a disseminating subjectivity, whose dissemination is without end. For Derrida, the self always requires the supplement. Yet supplementarity is what denies the self its creativity, its originary capabilities. Derrida's non-concepts of writing and trace develop a notion of the subject as self-identical presence. The deconstruction of it leads not to a reformulation of the subject in non-epistemological terms, but to a radical turn toward a thought of the other. As a result, the reconceptualization of the subject as an ontologically and ethically grounded self is precluded. I.3 The problematic of writing and the other. Derrida's deconstruction's focus, therefore, on the notion of being as presence, and on the privileging of the nexus between presence and subjectivity within Western metaphysics. This strategy links the construction of subjectivity in Western metaphysics to the voice, and its deconstruction to absence and writing. Any attempt to deal with the writing of the self thus entails a careful exposition of the concept of writing in Derrida, and how he attempts to deconstruct the metaphysical privileging of the voice. Moreover, Derrida's own conception of the subject is embedded in his various deconstructions as well as in his concept of writing or textuality. The notion of archiécriture or proto-writing which informs his construction of the self and subjectivity enables Derrida to deconstruct that conception of subjectivity and the self which prevails in Western metaphysics and other dominant intellectual traditions. Derrida employs the concept of writing to deconstruct the Husserlian phenomenology of inner self-consciousness and the notion of coherent intentionality, as well as conceptions of origin and representation. Derridian writing counters various empirical, psychological, and psychoanalytical concepts connected with subjectivity, such as desire, need and imagination, living memory, and the unconscious. It also deconstructs various linguistic and hermeneutical notions associated with subjectivity and authorship, such as addressor, addressee, destination, genealogy, inheritance, text, and reading. These deconstructions of idealism, empiricism, and hermeneutics all converge in displacing the assumption that subjectivity and the self rest on identity and self-referential presence. Derrida argues that, within Western metaphysics, otherness becomes external to identity, that is, the other is constructed through its dependence on an unfissured, conscious, and fully self-present subject. Derrida's notion of the other or irreducible otherness calls for a radical abandonment of subjectivity, and all the notions associated with it in order to institute a new kind of thought and a radical relationship with the other. It is a thought that works at the limit, where limit does not mean inherent form, but an asymptotic borderline, Zizek. This borderline destroys the universe of subjectivity and points to what lies beyond, namely, the thought of the other that is initially conceived as writing. The notions of difference, trace, supplementarity, play, graft, etc., as variations on the theme of archiécriture, become constitutive of being as that which is beyond being, epikeina tes ousias. The non-concept of writing becomes the intellectual tool through which Derrida deconstructs the binary oppositional logic of Western metaphysics, which gives rise to an identitarian conception of subjectivity and the self expressed in the opposition same/other. Derrida's concept of the other, however, does not fully escape Husserlian phenomenology and its concept of transcendental reduction. Whereas in the early Husserl the epoche of the natural attitude leads back to the intentional structure of consciousness, in the late Husserl it leads back to a historico-transcendental subjectivity that must be recovered if the theoretical attitude, to which the natural attitude gives rise, is to be validated. Husserl. It becomes a quasi-transcendental other that does not escape the aporia of identity in difference. What Derrida wants, however, is the thought of pure difference. Difference becomes the quasi-transcendental source of the binarisms that owe their existence to the quasi-transcendental structure of the n/either n/or that originates them. The other in Derrida cannot be constructed intersubjectively, since it precedes empirical otherness on account of its ontological character. This position gives rise to an ethical position in stricto sensu that depends heavily on the notion of injunction and a relation of asymmetry between subjects and otherness. The call of the other and the answer to the call of the other are doubly affirmative yes that inscribes the subject a priori. The answer to the call does not depend on a subject that can institute itself within any framework of identity. In this book I argue that Derrida's critique of Western metaphysics falls short of its aim to go beyond subjectivism, and instead reifies awareness. By doing away with or relativizing questions of agency, the narrative self, recognition, reflexivity, and identity, Derrida's concept of irreducible alterity ends up neglecting such questions or answering them in a way that reduces the problematic of identity to that other reified pole of the oppositional binarism which splits the same from the other. This approach to the self and otherness is pursued by Derrida through various deconstructions which he performs on ideas and metaphors in some of the key philosophical and literary texts of the Western tradition. Thought of in terms of archiacriture, the self acquires the structure of the trace, graft, supplement, play, difference, spectre, cinder, etc. The possibility of the self within writing and other media is thought of in terms of the non-identical, of alterity, and not of a more complexly conceived notion of identity. Thus, because the self writes or speaks of itself as other, it is structured like the trace. In other words, Derrida tries to avoid the binary opposition that results from conceiving of the self as the self-identical entity that can fashion itself only by an act of excluding the wholly other. Instead, the self is irredeemably contaminated or inescapably inscribed by the other. In the early works, the writing of the self becomes part of what Derrida terms textuality, while in his later works it is subsumed under the problematic of the other and the wholly other. Yet, as we shall see, this is a quite different idea from that which views the self as being embedded within narrative constructions, which is what Taylor, MacIntyre, and Ricoeur maintain. In short, in Derrida's early works the relationship of otherness to identity, which is central to his thought, is mediated by the idea of proto-writing, difference, and other non-synonymous substitutions, while in the later works it becomes part of the new thinking of the other. Although the thought of the other becomes the focus of his later work, I will argue that the early problems associated with Derrida's writing off of the subject nevertheless remain. In the later work, the other heralds a post-metaphysical, post-deconstructive, post-subjectivist, metaethical kind of thinking that leaves behind the sort of reflective engagement that generates notions of exchange, reciprocity, mutuality, symmetry, and intersubjective copresence. For Derrida, our prime engagement is with the other, it belongs to and comes from the other, and inscribes all relations between self and other as non-relations. The notion of the subject and the self is subsumed under the notion of the other. This writing off of the subject comes at a time when the nation-state's identity is being questioned, when the citizen as a political subject is being reconstituted in some places as the vessel of a seemingly pre-political and ethnicized identity, when Western thought is being accused of Eurocentrism by post-colonial theorists, when identity politics has become implicated in practices of exclusion, and when morality and ethics are being viewed increasingly not in universalistic or proceduralist terms, but through the notion of ambivalence and in relation to our responsibility for the other, Bauman. In a world dominated by the emergence of new and more diverse media and technologies, a world in which so many are announcing the death or the return of practically everything, and where the representational or the symbolic image becomes the dominant medium of relating and interpreting, Derrida's thought comes to question the very ideas of identity and representation and their connection to subjectivity. Can we announce anew the death of the subject in this historico-political context? Or is it not time to begin, however tentatively, its rethinking or reconstruction? Derrida's deconstruction of the subject relativizes the division between life and death, animal and human, even as he paradoxically announces the death of identity and self-referential presence. Derrida. On the one hand, the rise of technoculture at the end of the millennium makes a concern with self and other, less central in its preoccupation with the self as simulacrum and the construction of virtual identities. Derrida, Tuchel, Baudrillard. On the other hand, there has emerged a concern with the body and various forms of gendered, sexual, and hybrid subjectivities, Mogisai, Hutnik, Canc Linney, Grosch. In this context, Derrida's thought appears more sympathetic to the former than to the latter, insofar as difference is a disembodied and quasi-transcendental virtual system which, as Taylor astutely notes, has residues of Cartesian intellectualism. Taylor. The modern self that rejected difference is being replaced by the postmodern self, which pursues a simulacrum composed of hyper-individualization and hyper-subjectivization. The postmodern self tends to valorize the idea of difference at the expense of the modernist idea of abstract identity. In addition, the phenomenal and ongoing developments of the digital communication revolution, as well as the fusion between biology and computing, pose new challenges for the notions of subjectivity, self and other, which give rise to new problematics that demand new questionings. A number of scholars, including Derrida, have tackled some important aspects of these problematics. See Baudrillard, A. Baudrillard in Clark et al., Matlard, Derosne, Derrida A. Castells, B. The preoccupation with these new challenges, especially the issues associated with the dominance of cybercommunication and accelerated virtualization, and their multiple and ongoing impacts on writing, self, the book, and archiving, is evident in Derrida's later work, including Archive Fever, A Freudian Impression and Paper Machine, as well as in his last interview where he deals with his own legacy within the contemporary context of an all-pervasive mediatized and digital technoculture. Derrida, in Hill, Derrida, A. Derrida and Vadimo. The processes associated with globalization enjoins us to celebrate difference while cannibalizing the exotic through infusing the native into Western models and vice versa, and thus offering up hybrid models for mass consumption within virtual global communication environments. Crady, Chun et al., Matthews, Apatory, Featherstone. The hypostasis of otherness and difference leads inevitably to the self-trivialization of these concepts. Baudrillard goes as far as to argue that even the traces of the destruction of the other have disappeared, in our pursuit of the artificial synthesis of otherness. Baudrillard. At the end of the millennium, the process of othering appears to be dominated by media images and digital global media networks in a way that makes it difficult to discern how subjects relate to one another and to themselves, and how the other can retain its alterity within such relations. In the new millennium these processes are accelerating, and some scholars have raised the specter of electronic autism and cyberimaginaire, and what I term the solipsism of screen narcissism. Castells, Flicky. Can the other as a quasi-transcendental category provide an answer to the contemporary valorization and liquidation of otherness? It is against this background that Derrida's anti-subjectivist thought, and especially its turn toward the thought of the other, becomes a challenge. It opens anew the question of the relationship of self and other. Derrida offers the optimistic scenario that the other is the source and destination of practically everything, its irreducibility is given in advance and a priori. Derrida's transcendentalism inoculates his thought against any empirically grounded pessimism. As a gesture of emancipation from both psychologism and idealism, Derrida is happy to break away from the subject of Western metaphysics by introducing a futural radically to all aspects of the thought of the other. On the other hand, Derrida's reluctance to construct the other outside a framework of transcendentality, which has theological overtones, results in an attitude to Western metaphysics which is problematic, given its seeming devaluation of subjectivity and intersubjectivity. In this book I try to take up the challenge presented by Derrida's thought and to come to some kind of understanding of the role of the other in the deconstruction of subjectivity. I maintain that Derrida's deconstruction of the sign entails also a deconstruction of the subject, and that this results in an anti-subjectivism which runs throughout Derrida's thought and depends upon a one-sided notion of the subject in Western metaphysics. This one-sided notion also influences and determines not only his construction of the relationship between self and other but also his political, ethical, socio-economic, cultural, epistemological, and philosophical concerns. I point for the problematic of writing and literature. Derrida's early works engage in a dialogue with philosophy and literature. Most of his early deconstructions are based on either philosophical or literary texts, which he treats always as both philosophical and literary. Indeed, Derrida's work can be seen as an attempt to overcome such a problematic opposition. What attracts him most is, of course, the conceptual and supposedly non-literary character of philosophy. His work is a constant polemic against philosophy's blindness to its own characteristic literariness as a kind of writing. Philosophy's treatment of writing accordingly becomes the major focus of Derrida's work, and it is this field that provides him with the locus for the work of deconstruction. However, it is when considering the case of Paul de Man that Derrida defends deconstructive critical approaches to literature and literary works most forcefully, and tries to answer criticisms of deconstruction, mpm. For Derrida, to deconstruct literature or literary criticism cannot be a separate project from deconstructing logocentrism and going beyond logocentric principles. This remains for Derrida the basic strategy of deconstruction. Consequently, deconstruction is at work on texts whenever there is a logocentric denial of the literariness of writing, and where attempts are made to reduce writing to the discipline of the self-identical concept. For Derrida, literary works are better able to circumvent and at times subvert the logocentrism of Western culture than philosophical works, which are seemingly locked into an identitarian philosophy. The same argument applies to the interpretation of literary texts. Some interpretations are logocentric and others deconstructive. For Derrida, all logocentric interpretations, whether thematic, intentionalist, semiotic, or structuralist, relate the text back to a transcendental signified. In doing so, they repress and eliminate the literariness of writing, the signifier, by making the signifier a derivative of the signified. By emphasizing the thematic unity of the text, thematicing approaches, for example, reduce both textual interpretation and the text to a determinable context, and by emphasizing structure they produce the dualism of form and content. Since his project is to deconstruct the interpretative paradigms of logocentrism, Derrida attempts to construct an analytic process capable of discerning the effects of difference, dissemination, trace, or that which eludes the construction of being as presence. This process translates into a number of non-concepts for dealing with the interpretation of texts and writing in general. Classical analysis or interpretation works through the exposition or elimination of contradictions, paradoxes, binarisms, etc., so that a resolution can be achieved without remainder. Derrida's interpretative strategy, however, is based on the concept of remainder, that is, on whatever cannot be eliminated, resolved, fully exposed, or completely appropriated by any general theory or interpretation. Logocentrism constantly disavows or represses the quasi-transcendental necessity of the remainder. With the concept of remainder, Derrida attempts to construct another discourse which, although it cannot wholly escape Western metaphysics, nevertheless suspends, decenters and goes beyond it. It aims to include the exclusion, the parasitical, and the graft. It prevents and prohibits a discourse from appearing to close itself off, from being fully present to itself, from leaving no remainder. It is a discourse beyond the concept and its principle of non-contradiction. In order to avoid the problem of the binary oppositions of structuralism, In his early works, Derrida attempts a new interpretive strategy which joins the two oppositions by means of the remainder. The remainder is what they exclude, that which is irreducible to any dialectical or transcendental strategy which aims to suspend or eliminate the spacing of the two oppositions. In this way, Derrida allows for binarism without closure, deferring the closure of any binarism ad infinitum while allowing for the endless possibility of difference. Moreover, Derrida argues, this non-totalizing, non-unitary effect is inscribed in language itself, and at the same time makes possible language in all its forms. Thus, for Derrida, language is simultaneously both a product and constitutive of what gives rise to the possibility of its emergence. Although the origin and telos of language have been considered insurmountable problems, Derrida's notion that they are transcendental signified suggests an alternative analysis of the emergence and its effects of language. According to Derrida, any conception of language that is based on the binary opposition of signifier and signified results in both the signifier and writing being treated as accidental and external to the signified. Interpretations based on this idea always lead to the unveiling of the transcendental signified through the phone. Narratives hinge on the idea of a unitary, conscious, intentional subject whose identity is the identity of identity and difference. In order to conceive identity radically, it is necessary to treat both language itself and writing, as the embodiment of the phone qua transcendental signified, as part of a logocentric system of thought that has to be deconstructed. For Derrida, however, language as such cannot be deconstructed if it remains within the binarism of phone/writing. His project is to overcome the binarism inherent in logocentrism by radicalizing the notion of a subjectless transcendental field out of which such binarisms arise. These notions have an indeterminate structure. They contain a both /and not an either/or. These are what Gask calls infrastructures, the non-originary origin of those binarisms which structuralism focused on exclusively because it was unable to question the structurality of the structure itself, Gask. Derrida begins his deconstruction of logocentrism by arguing against a phonetic writing that has been conceived of through the binarism of speech/writing, as a result of which writing is rendered secondary to living speech. Deconstruction challenges the primacy of lan. Gauge as living phone conceiving of language as writing produced by difference. This breaks with the assumption that the living phone is connected directly to thought and, ultimately, to a logos unaffected by writing. Thus, Derrida places the problematic of writing at the center of his philosophy, and associates the erasure of writing with the very basis of Western logocentrism. Derrida constructs a new notion of writing as archaicriture or proto-writing. This is a trace inscribed in language conceived of as both phonetic writing and speech, and as such it becomes a non-originary, quasi-transcendental, and infrastructural concept. The trace, like a number of non-synonymous substitutions of this non-concept, is both being and non-being, absence and presence, since it is anterior to each set of oppositions. This trace or proto-writing is not reducible to any of the binarisms of Western metaphysics. By encompassing both differing and differing in language, it is that which produces difference. Derrida's deconstruction of logocentrism radicalizes the conceptualization of language by critically examining the theory of the sign, especially the written sign and writing in general. Here Derrida demonstrates the weaknesses of Western metaphysics in general, and of any philosophical system which rests on the principle of full presence. If full presence is accorded only to phone, then the written sign becomes that part of language which is either secondary or even dangerous to the living voice. Although Husserl, Rousseau, Plato, and other philosophers recognized the importance of writing, they were at pains to safeguard the principle of full self-presence against the menace of writing. Thus, writing could not be conceived of as being anything other than a representational and mnemotechnic tool of phone. Derrida sets out to re-examine and question the treatment of writing within the Western philosophical tradition in order to deconstruct the idea of an identitarian philosophy. Furthermore, he questions the phenomenological concept of the sign by investigating the problematic of signification, and, more specifically, Husserl's attempt to account for both meaning and non-meaning in language by distinguishing expression from indication within signification. Since only expression retains a living relation to the phone, once again writing qua indication is devalued. Although Derrida began by deconstructing philosophical texts, he also works on literary texts, and in Glass he attempts a parallel reading of both. His interest in literature, however, informs his entire intellectual project, beginning with his postgraduate studies of the ideality of the literary object. As Derrida himself states, my most constant interest, coming even before my philosophical interest I should say, if this is possible, has been directed towards literature, towards that writing which is called literary, Derrida in Montefiore. What interests Derrida, then, is the literary character of writing rather than the conceptual character of philosophy, which always denies its literary character by subsuming the literary under such notions as content, intention, theme, etc. Such notions relegate the literary signifier, writing, to the representational, to what is external to the signified. Derrida conceives of the question of literature in terms of what it is to write, and how it is that the fact of writing can disturb the very question what is, and even what does it mean. Derrida in Montefiore. Writing, then, is that which opens up and at the same time dislocates the ontological question of what is. Writing also becomes part of the hermeneutical question, what does it mean? To relate writing to these fundamental questions is to disturb and unsettle the ways in which Western metaphysics has dealt with these problematics. Derrida further argues that the question of literature, philosophy, and writing can be put in the following terms: when and how does an inscription become literature and what takes place when it does? To what and to whom this is due? What takes place between philosophy and literature, science and literature, politics and literature, Derrida in Montefiore. The whole issue of debt, restitution, and promise in both language and in writing, as well as the presumed polarity of philosophy and literature, become part of Derrida's deconstructive project. The binary opposition between literature and philosophy comes to be questioned through a kind of thinking that frees both philosophy and literature from the shortcomings of Western metaphysics. Derrida's relationship to philosophy, however, is ambivalent. While not wanting to abandon it, he does not want to contend with it on the established terrain, see Hartmann, Bellou et al. This is why he claims that he needed a non-philosophical site, from which to question philosophy, Carney. That non-site was provided by literature, whose distance from and otherness to philosophy provided him with a free space from which to interrogate philosophy anew, and to discern the problematic of writing as one of the key factors in the deconstruction of metaphysics, Carney. Literature, then, is taken as the other of philosophy which, although it is never totally free from the marks of philosophical language, nevertheless produces and presents itself as alienated from itself, at a remove, at a distance, Carney. The literariness of literature, therefore, provides Derrida with the means for deconstructing and thus questioning philosophy anew. Literature becomes the other of philosophy by reacting against the exclusion of writing from philosophy. As an altérité constructed as the wholly other, literature threatens philosophy's privileging of identity as full presence. Derrida aims to institute this other as constitutive of philosophy. An expanded concept of the other becomes the main focus of his later work. Derrida, however, acknowledges his debt to philosophy, and insists that his search for a non-philosophical site or non-site does not bespeak an anti-philosophical attitude, Carney. The task of deconstruction is to discover the other of philosophy in literature. Derrida formulates this task in a question: can literary and poetic language provide this non-lu or utopos? I think so, but when I speak of literature it is not with a capital L. It is rather an allusion to certain movements which have worked around the limits of our logical concepts, certain texts which make the limits of our language tremble, exposing them as divisible and questionable, Carney. Thus, for Derrida, literature is what questions the limits of concepts that derive from the logocentric principles of Western metaphysics. Philosophy, then, can neither deny nor eliminate its other. It cannot be blind to the literariness of its own writing, to the whole problematic of writing. If literature's other is philosophy, then that other cannot be eliminated by literature, and vice versa. Derrida demonstrates the limits of both philosophy and literature in Glass, where he tries to compose a writing which would traverse, as rigorously as possible, both the philosophical and literary elements without being definable as either. Carney. Literature alone, therefore, cannot provide the basis for overturning the hierarchical opposition philosophy/literature. Nor can deconstruction aim to make philosophy out of literature or vice versa, since it aspires to go beyond the traditionally accepted separation between philosophy and literature. What interests Derrida is where philosophy and literature meet, where they cross each other and give rise to something else, some other site. Carney. That site is where the contradictions and exclusions of each can be challenged by the deconstructive process of catachresis, which Derrida defines as a violent production of meaning. Carney. In Glass and in other recent works, he argues, he is trying to produce new writing which stakes out the faults, files, and deviations of language. Carney. Derrida understands writing as the other of logocentric conceptions of language. Thus neither the literary nor the philosophical text can be conceived as a homogeneous and autotelic entity. Instead, each is constitutive of a new kind of writing that does not presuppose a totalization of either language or text as book. Deconstruction, in this sense, cannot be used to construct a methodology or a theory of either reading or writing as they are commonly understood, for that would constitute an attempt to establish it as a determinate signified. Deconstruction asks why we read a literary text in this particular manner rather than another, writes Derrida. Carney, smiley face. It teaches us to read literature more thoroughly by attending to it as language, as the production of meaning through difference and dissemination, through a complex play of signifying traces. Carney. What, then, has to be conceived of is language's difference and dissemination, which is at work irrespective of the classification of a text as literary, political, philosophical, etc. From a deconstructive point of view, literature and philosophy can be both read as languages whose writing must be thought of structured by the trace. Literature and philosophy are, therefore, equally subject to difference and the disseminatory power of the text. I.V. The strategy of deconstruction and double writing. Derrida's deconstructive strategy is to demonstrate that most interpretative paradigms rest on the pivotal organizational and orientational principle of full presence in Western metaphysics. Being as full presence gives rise to both a genealogy and an evolutionary archaeology in which difference is constructed in terms of hierarchical oppositions without remainder. Western metaphysics thus becomes a project of suppression, exclusion, neutralization, assimilation, or resolution of irreducible difference. In this respect, deconstruction is a polemic against the Hegelian Aufhebung, defined as a restricted economy in which the remainder is always reabsorbed into the concept through the dialectical negation of opposites. By contrast, Derrida is interested in a general economy, produced by the general strategy of deconstruction, WD. This is constituted on the one hand by avoiding that neutralization of difference entailed by the construction of binary oppositions in Western metaphysics. On the other hand, it is effected by not residing within the closed field of these oppositions, thereby confirming it. POS. A general economy is always, as Bellou maintained, an economy of surplus, of excess. Bellou. For Derrida, writing is that excess. It is not a restricted economy of recuperation or reconciliation, in which every expenditure is recompensed. The deconstruction of oppositions begins with what Derrida calls a double gesture, a double writing that is in and of itself multiple. POS. This involves a phase of overturning and disrupting the hierarchy embedded in any structure of opposition, a phase which never completely eliminates the possibility that the hierarchy will re-establish itself. Deconstruction must therefore continually guard against the re-emergence of the oppositional hierarchical structure, while simultaneously using the dislocating power of double writing in order to deconstruct the very process of its construction. Double writing acts as a means of dislocation, and of marking the interval between the inversion of hierarchy and the eruptive emergence of a new concept, a concept that can no longer be, and never could be, included in the previous regime, POS. Thus, the deconstruction of each binary structure affects the emergence of a new concept which both exceeds and at the same time comprehends that structure, but without being reducible to it. Through double writing, deconstruction marks the interval which engenders its own field by deconstructing the closed field of binary oppositions. The double writing which marks this interval can do so only in what Derrida calls a group textual field, which cannot be designated as a unilinear text, POS. This interval is delineated by the setting to work, within the text of the history of philosophy, as well as within the so-called literary text. Certain marks which Derrida calls undecitables, POS. He borrows the term from Gödel's logic, in which it refers to the fact that mathematical statements do not and cannot rest on other statements or axioms internal to the logical system, but on non-axiomatic principles or undecitables. Simply put, this means that mathematics is incapable of logical self-grounding, and that therefore logical self-consistency is impossible, Hofstadter. If mathematics does not constitute a logically self-enclosed system, then neither does philosophy. For Derrida, undecitables are unities of simulacrum, false verbal properties, nominal or semantic, that can no longer be included within philosophical, binary, opposition, but which, however, inhabit philosophical opposition, POS. In this category Derrida places all those undecitables which dislodge, overturn, displace, or deconstruct binary oppositions, such as the supplement. These become the undecitable in the hierarchical binary opposition of speech and writing. Hence, the pharmakon is neither remedy nor poison, but a spacing which is neither space nor time, POS. These undecitables deconstruct the very foundations upon which Western thought rests. Like a number of other undecitables, such as dissemination, difference, iterability, and paragon, they become those non-sites or non-concepts by means of which the undecidability of the text as a field of finite differences can be demonstrated. I.V.I. The strategy of deconstruction and the rejection of method. Deconstruction is a controversial term which has attracted arguments and counter-arguments, claims and counter-claims, in both academic and journalistic circles. Its suspicion of the concept has led to its being accused of not being properly philosophical. Deconstruction, it is argued, not only treats philosophy like literature but even writes philosophy like literature, that is, without due regard for rigorous conceptualization and sequential argumentation, Thomason, Norris, in, Ferry and Reenet, Habermas. Furthermore, both the philosophical and literary content of those works which are loosely classified as deconstructive have come under attack for being nihilistic or ahistorical or both. It is further claimed that because deconstruction lacks a cohesive theory of political and intellectual praxis, it results in a kind of anarchism, Bellou, Ryan. Some critics have even charged deconstruction with providing the intellectual justification of totalitarianism in all its forms, be it Nazism or antisemitism or other forms, since it dispenses with notions of intentionality, truth as either a cognitive or normative concept, and moral and ethical responsibility. See bibliographical appendix on these issues and on the Paul de Man controversy. Proponents of deconstruction respond by implicating their critics in that Western logocentric tradition of repressing what is other. The other, for Derrida, is what cannot be subsumed under the Hegelian Aufhebung, the phenomenological and semiotic concept of the sign, the structuralist concept of structure, or that unbroken nexus between logos and phone which is thought of as the origin and telos of meaning and truth. Moreover, while critics target various forms of deconstruction, and its defenders emphasize its radically, practitioners of deconstruction argue the merits of its applicability to diverse disciplines and fields. Thus, American deconstruction refers mainly to literary criticism as practiced by Paul de Man, whereas French deconstruction is associated with the works of Jacques Derrida, Haverkamp, Johnson. These two thinkers are seen as exemplars of what deconstruction is, and for many they represent the original model to be followed. Yet the idea of an original or exemplary deconstruction is a contradiction in terms, insofar as deconstruction is an intellectual project that deconstructs such notions as origin, originality, and exemplar. Derrida, especially in Truth in Painting, sets out to demonstrate that to preserve the idea of a dichotomy between the exemplar or model and either its good or bad imitation is to remain within Western metaphysics and its principle of identity, in other words, to remain within the very logic that deconstruction tries to question and go beyond. No reading of deconstruction can simply reinstate a distinction that deconstruction so radically puts into question. And yet, deconstruction continues to be discussed in terms of Derrida's original articulation of it. There are even methodological advocates of deconstruction who seek to extract from it a methodology that can be used as a tool for the deconstruction of texts, color. This is an unattainable goal, since deconstruction is a polemic against the very idea of method as a procedure based on principles and techniques whose main outcome is always apodictic certainty. Deconstruction avoids such claims insofar as every deconstruction is further deconstructible. Thus, deconstruction subverts those positivistic tendencies which have dominated the human sciences. In the 20th century, while at the same time questioning that interpretative paradigm of literary studies whose aim has been to determine meaning through the discovery, or recovery, of the lost authorial intention. Deconstruction sees both gambits as part of logocentrism. Since its entire project is to deconstruct logos by decentering its privileged status within Western metaphysics, deconstruction aims to deconstruct both method and logos. There is no right road, odos, for reason, logos, to discover. Deconstruction's dislocation of truth and method parallels Gadamer's, with the significant difference that it rejects the notion of a hermeneutical fusion of horizons between reader and text, Gadamer, Michelfelder and Palmer. Deconstruction, therefore, cannot be reduced to a methodology without denying its radical claims to be a critique of any system of thought which is directed toward totalization, that is, toward establishing a center in which the play of difference and dissemination is arrested. As a consequence, deconstruction should not be mistaken for an analytical tool or a set of tools, in the Foucaultian sense, because analysis is based on the idea of a system whose complex structures are discovered and simplified. On the contrary, Derrida affirms the complexity and irreducibility of language, and especially the disseminating power of writing. He does not aim to establish those clear-cut definitions or rule-governed procedures which are a function of analysis and logical exposition, since it is this function that Derrida deconstructs. Derrida, in Attridge, Derrida, a. Derrida, smiley face. He has maintained this position consistently, and he reasserted it when arguing that because deconstruction doesn't consist in a set of theorems, axioms, tools, rules, techniques, methods, it therefore cannot be applied and cannot not be applied. Derrida, in Brannigan, Robbins, and Walfries. Consequently, he went on, we have to deal with this aporia, and this is what deconstruction is all about. Derrida, in Brannigan, Robbins, and Walfries. In a recent assessment, Richter reconfirms that deconstruction is not a method, and for Derrida there can be no single deconstruction but only multiple deconstructions, singular deconstructions, singular and each time idiomatic operations that are related to each other only in their radical difference. Derrida, 14. This rejection of methodology also leads exponents of deconstruction to claim, in reply to complaints about the absence of clear definition, that deconstruction is not a singularity but a plurality, since every text suggests its own deconstructions. The strategy of deconstruction is to impose its necessity, if at all, only to the extent that it accumulates within itself those very forces that try to repress it. But it accumulates these forces without being able to totalize them, like those surplus values from which a victim of aggression always profits, for here totalization is exactly what an account, a story, and a narrative are denied. Since deconstruction works on those elements which, in every discourse, resist totalization. No analysis or interpretation of deconstruction can claim to be total. Deconstruction must carry within itself the possibility of its own deconstruction. As Derrida points out, one must not forget that deconstruction is itself a form of literature, a literary text to be read like other texts, an interpretation open to several other interpretations. Carney. In this respect, deconstruction aims to move away from conventional considerations of philosophical rigor as manifested by traditional standards of argumentation which hinge on questions of justification and self-evidence. This orientation has brought upon deconstruction the wrath of Evans and those analytical philosophers who issued the now, in, famous non-placid when Cambridge proposed to award Derrida an honorary doctorate. See Evans's critique of Derrida's argumentative strategies. Furthermore, Derrida claims that deconstructive interpretations, as literary texts, are written in a language which has no centralizing power of mastery or domination, no privileged meta-language over and above the language of literature. Carney. In short, both deconstruction's rigor and its politics of non-mastery rest on its avant-garde approach to language and literature. Hence, the only definition of itself that deconstruction can entertain is the paradoxical one of being plus d unlong, both more than a language and no more than a language. Deconstruction, furthermore, can be neither located nor temporalized. As Derrida argues, one cannot and should not attempt to survey or totalize the meaning of an ongoing process, especially when its structure is one of transference. Although the meaning of deconstruction cannot be totalized or objectified, its possibility and effects are inscribed in language itself. There is no sense in speaking of a deconstruction or simply deconstruction as if there were only one, as if the word had a single meaning outside of the sentences which inscribe it and carry it within themselves. Because deconstruction is not a concept, it is not susceptible to the principle of identity or non-contradiction. Deconstruction is an effect of a text, and has as many inscriptions as there are texts. Furthermore, the idea that it is structured by transference suggests that the textual is as metonymical as desire. Just as desire exists only for that obscure object of desire that Lacan called the objet petit, deconstruction also slides toward what escapes it, namely, the satisfaction of stabilization in an irrevocable definition. Stories have usually been thought to involve a singular or total narrative with both an origin and a destination, an arche and a telos. But origin and destination are two of the basic tenets of Western metaphysics that Derrida tries to deconstruct. What one needs to keep in mind, however, is Derrida's claim that deconstruction is a kind of literature. Thus, as we have seen, deconstruction disclaims any relation to theory, methodology, analysis, or systems of thought. It is often termed a happening, an operation, a cultural event, or a radical and ongoing process whose effects cannot be contained. It aims to dethrone logocentrism, and the cultural and interpretative paradigms based on it, without itself becoming a new paradigm upon which other foundationalist discourses or practices can be based. Being anti-foundationalist, its only role in foundationalist discourse is to deconstruct it. Deconstruction is the parasite which preys on the host that receives it in order to unsettle it. Its practice is aesthetico-critical, rather than normative and political, though his later work deals extensively with the political and ethical. See Thomason. More precisely, it sees the political effect of its aesthetico-critical radicalism as residing in its ability to dissolve hierarchical binarisms such as those of speech/writing, same/other, presence/representation, and culture/nature. I.7 Scope and structure of the book. This book does not purport to solve the problem of subjectivity and its relation to writing. Instead, it seeks to critically examine and evaluate Derrida's thinking about these problematics. It aims to demonstrate that his concept of the other, and particularly its relationship to the subject and the self, fails to answer adequately the questions and issues they raise. The book aims to provide alternative ways of dealing with the problematics identified in this introduction. It does so in order to point towards a direction that does not write off the subject, but instead reinscribes it within a framework that allows a more complex concept of the self and identity to emerge, one that both radicalizes these concepts and frees them from the confines of the same without writing them off. The book is a contribution to the new fields of cultural studies and social theory. These are hybrid fields that contain elements of philosophy, mainly continental European, sociology and anthropology, both classical and contemporary. The pertinent difference between cultural studies and social theory here concerns their treatment of the normative. Whereas social theory, and particularly critical social theory, sometimes contain both normative and descriptive elements, cultural studies tends to naturalize the normative through recourse to a theory of techniques, institutions, and power. This is eschewed here in favor of an approach that captures the normative condition of the self by theorizing it as embodied, embedded, and identity-laden. While this theory contains both normative and empirical dimensions, it does not seek to be a work of pure normative philosophy. In particular, it does not pretend to obey those protocols of conceptual and relational clarity which characterize analytical philosophy. This is because what the author fears is not clarity but that false exactitude which leads to its opposite. This book operates in the continental European tradition of critical social theory, where a hybrid discourse of empirical and normative elements brings a mutually self-corrective perspective to the theory of the subject. This tradition presupposes that the relations that may pertain between two terms do not necessarily conform to the strictures of formal logic, and hence that such fuzzy terms as embeddedness and connectedness are apposite to the object of analysis. The most famous example of this characteristic is, of course, the problem of a dialectical relationship, which cannot be gone into here because of reasons of space and relevance. Dealing with the work of Derrida is a difficult task, not only because of the complexity of his thought, but also because he was a prolific writer whose work continues to generate much debate, analysis, and critique. Derrida's influence also continues to resonate in multiple fields ranging from literature, philosophy, politics, law, ethics, religion, cultural studies, and communication, to name just a few. Moreover, a plethora of secondary literature deals both directly with issues raised by his thought, and also uses his thought as a kind of methodological tool that can be applied to various fields. It is not my intention in this work, however, either to deal with all aspects of Derrida's thought or to take account of its reception in a voluminous secondary literature that has emerged and is still emerging especially since Derrida's death. C. Davis, Irwin, Howe Permans, Noyes, O'Connor, Reynolds, Gilland, Fagan et al., Hill, Thomason. The materials I have chosen to discuss deal with the central optic of this book, namely with the problematics of writing, the subject, the self, and the other, and also of course with their complex inter- and intra-relationships. I have not attempted, therefore, a critical genealogy of Derrida's ideas. There is thus no separate and independent treatment of thinkers who have influenced the development of Derrida's thought, such as Hegel, Nietzsche, Husserl, Heidegger, and Levinas, to mention only the most important. Neither is there a separate and independent treatment of all of Derrida's intellectual interlocutors, such as Condillac, Levi-Strauss, Plato, Mallarmé, Lacan etc. A comprehensive account of these matters is beyond the scope of this book. In this work I will be mainly concentrating on texts published up to and including the mid-s. These texts, including some of Derrida's later work, incorporate a turn towards a transcendental, more theological, and more messianic concept of the other which is still marked by a radical break with subjectivism. This phase of Derrida's thought encompasses the philosophical, political, socio-economic, and cultural critique of the subjectivism of Western metaphysics. It points towards the firm establishment of a new thinking based on his concept of the other. By this stage, the other is not simply an epistemological or ontological concern, but an ethico-political one. The thought of the other offers a new mode of thinking that is both emancipatory and futural. It represents an opening towards a future that is yet to come, which no longer dreams of full presence, but instead dispenses with all forms of closed systems and subjectivism. The strategy of my exposition is to focus on those aspects of Derrida's thought which deal with writing, self, and other. In this introduction I have touched on both the problematic of writing and the strategy of deconstruction, partly to clarify questions pertaining to issues of metaphysics and epistemology, and partly to ascertain deconstruction's claims to radically on both epistemological and philosophical levels. I deal in Chapter 1 with significant moments in the reception of Derrida's work in order to illuminate the central issues of the book, examining the approaches used by other scholars in order to identify which matters have been taken up and which overlooked. In the second chapter, I analyze Derrida's treatment of, and exit from, phenomenology in order to emphasize the importance of the deconstruction of the sign, and its resultant concept of proto-writing, difference, and trace, in deconstructive thinking. This early deconstruction, I believe, demonstrates the anti-subjectivism of Derrida's thought, and opens the space for his thought on the other. I argue that Derrida attempts to radicalize the concept of subjectivity and the self through his rejection of phenomenology's construction of subjectivity and, more specifically, the subjective idealism of Husserl and its resulting notion of intersubjectivity. Derrida avoids the solipsism of Husserl by making alterity, the other and otherness constitutive of being, identity, subjectivity and the self. Derrida substitutes the concept of writing for phenomenology's privileging of the phone in the construction of subjectivity. His concept of trace, which he links to his concept of writing, replaces being as full presence. The self is linked back to the category of writing, and the other comes to replace the construction of the subject in terms of self-identity as well as in terms of subjectivity conceived of as self-referential presence. In the third chapter, I examine critically Derrida's deconstruction of empirical, narrative, representational, romantic, and structuralist notions of the subject in order to establish the writing off of the subject of desire, imagination, memory and representation. This further demonstrates not only Derrida's anti-subjectivism but also the firm establishment of his post-subjectivist thinking as the solution to a problematic of the self which is based on the notion of identity as an origin that admits no alterity. In the fourth chapter, I map out the critical points of the development of Derrida's thinking on the subject, and demonstrate both its radical departure from Western metaphysics as well as its weaknesses and inherent aporias. In this chapter I maintain that the solutions Derrida offers to the problematic of the subject are determined to a large extent by his construction of the relationship between self and other. I also explore counter-theories of the subject and test them against Derrida's critique of the Western metaphysical tradition. In the fifth and sixth chapters, I re-examine critical developments in Derrida's thinking on the other, and demonstrate both its radical agenda and its aporias. I argue that Derrida's concept of the other becomes imbricated with his philosophical, socio-economic, political, ethical, and cultural concerns, and that the questions of self-identity and self-reflexivity are both overdetermined by the other. The transcendental other becomes linked with messianic and futural thought that radicalizes the philosophy of presence. Because the relation between subject, self and other is asymmetrical, notions of intersubjectivity, self-reflexivity and horizontal engagement between self and other have to be abandoned. In the seventh and eighth chapters I deal with the last phase in Derrida's work to demonstrate his shift towards a preoccupation with the modalities of the violence to the other within diverse spheres. Derrida in this phase constructs the other as a human and beyond being and within a more asymmetrical and injunctive framework. He aims to construct a radical philosophy of limitrophy, and the concepts of hospitality, forgiveness, and animat become integral to his project. By way of conclusion, I review again some alternative formulations of the problematic of self and other which retain a place for the subject that is not totally determined by the other, and which allows for the self to be reinscribed within a theoretical framework that takes into account issues of narrativity, reflexivity, recognition, normativity, and intersubjectivity. I argue in favor of a more horizontal relationship between self and other that does not collapse the problematic of the self within the concept of the other, and which does not make the other the source of all relations, be they ethico-moral, socio-political or cultural. I further argue that to subsume the notion of intersubjectivity and reflexivity within the thought of the transcendental other does not present us with a viable philosophical or sociological solution to the question of what or who the other is and how we are to relate and live with otherness. The reception of Derrida's thought. Derrida's work has influenced many fields and disciplines and has become the rallying point for various intellectual concerns. Several tenets of deconstruction have become the basis of postmodernism and have entered, directly or indirectly, into many other intellectual movements. We can classify the thinkers who concern themselves with Derrida's thought into the following broad categories: those who appropriate his thought and try to turn it into a kind of methodology, color; those who are sympathetic to it and even vaunt its radically, Hauptmanns, Davis, Irwin, Van Zilfhout, Royal, Wood, Bannett, Hill; those who are critical of his intellectual project and its potential outcomes, Noyes, Habermas, Taylor, Ryan, Dews, McCarthy, Volleen, Eagleton, Lentrichia; and those who trace the sources and linkages of Derridian thought through a genealogy that reveals its indebtedness to the phenomenological and other traditions, Van Zilfhout, Sneller, Deblues, Lewis, Gilland, Howells, Rappaport, Lawler. A more popular and politically tendentious group sees Derrida's thought as big on style but thin on ideas, or as French fog that lacks the masterful precision of analytical philosophy, Evans, Ellis. The major discipline areas that have appropriated Derrida's thinking are philosophy, theology, politics, literary studies, legal studies, social science, feminism, cultural and communication studies, the fine arts and architecture. The basic idea that underlies all these appropriations is difference and its irreducibility. The idea of difference and the deconstruction of logocentric philosophy and, more specifically, the concept of identity based on a philosophy of consciousness, comprise the central direction of Derrida's thought. His critique of the centrality of the transcendental subject allows Derrida to develop both the epistemological and ethical implications of the notion of irreducible otherness. Derrida opens up this problematic in his earlier work with his concept of writing. In this earlier phase, the problematic of writing and irreducible writing are interlinked through the emphasis on the deconstruction of the sign and the privileged quasi-epistemological status accorded to difference. In Derrida's later work, however, the concept of the other becomes more central. This does not involve abandoning the connection between writing and the opening of the space of, and for, the other. Rather, the other is perceived as the ethico-political pendant to the earlier epistemo-phenomenological concept of difference. Derrida focuses, therefore, on the addressable identity of the singularity of the other, Gask, and in doing so raises many questions. Can the subject be written out or written under erasure? What is it in the subject that allows it to respond to the other? Is the subject in the subordinate position of an asymmetrical power relationship that overprivileges the injunctive power of the other in the ethical constitution of the subject that responds to the call? The non-relational concept of identity is one-sided insofar as all relations are engendered and determined by the pre-originary relation to the other. Although the other opens up all relations, in itself it is non-relational. For Derrida would have us believe that the other, by resisting all absorption, neutralization, and exclusion by the concept of identity, is irreducible and, therefore, outside the relation. In order to frame this problem more clearly, I begin by examining some influential approaches to Derrida's thought, particularly in relation to the questions of writing, politics, and ethics. Although my review will include some of Derrida's fiercest critics, it will focus mainly on his two most perceptive interpreters, Rudolf Gask and Manfred Frank, who address the question most pertinent to this book, namely, what is the status of the subject after its purported deconstruction? I will also look at Richard Rorty's idiosyncratic appropriation of Derrida for pragmatism. Derrida and the question of writing. I begin with some important works that deal directly with the question of writing. Writing is important for two reasons. First, the ideality of the literary text was Derrida's earliest philosophical research project. Second, and more importantly, His critique of phenomenology resulted in the development of a concept of writing that questioned inherited distinctions between writing and speech, and between literary and philosophical texts. Jean-Luc Nancy analyzes Derrida's essay Ellipsis from the standpoint of a French Derridian who co-directs with Derrida and others that philosophy series which is their main publishing outlet, namely La Philosophie en Effet, Galilee. In elliptical sense, Nancy equates difference and writing with the passion for and of the origin, Nancy, in Wood. Nancy sees writing not as a vehicle of meaning, but as the condition of possibility of the origin or of meaning, Nancy, in Wood. Because Derrida's concept of writing has no limit, it is the endless inscription of the end itself, Nancy, in Wood. Nancy thus divorces both writing and difference from semantic fixity. Consequently, the question of writing becomes the quasi-Kantian one of that condition of possibility which encompasses a transcendental experience of writing, characterized by its non-self-identity as a non-empirical object of experience. For Nancy, passion exemplifies this transcendental experience of writing. The idea of passion will be also taken up by Derrida in his later work on religion, Derrida and Vatimo. Nancy also connects the concept of writing to the question of being. He argues that the question of writing, as the question of the letter of meaning and of the meaning of the letter, or as the question of a body of language lost on the limit of language itself, reinscribes the question of the meaning of being, ellipsis of being and of the letter, Nancy, in Wood. He interprets this to mean that being is itself differenti, or subject to effacement, not simply withdrawal. The differenti is not simply ontico-ontological difference, but has the aporetic messianic structure of an unfulfillable promise. The differenti, therefore, is structured by having a to come, in its advent, a coming which would be equal to the infinite retreat it at the same time traces and efface, Nancy, in Wood. Nancy therefore proposes that being is not a Heideggerian gathering but instead something that marks the limit. This absolute limit is seen as a limit with no outside, a frontier without a foreign country, an edge without an external side. It is therefore no longer a limit, or it is the limit of nothing, Nancy, in Wood. In this context, writing is an endless digging at the limit of nothing. Writing is the excavator digging a cave deeper than any cave philosophy has ever dreamed of, a bulldozer and a caterpillar to break up the whole terrain, passion's machinery, mechanical passion, a mechanical machination, Nancy, in Wood. Unlike the Platonic cave, this is a place where the machine works by a gutting, which is itself hysterical. This hysteria in writing would bring to light, to an unendurable light, by a genuine simulacrum of disemboweling and parturition, that limit of being which no bowel contains. Writing goes to it with a passion and to the point of exhaustion, Nancy, in Wood. Despite all this activity, however, writing does not do anything, it rather lets itself be done by a machination which always come to it from beyond it, from being's passion in being nothing, nothing but its own difference to come, and which always comes there where out there is there, Nancy, in Wood. This characterization of writing as both antilogocentric, different, and messianic, avenir, leads Nancy to describe Derrida as a drunken rabbi, Nancy, in Wood. Nancy interprets Derrida's concept of writing, therefore, as an attempt to do away with the idea of thinking in writing, because writing is the coming, and its call, Nancy, in Wood. What Nancy overlooks, however, is how the call is connected to the concept of the other. The one that calls is the other, and the call comes from the other. The connection with writing is this, that just as one writes for the other and in the place of the other, so too one answers to the other and for the other. Once the question of writing is connected to the coming, the question of the meaning of being is altered as question, and can no longer appear as a question, Nancy, in Wood. Nancy connects writing to an anticipatory concept of difference, and to a Derridian concept of being as trace rather than presence. This means that because the question of being cannot be posited within the Heideggerian there is or es gibt, it cedes its place to the question of writing. According to Nancy, Writing is the lost body of the passion of writing, conceived of as a metaphysical material and spiritual presence. Writing inscribes this lost body beyond the metaphysics of presence. To inscribe presence is not to present it or to signify it, it is to let come that which presents itself only on the limit where the inscription withdraws itself. Derrida, under the name of Derrida or under some alteration of this name, did endlessly inscribe this presence of the lost body. He always did play the body which is lost on the limit of all language. Nancy, in Wood. This conclusion goes against the main drift of Derrida's later work on confession and circumcision, which makes it clear that writing on the body is connected to the question of the other rather than the lost body of language. If Nancy is preoccupied with the philosophical and radical aspects of writing in the deconstructive paradigm, then Christopher Johnston's system and writing in the philosophy of Jacques Derrida points in a different direction by studying the concept of writing from a perspective external to that of deconstruction proper. Johnston links developments in other disciplines, such as biochemistry, biology, and the life sciences, with shifting conceptions of structure and language. He sees analogical links between Derrida's concept of writing and an epistemic shift towards the scriptural and the informational. He argues that although Derrida's theory of writing still operates within philosophy, it has strong parallels with the discourse of modern biology, cybernetics and systems theory. Johnston. Derrida uses biogenetic metaphors which are structuralist in origin, but appropriates them in an unstructuralist way. Johnston locates Derrida within the open system model of systems theory in order to extend our understanding of Derrida's work. Johnston, and to see Derrida's general theory of writing in materialist terms as a fundamental structure of phenomena. Johnston. To situate Derrida within the atomistic or materialist tradition of philosophy involves placing great emphasis on the biological character of Derridean metaphors. Derrida becomes a kind of neo-structuralist, whose categories of system and writing are embedded within a formal structure. Johnston argues that this formal structure is expressed in system cybernetic language, and that Derrida's discursive system is itself highly overdetermined or equifinal. Johnston. Derrida's concept of writing is seen as both a metaphor and more than a metaphor, because for Derrida writing in its common sense is not only a useful model for the differential structure of systems, it is also in its general sense the fundamental structure of systems. Johnston. To assimilate the notion of difference to that of system in Derrida's readings of Freud and Levi Strauss would be impossible without the modern development of cybernetic and information theory, even if he does not appear to make any direct use of the concepts and technologies of these disciplines. Johnston. Johnston's systems theoretical style of reading, however, cannot connect the notion of difference to the ethico-political concept of the other. It misses the transcendent aspect of Derrida's critique of the idea of an equifinal system that tries to contain the disseminatory power of writing. Hence, Johnston fails to see that the concept of writing is linked to the problematic of ALTE writing. The result is a one-sided and cognitivist reading of Derrida that is unaware of the experience of the limit qua asymptotic limit. David Wood's work also raises questions pertinent to the radicality of both Derrida's concepts and philosophical project in general. He questions the claim that Derridean difference is able to displace the foundational language of metaphysics, and argues instead that if this is achievable then it will be so only if terms such as produce, constitute, etc., are understood out of erasure. Wood, in Salis. Furthermore, Derrida has shown the threat writing poses to life. Wood argues and attempts to explore the relationship between writing, death, and the other. Wood, in Salis. Wood interprets this as the question of the vulnerability of the writer. By merely raising the question of reading, however, he falls short of exploring this relationship. Wood, in Salis. In a later work, Wood goes further when engaging with the question of what he calls the status of a strong reading of Derrida's work. But his conclusion is disappointingly weak. The paradox of strong reading is that it is strong precisely to the extent that it is not a reading, but the use of a sacrificial victim to exhibit one's own position. Wood. For Wood, deconstructive readings do not conquer from the sky and Derrida's readings represent a new space of reading, which suggests a deconstructive logic and the ethical space of responsibility, would. In other words, Wood heralds a new logic of deconstruction and a new ethics. As he puts it, Derrida is engaged in a theatrical reanimation of the textual space of philosophy's passion, Wood. It is clear from this brief survey that while some scholars emphasize the anti-logocentric, radical, and messianic aspects of the concept of writing in Derrida, others question the radicality of such concepts as difference and trace. There is a marked tendency to appropriate Derrida's thought, especially about writing, in order to radicalize both reading and writing within literary, interpretive, and philosophical paradigms. The connection between writing and the other remains under-theorized, and its relation to the opening of irreducible alterity tends to be overlooked. In other words, the quasi-transcendental function of writing within Derrida's thought is still to be explored adequately. Derrida and the question of politics. The political implications of Derrida's thought are twofold. On the one hand, the critique of logocentrism leads to complementary critiques of phallogocentrism, Eurocentrism, and Fratrocentrism, in which many see the radical core of Derrida's deconstruction. On the other hand, the notion of a weak messianic impulse without messianism is the more transcendent aspect of his critique of contemporary politics. Robert Maliola, for example, draws a comparison with Eastern forms of thought, and argues that logocentrism is equated with power and European ethnocentrism in the work of Derrida, Maliola. This is a post-colonial argument that acknowledges deconstruction's usefulness in unmasking the ethnocentrism and the Eurocentrism of Western metaphysics, and takes seriously the claims that it is a radical system of thought. For Krupnik, the radical agenda of deconstruction is feminist, insofar as it enables a return of the repressed, unsettling the law that gives priority to voice, patriarchy, rational consciousness, and the Greek Christian logos. Deconstruction unsettles the idealisms that provide the ideological justification for relations of power, while questioning if the old, bad, metaphysical, order can be transcended. Krupnik. What Krupnik neglects in his remarks on the Greek Christian logos is the fact that, for Derrida, what cannot be transcended is the entire legacy of Greek philosophy and the religions of the book. Spivak also praises deconstruction as a critique of phallogocentrism and its discourses. However, there is a trace of Irigaray in her argument that deconstruction safeguards the irreducible sexual differential between man and woman, Spivak, in Krupnik. This is to ignore Derrida's critique of feminism, and his thinking about the other, which is not limited to a concern for the other as woman, SN. Spivak appropriates deconstruction for a feminist practice and discourse by keeping man and woman as separate categories in order to maintain the notion of female subjectivity. She even goes as far as to claim that deconstruction, as a practice and a questioning, restores to us the position of the questioning subject by virtue of the question effect, Spivak, in Krupnik. Her argument ignores the fact that, for Derrida, the question comes from the other. The issue of radically, however, is emphasized, underplayed or questioned most often by scholars who compare Derrida's work with that of other thinkers. Roy Boyne, who connects Derrida explicitly with Foucault, constructs their radically as a product of an aesthetics of existence oriented to the careful, in the fullest sense of the word, destabilization of hierarchical determinations of otherness, which at least provides the possibility of an exit from the antisocial snares of liberal individualism, Boyne. Hence, Boyne concludes that the ultimate lesson of the Foucault-Derrida debate is that there is no pure other, that ontological difference is a chimera. This means that there is no bright promise on the other side of reason. It also means, if all is on our side, that there is no reason, outside of our reach, why we cannot generate our own bright hope for a different future, Boyne. Boyne locates the construction of the other within historical specificity and links it to the regulation of the self. This Foucaultian argument tends to reduce the complexity of the construction of the other in Derrida to the notion of reason and the problem of exclusion. It ignores the futural orientation of Derrida's thought, namely as a future encapsulated in the concept of promise, event, and anticipation. It needs to be emphasized here once again that the notion of a future promise traverses most of Derrida's thought. Furthermore, although his concern for the other is connected to the question of ethics and politics, it is independent of historical specificity and deconstructs the notion of a subjectivist ethics. This, of course, sharply differentiates Derrida's conception of otherness from that of Foucault, for whom truth was once thought to be located on the other side of reason, Foucault. Irene Harvey takes up some of the challenges posed by Derrida's thinking on the other, and, like Rappaport, explores its connections with Hebraic rather than Foucaultian thought. Harvey has done important work on the problematic of the other in both Derrida and Levinas. Dealing with the concept of writing in Derrida, she argues that it represents a shift from the is structure of logos to the as structure of that which founds it, Harvey. Although this assessment correctly emphasizes the deconstructive function of writing with regard to the logos, it does not explore adequately the interconnections between writing, self, and other. Nevertheless, she makes some important points about the construction of subjectivity and the other in Derrida. According to her interpretation of the scene of writing, for instance, the movement of the trace in Derrida is unlike Freud's, insofar as it is not synonymous with memory, but exhibits two aspects as it a. Inscribes itself and b. Therein effaces itself, Harvey. Yet this formulation underestimates Derrida's later critique of autobiography and confession, which confronts more directly the concept of memory and autobiography, and tries to despiritualize the Western metaphysical concept of memory that Freud only partly escapes. Harvey concludes that in Derrida's model the subject is necessarily a victim. Its actions are always already inscribed by the other, indeed by otherness itself, Harvey. She puts this even more emphatically when suggesting that the subject is a victim in Derrida's work because it is comparable to the master, to the father, to the author, to the agent, indeed to an ultimate causality and, in this sense, does not exist, Harvey. This argument is important because it signals, without really developing, a critique of the fate of the subject in Derrida. For Harvey, Derrida's thought rests on a fundamental identity between the subject and the machine in terms of non-responsibility, Harvey. The accusation that Derrida's notion of the subject abrogates its own responsibility is one that has been leveled before against Derrida. However, it is an argument that cannot be sustained if one takes into account his later work, and especially his development of an ethicomoral dimension to the concept of the other, Beardsworth. Most scholars accept that the politics of deconstruction is radical, and various attempts have been made to trace the sources of Derrida's work. It is important to emphasize, however, that the question of how the subject, and in particular the self, relates to the other is under-theorized. Some point to the problems with Derrida's construction of subjectivity, but do not fully explore the fate of the subject within the Derridian project. There is a reluctance to deal with the anti-subjectivism of deconstruction, and to explore its various implications especially with regard to the politics which ensues from the asymmetrical relationship between self and other. Philosophy and the question of ethics. Derrida's work on ethics is at the core of his concerns during the S and beyond, although it is possible to read it back into some of the earlier essays. It has also been prepared by the earlier work on difference, insofar as that non-concept was devised as an alternative to the Heideggerian escape route from European subjectivism. But the concern with the other and the notion of responsibility, as stemming from the other, constitute the necessary ethical complement to the earlier epistemological anti-subjectivism. It also raises another perennial concern of Derrida's thought, namely the relationship between Judaism and Greek philosophy. Herman Rappaport's work on Derrida is relevant to my concerns because it analyzes the connections between Heidegger's notion of temporality and Derrida's. Rappaport sets out to make Heidegger more Derridian and Derrida less Heideggerian. This is evident in his attempt to interpret the Heideggerian turn in Derrida's thought as a movement from Christianity to Judaism by way of re-examination of the philosophy of Emmanuel Levinas, Rappaport. The encounter with Levinas, therefore, results in a Heideggerian turn which proves insufficiently radical for Derrida. What proves decisive is Levinas' notion of temporality and its relationship to being. Rappaport locates this radical break in Derrida's work in the period after the postcard, and closely examines the notions of event and apocalypse. Rappaport argues that Derrida transforms the Heideggerian Esgebt, which keeps open the coming by withholding the present in the coming, into a kind of withholding which is not only marked by an absencing but by another directedness or exteriorization of one's consciousness of being, such that being in its openness or coming can be intuited in its airness in that granting constituted by tone. In terms of the correspondence of tones and times, the coming of the sent dispatch, the withholding of the self as that which is present to self, we can make the transition or translation from philosophy to theology and back again, a translation which demystifies Kant's absolute difference between the voice of reason and the voice of the oracle, Rappaport. This reading, which emphasizes correctly the withholding of the self as that which is present to self, is influenced greatly by Levinas. Derrida's concept of the other, however, is formulated in a less theological manner than Rappaport's reading suggests. Rappaport's assertion that Derrida's I shall come is conceived of as an other that is truly other in the sense formulated by Levinas overlooks the differences between the theological concept of Levinas's other and Derrida's idea of the other as trace or as a non-originary difference, Rappaport. For Levinas, as we shall see later, the encounter with the other is a face-to-face encounter, while the other in Derrida is beyond being and beyond any subjectivist or theological conceptions of the other. As Rappaport rightly points out, it is connected to ethics and responsibility. He asserts that Derrida's deconstruction of the dichotomy between event and apocalypse is not what some Christian readers will suspect, namely the expression of a deep-seated atheism, but rather an interpretation of Christian apocalypse from the standpoint of the Au-delà de l'être as developed by Levinas in a Judaic context, Rappaport. This remark subsumes Derrida's thought once again within Levinas' concept of the other. As a consequence, it underplays the anti-subjectivist consequences of Derrida's critique of Levinas' notion of the face and its centrality to his ethics of responsibility. Christopher Norris, who has consistently addressed such issues, has tried to locate Derrida's concerns within the history of philosophy. Norris has defended Derrida against attacks not only from analytical philosophers but also from Habermas, who fails to recognize those aspects of Derrida's thought which move away from a generalist postmodern or post-structuralist discourse. Norris, b. Norris sees Derrida and deconstruction as part of that development which wrestles with the problematics of Enlightenment and post-Kantian thought, rather than as part of the counter-Enlightenment tradition. According to Norris, Derrida wants to maintain the critical force of the Kantian tradition even as he remains critical of it. Pointing out rightly that both Levinas and Derrida emphasize the primacy of ethical concerns, Norris also emphasizes the importance of Derrida's early critique of Levinas in his essay on violence and metaphysics, which contains some crucial, though hitherto neglected, implications pertaining to the question of ethics as the recognition of absolute alterity. Norris, however, does not take up the issue of differences in the ways that both Levinas and Derrida construct the other, and therefore does not consider the implications of these differences. Simon Critchley also links the ethical dimensions of Derrida's thought to those of Levinas in order to correct what he calls an impasse in Derrida's work, insofar as it fails to offer a coherent account of the passage from ethical responsibility to political questioning and critique. Critchley, 12. Critchley therefore links the practice of deconstructive reading to ethics and, more specifically, responsibility. He argues that an ethical moment is essential to deconstructive reading and that ethics is the goal, or horizon, towards which Derrida's work tends. Critchley. He emphasizes correctly that both Derrida's and Levinas' textual encounters not only center on the issue of responsibility for the other but also attempt to answer the question, how does deconstruction concern itself with the other? According to Critchley, Derrida fails to see the ethical dimension of the indicative sign in Husserl, which Levinas takes to be a relation of non-identity that maintains the unassimilable and absolute difference of the other. In order to bring out the ethical dimension of Derrida's thought, Critchley shows through a reading of Derrida's texts of Spirit and the Other heading that the other's significance is ethical, and argues that ethics for Levinas is a relation of the subjection of the subject to the other, and is enacted at the level of skin, Critchley. Critchley underplays, however, both Derrida's critique of Levinas and his rejection of Levinas' subjectivism, especially in his later work. Derrida calls for a relation between self and other that not only differs from subjugation to the demands of the other and responsibility for the other, but also engenders the subject within a relation of asymmetry. This asymmetry goes beyond Levinasian ethics enacted at the level of skin, and aims to deconstruct any vestiges of subjectivism in Levinas' thought. Hence, unlike Norris, Critchley fails to see a crucial difference between Derrida's and Levinas' philosophy of the other, Norris. A more extreme interpretation by Caputo of the ethics of Derrida is subtitled significantly, Religion Without Religion, Caputo. For Caputo, Derrida's thought is governed both by a lost or broken alliance and the promise of a new alliance. Deconstruction is not a two-step event that contains both overthrowal and transcendence, but a thought dominated by the movement of transcendence. According to Caputo's main thesis, deconstruction is set in motion by an overarching aspiration, which on a certain analysis can be called a religious or prophetic aspiration, Caputo, 19. This aspiration is specified further as being centered on that tout autre which seems to function as the most elemental religious relation that we can maintain to something else in the modern world. Although the tout autre is, of course, a complex notion, it refers clearly to the promise of something ethical which is qualitatively new, as well as to the experience of this promise throughout history, and the possibility of this promise today. It needs to be conceived of, according to Caputo's meticulous reading of Derrida, outside all institutionalist religion, and it is a visceral rather than spiritual experience. This makes Derrida's texts enactments of faith. Derrida's point is more performative than constitutive, and because it is religious without a theology. It hangs on by a prayer, Caputo. Although Caputo manages to prove his point that Derrida's thought is not nihilistic, but increasingly religious, his book does not display much critical distance from Derrida. Caputo accepts all those one-sided characterizations of the subject, self-consciousness, and the logos which are key parts of the argument for Messianism. He is too entranced by the insistence of Derrida's faith to recognize the extreme fragility of those paradoxes, religion without religion, faith without a church, and alliance without allies, on which it rests. Gasque, Variations on the Theme of Difference. Early interpretations of Derrida's thought are located mainly within its methodological appropriation by literary and cultural studies, and failed to fully explore and then incorporate the philosophical aspects of Derrida's thought. Formed against this background, Gasque's work has attempted to rescue Derrida's thinking not only from a literary-oriented methodology, but also from any attempt to reduce the complexity and singularity of Derrida's thought. Gasque investigates the German philosophical traditions, particularly idealism, from which Derrida's thought both emerges and departs. Unlike Habermas, therefore, who emphasizes the literary dimension of Derrida's project, Gasque argues that Derrida's thought can be adequately understood only if approached philosophically, that is, shown to be engaged in a constant debate with the major philosophical themes, Gasque. Moreover, Gasque places Derrida's thought both within and outside the tradition of reflective philosophy. He views Derrida as opening up the space which makes possible a philosophy of reflection without, however, permitting his thought to be reducible to the problematic of reflexivity. By divorcing Derrida's thought from the constructivism which places it within American New Criticism, he underplays correctly the significance of the American reception of deconstruction in the understanding of Derrida. Subsequently, Gasque has attempted to establish a relationship between Derrida's difference and Heidegger's ontological difference concerning being and beings. However, because he sees difference as a cluster of concepts, he regards it anterior to the Heideggerian ontological difference. The radically of difference rests on the fact that it is perceived as thought which encounters the very limit of limitlessness, Gasque. Gasque still retains from his earlier work the concept of infrastructures to describe the nature and the operations of Derrida's non-concepts such as difference. Nevertheless, he opens up the problematic of the other in Derrida's thought by arguing that the architrace, as indicative of what he calls infrastructures, is to be understood as the minimal structure of reference to other, and that this structure of generalist indication points incessantly away from itself even when its own minimal identity is in question. The structure of reference to the other, necessarily, deports itself away from itself, toward the other infinitely, Gask. Consequently, self-reference always contains a reference to what is foreign, namely its supplement. In other words, in order to exist it must always refer back to, and be contaminated by, that non-present difference which constituted it. Self-reference requires difference but not self-closure. The myth of self-closure is the myth of absolute identity. It is myth because the notion of identity must contain a reference to that difference or otherness which constitutes it. As Gask argues, we face a structure of self-reference which, instead of producing a coincidence with self, always and endlessly gives rise to a supplementary turn, Gask. Gask emphasizes the fact that all Derrida's quasi-transcendental structures, rather than concepts, depend on a structure of referral that refers ceaselessly to an other. Deconstruction is a call by the other to respond to thinking's attempt to coil upon itself in a gesture of auto-affective self-positioning, Gask. This call necessitates an affirmative response, since there remains the essential risk of failing to genuinely respond to the call by the other, which renders a genuine response possible at all. Indeed, just as the place of the other in a text or work of thought is nothing but a referential vector, a gesturing, pointing toward and calling upon the other, which cannot avoid determining itself as for itself, and hence give itself a self, or identity, so a genuine response, which is at first nothing but a yes saying to the other as other, cannot altogether escape the risk of saying yes to itself, and hence of opening the annulations of its own identity, Gask. Having identified this very important issue, Gask proceeds to draw attention to the paradox of the concept of identity in Derrida. While identity as self-closure is denied to the self as I within Derridian thought, it is this I which answers with an affirmative yes to the call of the other. Here Gask raises the possibility of failing to respond genuinely to the call of the other, and attributes this risk to the possibility that the other may form itself as an identity which says yes within a structure of identity. Gask argues that, under deconstruction, identity is a concept that testifies to Hegel's impressive efforts to overcome the difficulties in articulating a philosophical monism freed from both subject and substance, Gask. What Gask fails to think about, however, is the position of both the subject and self-identity beyond the deconstructionist rejection of absolute self-identity. According to Gask, Derrida's thought is based on a deconstructive operation on identity itself, rather than a critique of identity in the name of the non-identical, Gask. Gask tries to free Derrida from accusations of nihilism, negative theology, and, in Adorno's sense, negative dialectics. He wants to place Derrida firmly within the camp of German idealism, even though Derrida deconstructs its positing of the question of identity. Gask points out that the deconstruction of speculative identity does not consist in opposing a non-identical, either in a Hegelian sense or in one determined by a critique of identifying thought and of the thought of absolute identity, to identity, Gask. He proposes that only a relation without relation to absolute identity can escape or resist it, Gask. This he takes to be the remainder that a deconstruction discerns in a speculative totality and identical whole, a remainder that is both quasi-transcendental and supplementary, Gask. Gask stresses that Derrida's concept of the remainder resists the meaning of both the identical and the non-identical, and cannot be questioned within their horizon, either in terms of negativity or in terms of positive identity or infinity, Gask. It is anterior to, and escapes all, dialectical reversals and inversions. The remainder remains, and this remaining is the structure of that which simultaneously adds itself to and withdraws from a self-identical and self-present totalization, Gask. What Gask calls infrastructural remaining is what allows the remaining to play the role of a condition of possibility and impossibility for absolute identity, Gask. Gask argues that an affirmative yes is required as a response to the call of the other, and that this yes to The speculative yes of reconciliation is one such instance of undecidable infrastructural remaining. It is a response demanded by the very fact that even the most absolute, that is, self-inclusive, totalization involves, as a performative event, the other and, hence, the request to say yes, gask. This affirmative yes, required by both the speculative and the reconciling yes, is outside speculative affirmation and negation, since it is not of the order of a non-identical other of the system of identity, gask. As a result of its undecidability, this yes can always slip, turning into the affirmative yes itself or into mere repetitive affirmation of Hegelian reconciliation, gask. Although Gask cautions against a tautological response to the yes, he nevertheless sees this response to the yes as being singular, due to the possibility of it both occurring and not occurring. Its response can recede out of the reach of that to which it consents. As these intelligible structural traits of the deconstructive yes, all by themselves and alone, explain why and how such a yes makes absolute identity tremble. In answering the call to say yes to absolute identity, yes has, indeed, deconstructed it. In responding to the call, the yes of deconstruction opens the space of the other without whose consent absolute identity as event could not spiral upward, encircling itself and the other, and redescend into itself. By the same token, however, an outside of absolute identity has become marked, and remains, gask. It is clear that this deconstructive yes is seen as an affirmation and a response to both identity and the other while remaining outside their construction. The affirmative yes is a precondition for the opening of the space of the other. How this yes, which is both affirmative and deconstructive, relates to the other is of special importance to my own study. Gask argues that the consent of the other is necessary for absolute identity as an event to occur. In other words, Gask is reluctant to abandon the notion of absolute identity in the Hegelian sense, rather he sees it as spiraling upwards while encircling itself and the other only to redescend into itself. Only through this process is the concept of remainder marked as an outside of absolute identity. Moreover, the primacy of the affirmative yes is a demand that the response to the other be demanded by the other, and that this request is to be asked, to be addressed, gask. Going one step further, Gask asserts that if the other is to be respected as other, even the yes of the address to it must be owed by, or owed to, the other, gask. Thus the deconstructive yes involves both a response to the other as other and an address to the other as other. Consequently, all relations with the other must be preceded by this structural requirement if the other is to be irreducible to me by becoming my other, the other of myself, gask. Gask does not take issue with Derrida's view that the other appeals to no other structure or relation, nor that it is answerable to anything else but itself. The other negates, posits, and addresses itself to itself without losing its own heterogeneity and irreducibility. Gask has no serious problems with the asymmetrical relationship between the other, as that who demands to be addressed in its singularity, and the self, which presumably becomes subsumed under the demands of the other. The only problems he raises derive from the fact that the other, which must be addressed in an appeal to say yes to the address prior to all possible acts or engagements, can also lend itself to acts of negation or denegation of the other, gask. He brushes away this problem by asserting that this possibility is not the symmetrical counterpart of the enabling fundamental structure in question. All negation or denegation of the other presupposes it, gask. In other words, this risk is eliminated in the very structure of the yes as a double yes that refers to an event which, in order to be such, requires repetition, and affirms itself. Only by being confirmed by the other, by an entirely other event, gask. The two yes-es, as Gask analyzes them apropos of Derrida's essay, Ulysses' Gramophone, refer to the combined meaning of saying yes and hear say, or hear say yes, which involves an untranslatable double of doubling. Gask explains that what the first yes refers to is the place of the other, and it refers to it according to a relation of implication rather than judgment and cognition, gask, n. The second yes, according to Gask, does not refer to an already constituted other, although this is the yes with which everything begins. I would argue, however, that Gasque underplays the problems relating to the treatment of the other, which is conceived in Derrida's later works as not merely affirmative but also injunctive. The other is not simply a category that embodies a responsible response through the double yes to the other, it has both constitutive and generative power. In becoming a transcendental category, the other not only refers to the place of the other according to a relation of implication, but the yes to the other becomes part of the structure of the other. Gasque's interpretation of the double affirmative yes and its relation to the other allows the other to become another quasi-transcendental infrastructure, but without exploring either the demands of the other or the effects of the other within the problematic of the self. In attempting to give the problematic of identity a new turn by questioning, Derrida reifies the concept of the other, not simply into an affirmative yes, but also into a concept that overdetermines both the subject and the self. The result is a transcendental other, which in becoming a source of ethics and morality, announces if not the death of the subject then at least the subsumption of the question of the self within a transcendent other that is self-referential and self-generative. The thought of the other, however, sidesteps rather than resolves questions of identity and the intersubjective recognition of identity, because it moves them to a level at which they cannot be resolved satisfactorily. Critical responses from analytical philosophy. The most critical responses to Derrida have come from analytical philosophers such as Searle, literary critics such as John M. Ellis, and phenomenologically oriented philosophers such as Claude J. Evans and Manfred Frank. These responses range from explicitly political and polemical attacks, such as those which occurred when Derrida was being considered for the award of an honorary doctorate by Cambridge University, to scholarly demolition of his one-sided reception of the phenomenological tradition. Ellis' book Against Deconstruction represents the crude end of the anti-deconstructionist side of the debate, and is informed by the tradition of American analytical philosophy. Ellis aims to examine the logic of the central issues and arguments in deconstruction and concludes that it has ignored, misinterpreted, or simplified advances in the theory and practice of Anglo-American criticism and philosophy. Ellis, X. Concentrating primarily on the kind of literary criticism and textual interpretation that comes out of deconstruction, he dismisses all its claims to originality and radicality. For Ellis these are based on deliberate obscurity and the psychological appeal of a position that feels different, rather than on any intellectual challenge. Essential to the appeal and logic of deconstruction is the sense of belonging to an intellectual elite, of having left behind the naivete of the crowd, of operating on a more sophisticated intellectual plane than that crowd. Ellis finds that the logic of deconstruction is not well adapted to productive, original thinking, but rather to creating its illusion, and that it excludes the probing, analytical and testing style of genuinely new scholarship. Ellis seems more at ease when using adjectives such as crackpot to describe deconstruction, rather than those more often used by adherents of deconstruction such as shocking, bold, provocative, innovative, and sophisticated. When Ellis is not engaged in crude sociological reductionism or simple abuse, he tries to interpret deconstruction as a method or a theory for literary criticism. In doing so, he fails to see how deconstruction undermines notions of method and theory. Moreover, he ignores the fate of the subject in Derrida's thought, as well as its specific emphasis on alterity and writing. Ellis' book is a study in reception, and by concentrating on the appropriation of deconstruction by American thinkers, especially literary critics, it ignores the function that literature has in Derrida's work. As noted already, literature is for Derrida the non-site from which to question the basic premises of Western metaphysics, rather than something from which to derive a method of interpretation. A more philosophical and critical response comes from Claude J. Evans, whose book on strategies of deconstruction, Derrida and the Myth of the Voice, is an important contribution to the debate about Derrida's relationship to phenomenology, as distinct from Gasque's attempt to read Derrida in the context of German idealism as a whole. Evans examines carefully the argumentative strategies used by Derrida in early works such as Speech and Phenomena, and of grammatology, which he subjects to a logical critique that invokes the idea of knowledge as the demand for infinite justification, Evans, 16. Because his work is situated, like Ellis, within that tradition of analytical philosophy which aspires to propositional correctness, Ellis cannot take seriously Derrida's critique of the very idea of propositional statements. His aim is to undermine Derrida's main thesis about phonocentrism, namely, that Western metaphysics privileges the voice and renders writing secondary in the constitution of meaning. After dealing with Derrida's theoretical assumptions concerning the phonocentrism in the thought of Husserl and Saussure, Evans concludes that it would be useful to emphasize the treatment of writing as the key to the introduction of difference, Evans. He argues, however, that this reading depends on the validity of a phonocentric thesis which breaks down when Husserl and Saussure are read properly. Evans claims that this is an imminent critique, insofar as Derrida's arguments about the phonocentrism of Western metaphysics fail to live up to their own standards, and that consequently on a careful reading Derrida's texts nail themselves, Evans. Evans is preoccupied with the question whether or not Derrida's reading of various thinkers, especially Husserl and Rousseau, conforms to the norms of traditional scholarship. Questioning the philosophical rigor of Derrida's early works, he concludes that speech and phenomena can be regarded as an example of dual writing, that is, on one level it tries to adhere to the norms of philosophical scholarship, but on another level aims merely to give pleasure to its readers. Even on the former level, however, it turns into a cute and self-indulgent game, a mere game that has lost contact with its opponent, the metaphysics it was supposed to deconstruct, and on the latter level it fails the test of close reading and careful examination, Evans. Consequently, these early texts can at most be considered a private pleasure, and even that status may well rest on a misunderstanding, Evans. Unlike Rorty, who appreciates the private pleasures of Derrida's later texts, Evans condemns the earlier texts on precisely those grounds. As a result, he is both dismissive and contemptuous of deconstruction's claim to be not only philosophy but also a radical project for deconstructing Western metaphysics. Rorty, from the public philosopher to the private ironist. Richard Rorty is an important philosopher in his own right. Having worked his way out of analytical philosophy toward a version of American pragmatism that has strong affinities with continental philosophy, he is predisposed to offer a favorable, if tendentious, interpretation of Derrida. Rorty's earliest work is also concerned with the reflection model, which he criticizes from a standpoint that blends pragmatism with hermeneutics. This led him to construct a strongly anti-representationalist account of how language functions in relation to the world, and that brought him inevitably into the orbit of the Derridian conception of proto-writing, Rorty. The contingency of our conceptual structures makes Rorty more concerned with their pragmatic uses than with deconstructing their metaphysical grounding. He is therefore less bound to the philosophical tradition, and more open to science. Unlike Evans, Rorty sees the early Derrida as a serious academic and public philosopher, whereas the later Derrida is eccentric, personal, and original, engaged in ironist theorizing and private fantasy, Rorty. This enables the pragmatist Rorty to reject Gasquet's reading of Derrida for being transcendental. Transcendentalism is dismissed also by Derrida himself, since it is based on a distinction between the public and the private which Derrida thinks he has performatively problematized, Mauf. It is hard not to conclude that Rorty's positive reception of Derrida is attributable to his sense of a shared struggle against representationalism. This makes him insensitive to everything in deconstruction that goes beyond this narrow optic. It also leads him to such asinine statements as that Derrida is a sentimental, hopeful, romantically idealistic writer, which Derrida himself was polite enough to receive graciously, Rorty, in Mauf. To be fair, however, Rorty does indeed admit both the partiality of his reading and his complete non-comprehension of the Levinasian strains of Derrida's thought. But when these are taken into account, the connections between a Darwinian-oriented pragmatism and the other orientation of Derrida simply collapses. Frank, reading phenomenology otherwise than Derrida. Manfred Frank is an important critic of post-structuralist thought and its claims to radicality and originality. Like Derrida, he wrestles with the German idealist tradition and Husserlian phenomenology. But unlike Derrida, he tries to expound its complexity, and to formulate a different conception of the subject and the self. He begins with the work of Schelling, who provides him with a conception of the self which is more fruitful, insofar as it accommodates both identity and difference without falling into either the pitfalls of phenomenology in particular or the philosophy of reflection in general. See also Zizek. Frank has also critically assessed both the sources of Derrida's thought and Derrida's claim with regard to the deconstruction of the Western metaphysics of presence. Most importantly, he aligns Derrida's critique of the metaphysics of presence with its historical antecedents, and explores the question of subjectivity in the German idealist tradition. In his metacritique of recent French critiques of metaphysics, Frank asks whether self-consciousness is a case of présence à soi. Analyzing both Heidegger's and Derrida's critique of subjectivity, he questions their validity not only as interpretative paradigms of the Western philosophical tradition but even as serious and radically new alternatives to the theory of subjectivity. Frank argues that Derrida does not break away, but rather continues the Heideggerian tradition of working within a model of subjectivity that conceives of it in relation to self-presence. As a result, subjectivity is constructed by the logic of the reflection model, that mirror model of representation which explains self-consciousness as produced by the turning back of consciousness onto itself. Self-consciousness therefore becomes connected to the idea of reflection or representation, which name the operation through which the self both posits itself and becomes conscious of itself. Derrida's adoption of this model is simplistic, Frank argues, because it reduces the complexity of German idealism's construction of subjectivity. The immediate precursor of this model is Heidegger, whose central deficiency is that he does not know the difference between reflexive self-representation, Selbstverstehung, and the feeling of self which does not rest on representation, Frank, in Wood. In short, Frank accuses this tradition of adhering to a cognitively truncated concept of subjectivity. Consequently, Heidegger's critique of the subject as the most extreme sharpening of metaphysical interpretation of being, Seinsauslegung, as presence becomes strangely blunt, Frank, in Wood. The problem identified here by Frank is not solved by Derrida, who continues to operate within a model of self-presence which is based on the traditional formula of the reflection model as a mirroring back. Hence, instead of the play of reflection attesting or confirming the identity of what is reflecting with what is reflected, the detour through reflection is sufficient to deprive the self of its identity forever, Frank, in Wood. Frank concludes that Western metaphysics is not endangered by Derrida's deconstruction of the subject. For although Derrida succeeds in demonstrating the absurdity of the reflection model, it does not cross his mind for a moment that this model is simply wrong, inappropriate for the phenomenon, and should be replaced by another, Frank, in Wood. Derrida thus fails to provide a new and better model to enable us to move beyond the one bequeathed by Western metaphysics. Deconstruction works, in other words, only on outdated models. Parasitically, it continues to pick on the bones of inherited concepts, because these models remain even if richer. Derrida just gives up subjectivity, which he, in Heidegger's footsteps, considers to be the most extreme intensification of the Western repression of being, of difference, and with it gives up the gesture gestus of traditional philosophising altogether, Frank in Wood. Whereas Gask argues that Derrida's thought deals with that taint in the mirror which makes possible the process of reflection, Frank seeks to sidestep the problem of the taint and concentrate on the notion of what is reflected, as well as on the relationship between the reflection and what is reflected. The taint represents simply the neglected side of the reflection model, not a radical break with it. Unlike Derrida, Frank seeks a non-relational conception of self-consciousness. This leads him to argue that one can no longer believe it is possible to get closer to the phenomenon with descriptions like Identität à soi or even Présence à soi, Frank in Wood. He therefore discounts Derrida's claim to have deconstructed Western metaphysics and, more specifically, the concepts of identity, presence, and the subject. Even if Derrida has succeeded in deconstructing Western metaphysics, that would not be a post-metaphysical act. A post-metaphysical theory of the subject therefore eludes Derrida, insofar as he remains the jester trapped in the distorting mirrors of the funhouse of Western metaphysics. Derrida's later work on the other hand bypasses, rather than escapes, this critique. That disembodied and cognitivist conception of the self to which Derrida wrongly reduces the Western conception of the subject in order to deliver it up to deconstruction disappears from the stage, and is replaced by an equally problematic conception of the other. Counter-narratives of subjectivity. There are alternative ways of dealing with the conception of the subject in Western metaphysics and, more specifically, the question of the self. I have argued that some major critiques of Derrida's thought on questions of the subject, self and other fail to engage with its deeper implications. In order to explore such implications, we need to distance ourselves from Derrida and examine philosophical alternatives proposed by phenomenologically oriented thinkers such as Paul Ricoeur and Charles Taylor. Unlike Derrida, Ricoeur maintains a conception of the subject and the self that is still grounded in notions of action, agency, narrativity, and autonomy, even as he tries to reformulate the entire problematic of self and other. Taylor, who also investigates the problematic of the self, does so in a manner which addresses the complexity and diversity of the conception of the self within both the Western tradition and contemporary thought. Each of these thinkers allows us to evaluate and criticize Derridian thought from other perspectives that might signal a way out of the overdetermination of the Derridian conception of the subject by the other. To engage in such work, however, involves going beyond questions of reception, see chapter. The partial exit from phenomenology. Derrida's concept of writing is closely bound to the concept of the sign. His deconstruction of the sign informs his concept of writing, and it is through the notion of writing that Derrida redefines subjectivity, self, and otherness. Derrida's analysis of the sign in Husserl leads him to deconstruct what he sees as the determination of being as presence in Western metaphysics. In the thought of Husserl, the notion of inner self-consciousness makes the sign live and determines its proximity to being. Derrida's strategy is to mount a critique against such idealist notions of subjectivity in Western metaphysics, which reduce the sign to pure externality and affirm uncontaminated interiority as the precondition of a concept of identity that refuses alterity or the absolute other. According to Derrida, the transcendental subject of the phenomenological tradition either brackets out alterity or absorbs it within the same by constructing an analogical relationship with the I. As Derrida puts it in Of Grammatology, the deconstruction of presence accomplishes itself through the deconstruction of consciousness. The deconstruction of consciousness, however, accomplishes itself through the deconstruction of the sign. There are several reasons why Derrida's deconstruction of the sign should be regarded as the pivotal work in his oeuvre. First, Derrida is a thinker who has been shaped profoundly by the phenomenological tradition. He does not belong, however, to the generation of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, who first imported phenomenology into French philosophy, and whose work was rejected so decisively by French structuralism. Derrida accepts the structuralist critique of the humanist version of phenomenology, and returns to Emmanuel Levinas, who at that stage was a forgotten and early exponent of French phenomenology. Second, Derrida is a thinker for whom the concept of writing and the idea of literature have assumed central importance. It should be remembered in this context that the early Derrida was associated with the avant-garde literary journal Telquel, and that the nature of the literary has been the point around which his deconstruction of metaphysics has circled, Marx. Skouras. Hence, Derrida's initial deconstruction is a coming to terms with the tradition out of which he emerges, and in relation to a concept that centrally concerns him, namely, the sign and the process of signification. The deconstruction of the sign, therefore, is a pivotal work that unifies the Derridian oeuvre throughout its various phases. Derrida himself argues that his deconstruction of the sign is of crucial importance because the sign is deferred presence. And what he says about the notion of the signifier, he further asserts, holds for the notions of representation and subject, POS. Derrida's argument is that Western metaphysics determines the formal essence of the sign in terms of presence, definable ontologically as the intersection of subjectivity and reason. Derrida aims to unsettle self-presence as the determinant of being and the being there that is subjectivity. He replaces the notion of presence with that of writing or the trace and similar non-concepts, which allow for a non-originary otherness to function as co-determinant of being. The idea of otherness informs almost all of Derrida's works. In his early writings he is concerned with the ontological implications of the idea, whereas later the ethico-political dimension comes to be of central importance. What I would like to emphasize here, however, is that the problematic of the other is continuous in Derrida's thought, and that it is connected initially to the problematic of writing. Derrida's critique of phenomenology sets out the parameters within which his thought moves. It is my contention that Derrida's deconstruction of Husserl's concept of subjectivity results in a construction of subjectivity that is neither linguistically grounded nor intersubjectively mediated. Derrida's post-subjectivist thinking introduces the idea of the non-originary and non-oppositional concepts of writing, difference, and otherness. These emerge as the Derridean equivalent of Heidegger's notion of ontological difference, that is, the question of being, sen, as such, die Seinsfrage, as opposed to the being of beings or entities, scenes. It should go without saying, of course, that Derrida is as little concerned with the specific regions of being as Heidegger, which are left for the natural and historic hermeneutical sciences to pursue. Derrida conceives of being not as a gathering but as dispersal, as otherness, as difference. Consequently, difference can be conceptualized as something beyond being itself, epikeina tes ousias. Otherness, that which is otherwise than being, functions as that quasi-ontological ground which replaces subjectivity. As presence, or being, or a gathering, or a ground. The paradox is that this new ground no longer conceives of its functioning as foundational. I further contend that this rejection of the foundational role of subjectivity is essentially correct. The resultant task, however, is to develop a post-metaphysical concept of the subject that is constructed linguistically, and mediated by narrative and the mnemonic processes of identity formation. The idea of a conscious, intersubjective, and narratively constituted subject in possession of agency and reflexivity is not recoverable from the ruins of Derrida's deconstruction of subjectivity. The deconstruction of the concept of the sign in Western metaphysics. Derrida has emphasized consistently that a major part of his project is to re-examine the issue of the sign, and especially the preoccupation with language, the sign language. In the modern age, Derrida's intellectual program consists in demonstrating how what has been gathered under the name of language is beginning to let itself be transferred to the name of writing. He thus aims to move away from language as such, and to construct a new sign, writing, which will encompass and exceed language. Derrida sees writing as the site on which to question and dislocate the conception of the sign, which is based on the philosophical principle of presence in Western philosophical thought. The concept of writing, therefore, is radicalized by Derrida, and becomes a non-concept that both comprehends language and exceeds previous concepts of the sign. He locates writing at the root of the possibility for language to emerge as both writing and or speech. A corollary of this maneuver is to conceptualize the subject who speaks. Both the constitutive power of the subject and its narrative construction are made subject to writing, which consequently becomes a precondition for their emergence. Although it lacks the structure of linear time, writing is anterior to language, and cannot be contained within the schematism of time and space. Writing is neither an historical nor an empirical category. It cannot be reduced to any notion of intentionality or pure self-consciousness, as it is in the work of Husserl. Writing in this sense is not what is commonly understood by that word. It is ontologically significant, insofar as, according to Derrida, it has the structure of a trace, and is subject to the seminal structure of difference. Within such a post-idealist framework, subjectivity has no seminal or foundational status. This dethronement of the subject entails the concept of the other. For Husserl, Pure self-consciousness is based on the exclusion of otherness. The other, therefore, is not constitutive of the subject, it has no ontological significance, except in so far as it is determined by the I. Derrida tries to question this onto-theological conception of subjectivity by deconstructing both the transcendentalism of phenomenology and its theory of the sign. He sums up his project in Of Grammatology, it is the idea of the sign that must be deconstructed through a meditation upon writing which would merge, as it must, with the undoing solicitation of onto-theology, faithfully repeating it in its totality and making it insecure in its most assured evidences. Derrida has consistently linked his deconstruction of logocentrism with that of the sign. In Writing and Difference, he asserts, for example, that the metaphysics of presence is shaken with the help of the concept of sign. In an interview, published in, he reaffirms this point. Of course, the critique of logocentrism is also a critique of the sign. It provides a critique of the signifier/signified tradition. According to Derrida, this results in the subjection of the signifier to the signified and leads him to suspect the structure itself of the concept of the sign. Derrida, in Mortley. He goes on to say that one can recognize within the concept of sign the characteristic mark of logocentrism. So there's a critique of the idea of the sign. This is why I prefer to talk about mark or trace rather than sign. With the idea of trace, the distinction between signifier and signified is no longer at all possible, and the distinction of the authority of the word, the unity of the word, is called into question. Derrida, in Mortley. The critique of the concept of the sign, therefore, enables Derrida to unseat the unity and authority of the word, and thus of the logos. Consequently, he questions the oppositional hierarchy between the signifier and the signified, the subjugation of writing to the voice as incarnation of the logos, and the unity of the word as the transcendental signified. The notion of the sign, as a part of its own construction, implies a distinction between signifier and signified, and is linked by Derrida with that logocentrism which is also a phonocentrism, absolute proximity to voice and being, of voice and meaning of being, of voice and the ideality of meaning, og. The voice articulates, through its absolute proximity to being, both its meaning and the ideality of this meaning. The self as I is constructed in terms of a phonocentric narrative of subjectivity. This narrative is based on the idea that consciousness is the privileged signified. Furthermore, it depends on the idea of a fixed subject which produces meaning and knowledge. Derrida's task is to dissolve such claims to subjective fixity, and shift the emphasis onto the movement from self-identity to the other. The truth of the subject is thus displaced from an inner subjective certitude, accorded to it through inner self-consciousness, to the realm of difference. Derrida wants to deprive the subject of its reliance on phonocentric legitimation and the concomitant privileging of self-presence. As a result, the construction of subjectivity loses its claims to both transcendentality and empirical validity. In place of inner self-consciousness, Derrida institutes difference, which is both an irreparable loss of presence and a relation to the absolute other. The absolute other or radical alterity is removed from every possible mode of presence, and is characterized by irreducible after effects, by delayed effects of what he calls the trace. Derrida regards the sign as the hinge that articulates both the phonocentrism and the logocentrism of Western metaphysics. The sign as an onto-theological concept is thus deconstructed by Derrida, and its historical closure is outlined, og, by subjecting all linguistic signs to writing, see og. Language itself, therefore, becomes subordinate to writing. In this respect, the sign announces the closure as well as the deconstruction of its own historical specificity. Derrida recognizes, however, that the concept of the sign is so deeply embedded in Western metaphysics that the task of deconstruction cannot be to wrestle the sign from it. Instead, it should attempt to make the sign part of the deconstructive process by demonstrating its paradoxical function, namely, that the metaphysical reduction of the sign needed the opposition it was reducing. In other words, metaphysics had to make the signifier dependent upon the signified in order to construct the concept of the sign. As a result of this constitutive opposition, however, the signifier remained external and subordinate to the signified. Derrida's deconstruction of the concept of the sign not only marks the beginning of his project but also exemplifies his strategy for deconstructing other concepts within Western metaphysics. What we are saying about the sign, he writes, can be extended to all the concepts and all the sentences of metaphysics. Consequently, both Derrida's treatment of the sign and his critique of the phenomenological tradition, which attempted to reinstate self-consciousness and intentionality, are prolegomena to his examination of the status of the subject and subjectivity. What came to be recognized within Western metaphysics as subjectivity and the subject undergo a radical dislocation and reformulation by Derrida. His deconstruction of the sign allows us to see how he deals with the issue of subjectivity, and more specifically with questions of the subject, the self and the other. Having radicalized the sign by deconstructing the opposition between signifier and signified, Derrida deals with a number of other dualisms to which it gives rise. To treat the idea of the sign in general with suspicion, he contends, is not a question of doing so in terms of the instance of the present truth, anterior, exterior or superior to the sign, or in terms of the place of the effaced difference. Quite the contrary. We are disturbed by that which, in the concept of the sign, which has never existed or functioned outside the history of the philosophy of presence, remains systematically and genealogically determined by that history. The sign, therefore, cannot simply be replaced by a new concept, but must be thought of outside the constraints of logocentrism, which involves comprehending and then going beyond such constraints. The concept of the sign must also comprehend and exceed the sign language. By extending this logic to the construction of subjectivity, we can see that the subject can be neither constructed linguistically nor determined by discourse. Although Derrida accepts the Saussurean argument that language is differential in structure, he attempts to free it from the constraints of that logocentrism which Saussure ends up adopting in conceptualizing the sign. Derrida's assertion that there is no linguistic sign before writing, signals the emergence of his radicalization of the concept of writing. He thus seeks the closure, rather than the end, of the epoch of logos. Writing becomes the opening which logocentrism itself provides, the epoch of writing as proto-writing, as a non-totalizing concept, as difference. Thus, subjectivity and the self become part of the engendering power of writing. Writing makes possible the emergence of subjectivity by affirming that the subject's own language is a species of writing. Subjectivity itself becomes a species of writing, and notions associated with it, such as intentionality, consciousness, desire, etc., become part of a deconstructive process that allows no such totalization as a subjectivity which rests on self-identity. Ultimately, Derrida's deconstruction of Husserl's subjective idealism targets his construction of the other. Otherness, in Husserl, appears in the guise of the signifier writing. It therefore has a derivative status on account of the link that Husserl makes between the subject and voice. For Derrida, writing is associated with otherness insofar as they both generate or make possible the emergence of identity and difference. It is a non-originary concept, anterior to the dichotomy that locates the construction of subjectivity in such paired terms as same/other, conscious/unconscious, voice/writing. Husserl's theory of the sign as expression and indication. Derrida's point of departure for the deconstruction of logocentrism is Husserl's phenomenology, especially his conception of that binary opposition between speech and writing in language which centers on a theory of the sign. Husserl embarked on a project to restore Western metaphysics. He did so by moving away from a psychological account of the origin of logic to a formal and more properly philosophical level. His aim was to design a first philosophy free from empirical presuppositions. Derrida objects that Husserl's project remains within Western metaphysics, partly because it is grounded on the meaningful sign as full presence, and partly in its construction of intentionality. Derrida accuses Husserlian phenomenology of endeavoring to protect the spoken word, to affirm an essential tie between logos and phone by privileging phone at the expense of writing. Writing has no essence in Husserl's philosophy. It possesses only a mediating function as the signifier of full speech, and its effects can be neutralized and derived from the transcendental signified. As conceived of by both Husserl and Saussure, this transcendental signified in and of itself, in its essence, would refer to no signifier, would exceed the chain of signs, and would no longer itself function as signifier, POS. Thus, the signified cannot be affected by either the signifier or by signification in general. Derrida attempts to overturn this conception of the signified by recognizing that every signified is also in the position of the signifier, POS. Thus, the signified is no longer outside language, outside writing, and outside signification. It is contaminated irreducibly by what it excludes, by what opens up the differential opposition between signified and signifier, namely writing. For Husserl, the sign is both indication and expression. This distinction is based on functions rather than essences. The two functions remain heterogeneous, although parallel, to one another. By asserting that the sign has two heterogeneous functions, Husserl questions its unity. At the same time, however, he restores unity to the sign through his conception of self-consciousness, which privileges the sign as expression, and eliminates or brackets out the sign as indication. His distinction between these two elements of the sign, then, serves to show where this distinction or difference is absent, and where its problematic is resolved. The unity of the sign is restored, therefore, in terms of the further distinction between voice and writing, where voice is viewed as an expressive function of the sign and writing as its indicative function. This distinction between phone and writing informs Husserl's theory of the sign and directs Derrida's critique of the phonocentrism of Husserlian phenomenology. For Derrida, the unity of the sign is splintered by what is regarded as external to the voice, writing as the signifier of the signifier. Writing also destroys the idea of the self as self-consciousness, as being present to itself. For Husserl, indication is that element of the sign which takes place in nature. Deprived of sense, it is only an empty signifier, unconnected to the signified. Signification is present, but only as a content devoid of meaning. Meaning is yet to come. Indication lacks that meaning intention which is always connected to a consciousness, and through which the voice which animates the sign comes into being. It is that body of language which needs the animating voice of a consciousness fully present to itself. Husserl conceives of indication as purely psychic. It lacks ideal objectivity because it refers to the object in empirical reality. Only ideal objectivity is equatable with truth in Husserl. For Husserl, Derrida argues, the indicative sign falls outside the content of absolutely ideal objectivity, that is, outside truth. Indication belongs therefore to the realm of non-ideality, that is, to those signs which are not related to an intentional act of consciousness. Expression is the only form of signification that Husserl finds meaningful. It is the sign that means, that wants to say, Volwardier, and its meaning is based on the principle of intentionality. It is animated by the living voice, phone, of an intending consciousness which is connected not to an empirical consciousness but always to an ideal object. For Husserl, Derrida argues, there is no expression without the intention of a subject animating the sign, giving it a Geistigkeit. Expression, as a purely linguistic sign, is a logical sign, animated by the voice as self-consciousness, hearing oneself speak in absolute proximity to oneself. This auto-affection is based on pure self-presence, that is, consciousness must be fully self-present, and retain claims to universality while never leaving its own realm. Within this theoretical framework, there can be no expression or meaning without speech, voice, and consciousness. Signa's expression is thus tied to phone, and on this basis the distinction between indication and expression is made. Derrida argues that, for Husserl, expression is always voluntary exteriorization, it is meant, conscious through, and intentional. Speech and oral discourse make this possible. Behind every sign that wants to say, to mean, there is the subject as consciousness, and consciousness as intentionality. For Husserl, Derrida argues, pure expression will be the pure active intention, spirit, psyche, life, will, or an act of meaning that animates a speech whose content is present in consciousness. The voice in Husserl's phenomenology is thus being produced in the word as pure auto-affection, and this auto-affection is no doubt the possibility for what is called subjectivity, or the for itself. The voice therefore has a privileged status as a result of being the vehicle for consciousness and subjectivity. The voice is the being which is present to itself in the form of universality, as consciousness. The voice is consciousness, sp. The subject and the self are embedded in consciousness as the center point of that closed circle which links consciousness as intentionality or expression back to that consciousness which apprehends or hears itself speak. Noemata, or the intentional and cognitive correlates of consciousness, never encounter what they continually promise to come into contact with, die Sach selbst. They exist as pure idea leader of consciousness. Since the voice is that which animates the sign, and pure expression is pure self-consciousness hearing itself speak, pure expression eliminates indication. Husserl thinks that consciousness is constituted as pure auto-affection, pure self-presence. It is based on the conception of time as the now, a moment which allows for no difference within that moment. Since consciousness is always a consciousness of something, the object to which it must refer is conceived of as ideal. It can be reiterated indefinitely, therefore, while remaining the same. Repetition in signification and in language is thus repetition of the same without alterity. Pure expression is pure self-consciousness and pure objectivity. In Derrida's reading of Husserl's theory of the sign, the ideality of the object, which is only its being for a non-empirical consciousness, can only be expressed in an element whose phenomenality does not have worldly form. The name of this element is the voice. The voice is heard. Indication, then, is external to expression because it lacks voice, which thus becomes the pure medium for consciousness to express itself in, uncontaminated by either the marks of writing or the materiality of inscription. The idea of the voice, therefore, is integral to the spiritualism of Western metaphysics. Consciousness as pure expression is present to itself in inner life and is not connected to empirical reality. It achieves pure objectivity by eliminating the sign as indication. The signifier is in absolute proximity to an identity with the signified. Infinitely repeated as the same, the sign therefore escapes both difference and temporality. For Husserl, the sameness of the word is ideal, it is the ideal possibility of repetition, and it loses nothing by the reduction of any empirical event marked by its appearance. Husserl therefore deals with the problem of repetition in signification by idealizing it, and by moving pure expression, where intentionality, meaning, the subject and its ideal object all take place without the mediation of signs, into inner life, into a pure consciousness that transcends empirical reality. In doing so, Derrida argues, Husserl remains within that framework of interiority which, in the Western intellectual tradition has constrained the self from Augustine onwards. Indication has no place in such a schema, because it is connected to empirical reality. Whenever the immediate and full presence of the signified is concealed, the signifier will be of an indicative nature, sp. Pure expression is achieved by eliminating the threat of both the sign as indication and the signifier tout court, as that which cannot be contained within the signified, the phone, the logos. Indication therefore becomes external to expression, for it is excluded from inner mental life, where a word is thus only represented. Language as expression is conceived of purely through speech, and by the intentional consciousness which achieves full presence thereby. In Western metaphysics the sign is derivative, subsumed under the ideality of presence and the infinite repetition of the same. According to Husserl, Derrida argues, self-presence must be produced in the undivided unity of a temporal presence so as to have nothing to reveal to itself by the agency of signs. It is the experience of the absence and uselessness of signs. For Husserl, the present of self-presence would be as indivisible as the blink of an eye, I'm selben ogenblik. The sign is therefore irrelevant, since meaning can be fully appropriated without needing to detour through the sign. Consciousness is conceived of as auto-affection, pure self-presence, and it is based on the conception of time as the now, or as a moment that allows for no difference or alterity. The self as pure self-consciousness remains uncontaminated by otherness. This privileging of the present, Derrida argues, defines the very element of philosophical thought. It is evidence itself, conscious thought itself, it governs every possible truth and sense. There is no room for alterity or spatio-temporalization in such a conception of the sign. The origin has its beginning in self-consciousness, where difference and non-identity are effaced. Derrida argues that for Husserl the relation with the other as non-presence is impure expression. To reduce indication in language and reach pure expression at last, the relation with the other must perforce be suspended. Logical language cannot admit the other, since it rejects anything which would conceal the self-identity of the signified. Expression thus means the elimination of indication from the field of ideality, where both subject and object are freed from both empirical reality and spatio-temporal determination. Husserlian phenomenology can conceive of the subject and the self within self-identity and self-presence. Derrida argues, however, that Husserl introjects time into self-presence by conceding the continuity of the now and the not now. By thus admitting the other into the self-identity of the Augenblick, non-presence and non-evidence are admitted into the blink of the instant. There is a duration to the blink and it closes the eye. This alterity is in fact the condition for presence, presentation. Precedes all the dissociations that could be produced in presence. For Derrida, therefore, in every act of consciousness there is a now and a not now that produce an irreducible alterity which strikes at the core of the principle of being as self-presence. Husserl's conception of the uselessness and absence of signs in full self-presence, as outlined in the logical investigations, cf. my later discussion of Husserl's phenomenology of internal time consciousness, is therefore seriously undermined. With respect to Husserl's conception of presence, Derrida argues that the fact that non-presence and otherness are internal to presence strikes at the very root of the argument for the uselessness of signs in the self-relation. In Derrida's understanding, signs are no longer dependent on acts of a transcendental consciousness, nor can they be excluded as useless from inner mental life. Pure self-consciousness cannot escape this irreducible alterity and spatio-temporalization. Contrary to Husserl's schema, repetition is for Derrida the constitution of a trace which inhabits the phenomenological pure actuality of the now. The possibility of repetition is constituted through the very movement of difference it introduces. Derrida's concept of difference thus enables the possibility of repetition without self-identity, and of the sign as indication. Against Husserl's systematic curtailment of the indicative function of the sign, and the dependence of the function of the sign on acts of subjective consciousness, Derrida wants to restore the original and non-derivative character of signs, and at the same time to eliminate a concept of signs whose whole history and meaning belong to the adventure of the metaphysics of presence. This also holds for the concepts of representation, repetition, difference, etc., as well as for the system they form. The notion of trace or difference radicalizes, therefore, the concept of presence and temporality, since it is always older than presence and procures for it its openness, and prevents us from speaking about a simple self-identity im selben Augenblick. Difference is a precondition for both presence and non-presence, for repetition and signification, whether we are considering signs as indication or signs as expression. The Derridean subject is produced by the movement of difference, which is independent of transcendental notions of subjectivity. The movement of difference is not something that happens to a transcendental subject, it produces a subject. Auto-affection produces sameness as self-relation within self-difference, it produces sameness as the non-identical. Self-identity, as sameness of the transcendental subject, is conceived of in terms of self-relation within difference. Pure self-present identity is impossible, because the subject has a non-identical relation to itself. Alterity is not simply within the subject, but is that which produces it. For Husserl, however, the sovereignty of the self-conscious subject, I, is assured through the exclusion of the other. The voiceless other can be voiced only by a self-present conscious subject. The other can affirm itself through only me as I. Towards a philosophy of writing. Derrida questions the phenomenological value of the voice, its transcendent dignity with regard to every other signifying substance, sp. In other words, he queries the privileging of the phoneme over the grapheme, and the assumption that the phoneme is the most ideal of signs. He argues that the apparent transcendence of the voice in phenomenology results from the fact that the signified, which is always ideal by essence, is immediately present in the act of expression. This is the case because the phenomenological body of the signifier seems to fade away at the very moment it is produced, it seems already to belong to the element of ideality. Derrida claims that this effacement of the sensible body and its exteriority is for consciousness the very form of the immediate presence of the signified. The materiality of the signifier is thus subsumed and effaced without remainder by that voice which functions as the transcendental signified. The absolute proximity of the signifier to the signified is again achieved by the voice which renders redundant the signifying function proper. Difference is linked to the exteriority of the signifier, which pure expression bypasses. Both the written sign and writing in general comes in existence only when the materiality of the signifier is eliminated, and its effacement is interiorized as expression through its idealization by a transcendental consciousness. Writing can then re-emerge as a derivative fixation of consciousness. Husserl conceives of writing as phonetic writing because it proceeds to fix, inscribe, record, and incarnate an already prepared utterance. To reactivate writing is always to reawaken an expression in an indication, a word in the body of the letter, which, as a symbol that may always remain empty, bears the threat of crisis in itself. It is through the voice that writing receives its idealization, meaning, and life. A crisis, therefore, is always a crisis of signs that cannot be elevated, that cannot be turned into pure expression. A crisis of signifiers cut off from the logos therefore results in empty signs with neither meaning nor truth. Writing as signifier is a detour in the process of reactivation. By its very attribution as indication, it cannot alter the signified, and thus remains external to what is represented. Writing as representation is a repetition of the origin, sense, but without the possibility of difference or non-identity. It is external to an originary self-identity, where both consciousness and its ideal object are fully present in and for themselves. Expression is achieved by the death of the body of language. The origin or source of expression is the voice of a consciousness which, in unity with itself, hears itself speak in the blink of an eye. The intending voice of a subject stands always behind the grapheme, and turns a phoneme phone into expression, into a sign that wants to say, to mean. Writing announces its own death as an empirical sign in its affirmation as expression. For Husserl, there is an intentional consciousness, as the voice of a subject, author, which gives it expression. This is not an empirical and psychological subject, however, but a transcendental subject within a field of ideal objectivity. Husserl attributes absolute objectivity to writing on the basis of an intentional analysis which retains from writing nothing but writing's pure relation to a consciousness which grounds it as such, and not its factuality which, left to itself, is totally without signification. Writing in order to mean, to want to say, depends therefore on the intentionality of a subjective consciousness. By contrast, Derrida conceives of writing as constituting a transcendental field which is subjectless. This he takes to be one of the conditions of transcendental subjectivity. Thus, from the very beginning, Derrida writes the subject out of transcendental subjectivity. Truth in writing is consequently a transcendental concept, contained not in the signs themselves, but in their connection to full presence. In Husserl, Derrida argues, by means of a written inscription one can always repeat the original sense, that is, the act of pure thought which created the ideality of sense. By definition, writing therefore cannot recapture the act of pure thought. Derrida argues with respect to Husserl's conception of writing, that the originality of the field of writing is its ability to dispense with, due to its sense, every present reading in general. But if the text does not announce its own pure dependence on a writer or reader in general, i.e., if it is not haunted by a virtual intentionality, and if there is no purely juridical possibility of it being intelligible for a transcendental subject in general, then there is no more in the vacuity of its soul than a chaotic literalness or the sensible opacity of a defunct designation, a designation deprived of its transcendental function. For Husserl, on the one hand, intentionality is what makes a text legible and saves it from a chaotic literalness. But Derrida wants to argue on the other hand that the sign is independent of acts of subjective consciousness, and that the graphe mas trace is present already in the voice, which is itself subject to temporality and therefore to difference and delay. Pure intentionalities are always breached by otherness, the not now, repetition without identity. The grapheme, writing, cannot be totally appropriated by the voice, full presence, or pure consciousness, because it is structured by that trace, difference, which is Derrida's central concern, and to which self and subjectivity are consequently subject. Within Husserl's theoretical framework, both the text and its interpretation are connected to its intentionality, the unveiling of which acts as a transcendental signified that eliminates the text's literalness. The unity, origin, and truth of the text are connected to the intentional act of a present self-consciousness, which transcends the non-ideal side of signification, that is, the empirical, non-ideal side of the written signifier. The text becomes expression when the univocity of the signifier is affirmed. Its multiplicity narrowed and defined, the written signifier is subsumed under the transcendental signified. Since it exists in the world, it becomes idealized, although it is not itself ideal. The task of interpreting literary texts, then, is to efface the materiality, literality, and non-ideality of writing, the signifier, and to subjugate it to an ultimate referent, the transcendental signified. The meaning of the text is produced by reference to that transcendental signified, that is, by restoring the original sense, hearing the voice of the text, and conceiving of it as a signified fully present to itself. The text achieves a unitary meaning by turning its indicative signifiers, writing, into expressions, logical, unitary signifieds, which are representations of an intending transcendental consciousness that can function in the absence of the empirical subject and the object world. The historicity of the text is not connected to worldly empiricism, but idealized. For Husserl, Derrida argues, truth depends on the pure possibility of speaking and writing, but is independent of what is spoken or written, insofar as they are in the world. Thus, since writing remains external to speech, to voice, as idealized expression, it has no constitutive meaning. It cannot constitute its own truth independent of the spoken signifier as an idealized signified. Embedded in the origin of pure consciousness and full presence, truth is beyond the empiricism of both writing and speech. It is the property of the logos, and meaning is a property of the text which expresses it. Derrida argues, that Husserl treats writing in an ambivalent and paradoxical manner. While recognizing it as the medium for attaining ideal objectivity, Husserl excludes from the field of ideality the empirical reality of writing. Thus, writing is a body that expresses something only if we actually pronounce the verbal expression that animates it, if its space is temporalized. The word in a body that means something only if an actual intention animates it and makes it pass from the state of inert sonority to that of an animating body. This body proper to words expresses something only if it is animated by an act of meaning, which transforms it into a spiritual flesh. As such, it needs no signifier to be present to itself. Indeed, it is as much in spite of its signifiers as thanks to them that it is awakened or maintained in life. For Husserl, therefore, Writing is a body whose empirical flesh has to be converted to spiritual flesh by losing all its corporeality and literariness. The proper body of writing is a dead body, whose signifiers can be eliminated. Writing and reading become passive activities which record, represent, and idealize what is already ideal, the hearing of the voice speak without experiencing a gap between thought and speech. That voice keeps difference and non-identity in the unity of absolute self-presence. Derrida concludes that the history of metaphysics therefore can be expressed in the unfolding of the structure or scheme of an absolute will to hear oneself speak. This history is closed when this infinite absolute appears to itself as its own death. A voice without difference, a voice without writing, is at once absolutely alive and absolutely dead. This phonocentric and phenomenological way of thinking gives rise to a kind of literary criticism, or textual interpretation, which assumes the self-identity of the text by conceiving of it as a book which encapsulates a voice, and an intention. The book thus becomes an ontological concept, which implies intentionality, completion, and truth coming to itself. By moving toward idealization, interpretation suppresses difference as inscribed both in speech and writing. Inhabiting the Husserlian sign as both indication and as expression, difference functions as a non-originary origin or infrastructure, to use Gasqu's term, Gasque. Writing thus comes to be added to speech as the other, because speech as self-presence and auto-affection had already from the start fallen short of itself. As that which makes possible both speech and writing, difference becomes a condition of signification. Difference, writing and subjectivity. Whereas Husserl's conception of the sign depends upon full presence, Derridian difference is non-derivative. It cannot be reduced to either speech or writing, since it is a precondition of their appearance without being an origin. Difference is thus a kind of writing that writes both writing and speech. As Derrida puts it, difference is writing in speech. Self-presence as auto-affection, hearing oneself speak, does not admit the other or non-presence within speech. Deconstruction seeks to unmask, therefore, the metaphysical residue in texts which the structure of difference makes both possible and erasable. Difference constitutes the structure of the sign by avoiding problems in its phenomenological construction. Difference contains otherness as an a priori of signification. It allows for the articulation of both the fictional and the non-fictional, by not reducing signification to expression. For Husserl, communication in inner life, in self-consciousness, excludes the emergence of indication. As Derrida remarks, when the second person does emerge in inner language, it is a fiction, and, after all, fiction is only fiction. A false communication, a feigned communication. In other words, the you that the I calls forth possesses a purely fictive otherness. Derrida argues on the contrary that because every sign whatever is of an originally repetitive structure, the general distinction between the fictitious and effective usages expressing intentionality of the sign is threatened. The sign is originally wrought by fiction. Hence, signification both works by otherness, through the differential nature of the signifier, and reproduces itself as otherness, in the signifying chain. This formulation overcomes such metaphysical dualities as original and copy, animating intention and effective realization, dialogue of the soul and intersubjectivity. Transferred to the field of literary criticism, Husserl's self-identity of consciousness becomes the self-identity of the text. To thematize the text as a book is to treat it as a chain of signifiers reducible to the cogitationes of a transcendental subject. The written signifier becomes merely a means of reappropriating the full presence and original meaning of the transcendental subject which produces it. Derrida's critique of the phenomenological conception of the sign makes it possible to relativize fact and fiction, and to devise a theory of the general text. This is why Derrida questions Husserl's assertion that a book can be described in its unity as a chain of significations, and that such unity can be more or less ideal and necessary, and therefore universal, according to the book's sense content. In opposition to this ontological conception of the closed book, Derrida develops his theory of the open text, which is both incomplete and dispersed. Husserl's metaphor of the stratum of logos, Derrida argues, needs to be replaced by a properly textual metaphor. For fabric or textile means text and the texture of the text is irreducible, sp. Yet he does not want to anchor his thinking to a theory of metaphor which is always contained in the signified it refers back to. For the metaphysics of phonocentrism, Derrida substitutes the problematic of the grapheme and the notion of the trace. As the otherness of speech, writing has to be admitted into it. Writing in speech is made possible through difference. The notion of language as a differential structure goes beyond that of self-presence and consequent phonocentrism, which informs both Husserlian phenomenology and structuralism. What phenomenology treats as self-identity, Derrida argues, is always already a trace, sp. He can thus deconstruct the phenomenological idea of a simple present whose life would be within itself by substituting the non-concept of the trace for the concept of the sign. The self of the living present, he asserts, is primordially a trace. Its structure is based on proto-writing which inscribes difference in full presence. The signified is not self-referential, according to Derrida, for by entering into play with the other, with the signifiers of the other, it risks loss of meaning. The signifier can be neither totalized by the self-presence of the signified as expression nor effaced. Since writing, as Husserl conceives of it, has to announce its own death as an intentional act of consciousness in order to appear, then truth is the death of the signifier. By questioning the very basis upon which phenomenology rests, Derrida rejects intentionality as that all-encompassing signified which is the truth because it contains all possible meaning. Derrida questions Husserl's conceptualization of the graphic sign and writing as something that defines and completes the ambiguity of all language, org, and guarantees objectivity as something that permits the ultimate freeing of ideality. For Husserl, Derrida argues, all factual writings, in which truth could be sedimented, will never be anything in themselves but sensible exemplars, individual events in space and time. Since truth does not essentially depend on any of them, they could all be destroyed without overtaking the very sense of absolute ideality, since, for Husserl, truth is not language's captive. While it depends on the pure possibility of speaking and writing, it is independent of what is spoken or written. In so far as they are in the world, truth is not encapsulated in language but transcends it, and thus truth remains a transcendental concept in its sense of being. Even though Husserl treats writing as the most ideal of signs, it can neither contaminate nor constitute the transcendental nature of truth. It can only represent or record it. Husserl regards truth as conceived through that intentional act of consciousness which can be reactivated and captured in its origin. Yet in order to achieve ideality as an originary presence, it must transcend both the empirical subject and the empirical consciousness. Origin is thus conceived of as repetition of the same, where copies, doubles, and fictions are effaced, where truth as identity is fully present to itself, and where the object and the subject can exist in ideality as absolutes. For Husserl, however, words and language in general are not and can never be absolute objects. They do not possess any resistant and permanent identity that is absolutely their own. They have their linguistic being from an intention which traverses them as mediations. The same word is always other according to the always different intentional acts which thereby make a word significative. Signification can never be divorced from either subjectivity or intentionality, in which the truth of the sign is embodied. There is no truth in the sign per se. Against this devaluation of writing and its treatment as the signifier of a signifier, Derrida announces that science of writing, which he terms grammatology, og. It comprehends language and at the same time exceeds it. It deconstructs all the significations that have their source in that of the logos. Particularly, the signification of truth is questioned. Logos is taken by Derrida to mean the reappropriation in thought of full presence, whose essential link to the phone as the transcendental signified has never been broken. Furthermore, he equates logocentrism with the metaphysics of phonetic writing, which is conceived of as essentially ethnocentric. According to Western metaphysics, writing should erase itself before the plenitude of living speech, perfectly represented in the transparence of its notation, immediately present for the subject who speaks it, and for the subject who receives its meaning, content, value, POS. In this schema, truth is directly linked and assigned to logos, and results in the debasement of writing, and its repression outside full speech. Derrida's project, then, is to treat writing as inscribed in speech, and to assign a non-mediating function to the signifier. The transcendental signified becomes a signifier of difference, although difference itself does not become a transcendental signified. The first task is to deconstruct the exteriority of writing to speech. Exteriority is connected to the idea that the formal essence of the signified is presence, and the privilege of its proximity to the logos as phone is the privilege of presence. Writing, considered as the translator of a full speech that was fully present, present to itself, to its signified, to the other, the very condition of the theme of presence in general, techniques in the service of language, spokesman, interpreter of an originary speech itself shielded from interpretation, could never be accorded the status of phone. In that new science of writing which Derrida tries to establish, the gram or difference is based on the play of differences that results in an interweaving of these differences into syntheses and referrals while forbidding the presence of any of its elements, in and of itself referring only to itself, POS. There are no simple presences or absences in this interweaving which encompasses the field of writing and linguistics. There are only everywhere differences and traces of traces, POS. For Derrida, difference is the systematic play of differences, of the traces of differences, of the spacing by means of which elements are related to each other. This spacing is the simultaneously active and passive production of the intervals. It is also the becoming space of the spoken chain. A becoming space which makes possible both writing and every correspondence between speech and writing, every passage from one to another, POS. Difference, then, is that irreducible spacing between binary oppositions which makes writing possible. Difference ensures that no element dominates the interminable chain of differences. While the systematic play of differences is not random, it cannot form a structure whose center determines the relationship between one element and another, or any element and the center. Transformations within this space depend on a generative movement, rather than on a static organization and reorganization of different combinations of various elements within the structure. For as Derrida argues, differences are the effects of transformations, and from this vantage the theme of difference is incompatible with the static, synchronic, taxonomic, ahistoric motifs in the concept of structure, POS. Although difference is the generative movement in the play of differences, it is not astructural, POS. Language is not outside that generative movement of difference which makes it intelligible, POS, but part of it, insofar as difference makes possible the emergence of language. Since language is structured by difference and delay, its effects are those of difference, which can be neither totalized nor fully contained by connections with the full presence of logos. The main characteristic of difference is that nothing, no present and indifferent being, precedes difference and spacing. There is no subject who is agent, author, and master of difference. Subjectivity, like objectivity, is an effect of difference, an effect inscribed in a system of difference, POS. Difference and time. The strategy of deconstruction, as previously mentioned, involves reading the texts of Western philosophy in a way that convicts them of logocentrism while at the same time following the internal breakdown of that attempt at logocentric closure which they seek to effect. This strategy often uses texts that are seemingly irrelevant or peripheral to the main corpus. For example, Derrida will fasten onto a footnote, a marginal note, an unpublished text, etc. In the case of speech and phenomena, the main text under discussion is Husserl's Sixth Logical Investigation, which is concerned with the theory of signification. The critique of Husserl by Derrida in Speech and Phenomena is essentially a critique of this text. Hence, the notion of difference emerges as a way of thinking through those iterative differences that make meaning possible, as opposed to any theory that privileges pure auto-affection. Indication, therefore, is not secondary, but in a certain sense primary. What is remarkable here, however, is that the argumentative warrant which Derrida uses to make this argument against Husserl comes itself from Husserl, not the Husserl of logical investigations, however, but the Husserl of the philosophy of internal time consciousness, or, to give its retranslated title, the phenomenology of the consciousness of internal time. Derrida, therefore, has recourse not to a text conceived and published solely by Husserl, but to a text of lectures and notes put together by his assistant and finalized by Heidegger, see Husserl, 11, 18 for this history. Although, like Derrida, we are not able, here, to follow the rigorous development of this text, sp. see Burnett, Kern, and Marbach. And would, for extended accounts, Derrida's reconstruction of this text is of relevance to this book. Derrida seeks to retrieve from Husserl's work on time, as an irreducible spreading out, the idea that no now can be isolated as a pure instant, a pure punctuality. At the same time, however, he criticizes Husserl for conceiving of this spread on the basis of the self-identity of the now as point, as a source point. The task, therefore, is to think Husserl against Husserl. In this context, Derrida makes 3 points. The first we have just identified. What must be added, though, is that Derrida links the idea of the privileging of the present now, from Greek metaphysics onwards, to the modern metaphysics of presence as self-consciousness. Furthermore, against the idea as representation Derrida invokes the unconscious, or more precisely a theory of non-presence qua unconsciousness, that is, being as original presentification, as opposed to representation, is never simply now, never simply present to itself in a simple act of consciousness. This leads to Derrida's second point, which asserts that the presence of the perceived present can appear as such only inasmuch as it is continuously compounded with a non-presence and non-perception, whether of retention or protension. With respect to retention, which particularly concerns Derrida, this means that the past is present in a presentative way and not in a representative way, that is, it is not a modality of the present now, but instead the admission of the not now into the now, sp. This admission paves the way for the idea of the constituting flux in Husserl's theory of time. Derrida's third point is that the Husserlian distinction between retention and representation is less primordial than his insight into the trace-like character of retention as presentification. Consequently, Derrida reconceptualizes transcendental temporalization as the difference or trace out of which presence emerges, rather than as a presence from which temporal modifications depart. Through a discussion of time, which thinks Husserl against Husserl, Derrida mounts his decisive arguments against Husserl's theory of the expressive sign and the secondary character of indication. Like retention, indication injects non-presence into original presentification, and without this non-presence, meaning itself would not be possible. The work of Rudolf Burnett is of central importance both to the question of Husserl's theory of time and to the question of the relationship between retention and the unconscious. Burnett's reading of Husserl provides further confirmation of the Derridian analysis of Husserl's theory of time. For Burnett, Husserl's concept of retention can refer either to a derivative modification of the consciousness of the now or a differential repetition Wiederholung of the primordial impression, Burnett. The former preserves Husserl's position, insofar as the intentional consciousness has its intended object, which it perceives at the now point as the source point for consciousness. The latter, however, entails the presupposition that the not now is as decisive for conscious perception as the now, and that what makes perception possible is retentional consciousness qua consciousness of a momentary consciousness of the elapsed phase, Husserl, as quoted in Burnett. Husserl tries to save his primary insight by conceiving of retentional consciousness as the tail of the comet, whose head is intentional consciousness qua the primordial impressional consciousness of the now. For Burnett, this solution is unworkable. Taking up a concept invoked but rejected by Husserl, Burnett argues for the notion of postfactuality. Retentional self-appearance, he writes, alters with every new phase of the flow and does so in such manner that every new phase recapitulates the whole elapsed flow in an ever new way. The flow thus appears exclusively as past, and this mode of appearance is itself constantly altering. We called this mode of appearance post-factuality and distinguished it from all primordial, immediately now present, perceptual givens, Burnett. Husserl's primordialism, his attachment to the metaphysics of presence, prevents him from arriving at this solution, which approximates Derrida's solution with its emphasis on the past, the not now and iteration. Burnett turns to Derrida at this point, however, not for confirmation of his own interpretation of the post-factual, but for an explanation of Husserl's fascination with presence. How would the desire for presence ever permit a being destroyed? Derrida asks. It is desire itself, Derrida, quoted in Burnett. In a later article, Burnett evokes the psychoanalytical idea of transference, as invoking a third person, a passage and metaphor, to suggest that when Derrida reads Husserl on time he does so in terms of the Freudian concept of the unconscious, Burnett. In the same way that the unconscious thought is not only never present in itself, but also never fully present in its representation, retention is not a process that keeps a former original present despite its fading into the past. It is rather the first givenness of a present now which can only appear with delay. Appear now, instead of being the original source point of the present, as Husserl claims, is something impossible. It would lack all temporal qualification and distinctness. Retention is therefore indeed a trace or an originary supplement that produces with delay that to which it is said to be added. The trace is thus a form of original alterity. Burnett. This parallelism leads Burnett to suggest that Derrida is offering a new understanding of transcendental consciousness, rather its destruction, Burnett. He does this by deconstructing the Husserlian understanding. First, he reverses the priority of presentation over representation by invoking the Freudian insight that representations are not secondary but fundamental to presentation. Second, he displaces the distinction between presence and representation by arguing that representation takes place through indicative signification and not through self-presence, Burnett. Burnett concludes, therefore, that it is the difference between Husserl and Derrida over the status of the concept of retention that is fundamental to the question of the critique of the self-present subject, although it is not its sole determinant, Burnett. Implications for the concept of the subject. Independent of considerations of agency, authorial intention, or writing, difference both constitutes subjectivity and opens up the possibility of its emergence. Since neither the self nor self-consciousness is constitutive of difference, they cannot affect its movement and effects. There is no a priori subjectivity or self-referential subject to be grasped in terms of consciousness, agency, or will. Derrida is not concerned to establish the conditions of possibility in which differing forms of subjectivity could be constituted. What he affirms here is the elimination of the subject, as a self-conscious agent, from the act of constructing itself as a subject. Both the writing of the I and its relation to the object world become an effect of difference. As such, they cannot be thought of as embodying intentionality, agency, and self-identity. What we recognize in writing is not the subject but the trace of a presence which is not a presence. Effects become central to writing, because they are independent of both the totalizing signified and that kind of signified which relies on the voice to give it life and connect it to being as presence. As a result of difference, the relationship to the present, the reference to a present reality, to a being, are always deferred, pos. Oppositions constituted on the principle of presence are thus dismantled or, rather, enter the play of difference. Their interweaving is made possible by endless substitutions, which are not metonymic but interchangeable. Another effect is that the subject is not present, nor above all present to itself before difference, but is constituted only in being divided from itself, in becoming space, in temporizing, in deferral, pos. The subject cannot be constitutive of difference because its own subjectivity is an effect of the generative movement of difference. Generative in both the passive and active senses, it simultaneously eliminates the possibility that oppressive or dominating effects will result from the process of its constitution. Difference thus makes it possible to admit the other without being dominated by it. As a result, we can formulate the logic of logic, the negativity of negativity, and so forth. Furthermore, since difference is not only independent but constitutive of both ideal and empirical subjectivity, no system of meaning can be anterior to it. Meaning, then, cannot refer to an originary essence, to an originary truth, since its constitution is an effect of difference. Seeing that speech and writing are part of the generative movement of difference, oppositional distinctions between them are merely a futile attempt to control and suppress its effects. Transcendental self-consciousness is no longer the site where both transcendental subjectivity and objectivity are produced. In Derrida's schema, the subject has no language, and language is not constituted by the subject. Subject, s, must enter language, s, recognize language, s, interpret language, s, write in language, s, and recognize themselves or other subject, s, in language, s. Once the subject and the self become part of textual deconstruction, they can neither reinscribe themselves in discourse nor be part of it. The only subject that can be part of discourse is a dead subject. Its materiality, like the materiality of the sign in Husserlian phenomenology, has to be bracketed out. Also eliminated is the idea that the self can be present to itself. Self-consciousness, however conceptualized, cannot be established. I would like to argue, however, that although we have to take account of Derrida's attempts to introduce into the well-worn binarisms of Western metaphysics the irreducibility of the other, we cannot dispense with the fiction of subjectivity anchored in identity, if not self-presence, even if that is partial and with many qualifications. To dispense entirely with the idea of identity is to leave the self vulnerable to an indeterminate drift from which it can be retrieved only as a dead self. The fate of the signifier in Husserlian phenomenology anticipates the fate of the self in Derridian difference. Concluding remarks. For Derrida, then, writing fissures the tautological relationship between the signifier and the signified at the level of its production, and subjectivity and the self become part of this process. Nevertheless, this becomes problematic in my opinion when difference is taken to be constitutive of subjectivity as such. Even if intentionality is questioned, the problem of responsibility still remains. As we shall see, Derrida deals with the question of responsibility in his later work. However, this is informed by his early deconstruction of Husserlian phenomenology and his anti-subjectivism. Moreover, the problem of power relations cannot be resolved through a vague appeal to difference. At a more theoretical level, the notion of textuality simply avoids questions of agency and praxis. The fact is that writing takes place within the world, and therefore it cannot be made into a transcendental category, free from all considerations of addressor, addressee, intention, etc. The Derridian project becomes less radical than it appears because of avoiding these issues. Husserl can neither think the question of the other nor take account of questions of intersubjectivity, spacing and temporalization outside of a framework of thought that does not reduce them ultimately to a philosophy of constituting subjectivity, despite the intimations of alternative approaches within Husserl's reflections on time. By instituting the idea of the trace, Derrida tries to deal with the question of the other. But he does not address the problem of intersubjectivity. Whereas the phenomenological concept of consciousness is limiting, and places the subject outside the empirical world, Derrida's concept of the trace makes the subject contingent while endeavoring to avoid both empiricism and idealism. By divorcing the subject from any notion of identity, Derrida institutes the impossibility of writing the self as identity, and the concomitant idea that the self writes itself for itself and to itself. Moreover, the notion of the self that emerges out of the play of difference is curiously disembodied and otherworldly, since it is the product of a quasi-transcendental field or infrastructure rather than a lived relationship. In his later work, as I will show, Derrida attempts to resolve this problem by appealing to the other as a category which subsumes the relationship between self and other. It then becomes a question of whether Derrida has resolved the problem of the subject and the self by appealing initially to difference, and later to the other, or whether it may return via the very concept that he abandons. Can the concept of identity signified be eliminated completely, or does it need to be reconceptualized, albeit in a more complex way than it is in Derrida's model of subjectivity? Manfred Frank has criticized Derrida's model of subjectivity for relying heavily on the mirror reflection model, which conceives of the subject in terms of a tautological analogy. In other words, the subject in Derrida is closed in on itself, since the distinction between the subject as I and as you is eliminated. Although Frank's critique is valid, he provides no model for a new concept of identity that takes into account deconstruction's concerns. Moreover, Frank ignores the fact that Derrida's model of reflection has a labyrinthine and abyssal structure. Derrida's answer to the problematic of reflection is that no reflection can be representational, instead, it is endless and refractory. This early idea is replaced in Derrida's later work by the idea of a mirror without an image. In other words, Derrida's answer is that reflection does not embody identity. Furthermore, Frank does not take up the question of the other as developed in the later work, and whose deconstructive relation to the subject I will address in subsequent chapters. Husserl's conception of the subject remains within the framework of idealist philosophy because his phenomenology is idealistic. Transcendental idealism enabled him to escape psychologism, which is a form of empiricism. The paradox of phenomenology, however, is that its orientation to the object could avoid the pitfall of empiricism only by lapsing back into idealism. Derrida's deconstruction of idealism, on the other hand, leads back to a non-originary origin, that is, an origin which is not anterior and does not affect closure. Whether it is called difference or proto-writing, this non-originary origin is beyond being, insofar as it generates both being and beings, including being there, or subjectivity. What arises in the wake of the death of the metaphysical subject is therefore a rather desiccated and derived subject. Furthermore, it is debatable whether the concept of difference accounts completely for the true complexity of the subject, reflexivity and intersubjectivity. Finally, whether it is possible or desirable to write off the narrative and self-reflexive dimension of embodied subjects is equally debatable. In short, although Derrida's theory of the subject is a product of his deconstruction of phenomenology, it appears to me to remain trapped within its phenomenological starting point. Beyond the subject, deconstruction and the gay science of indeterminacy. Two questions arise in relation to writing and, more specifically, in relation to the writing of the self: is it possible to write the self as self-identity, and how it is that the other becomes constitutive of self-identity? The concept of writing enables Derrida, through his readings of Plato, Rousseau, Condillac, Freud, and Levi Strauss, to initiate a new science that opens up the space for the other. It is thus impossible to understand Derrida's construction of the concept of the other without examining its relationship to writing within these constraints. These deconstruct ions inform and set the agenda for the later ethical, political, and cultural concerns of Derrida. There the other is used to deconstruct and radicalize not only the expressivist and rationalist conception of subjectivity and its associated politics, but also the conceptions of an ethnocentric anthropology. Derrida is concerned once again how ideas of origin, presence, and representation ultimately refer to logos, and with the resultant effacement of writing as a constitutive and radical force that deconstructs the subject. Derrida embarks on a project to rehabilitate writing by introducing the concept of the other into its problematic. This project involves deconstructing ideas of need and desire, writing and memory, origin and representation, center and play in order to free the idea of writing from the well-worn binarisms of Western metaphysics. In this chapter I will argue that supplementarity, play, pharmakon and other non-concepts introduced by Derrida have implications for the idea of the subject and the self. These early deconstruct ions have consequences also for Derrida's conception of politics and his emphasis on the other as the basis of the new thinking. Within Western metaphysics, Derrida argues, the development of science or knowledge is oriented toward the appropriation of truth in presence and self-presence, toward knowledge in consciousness of self. It is this connection between the subject and truth that Derrida deconstructs. For Derrida, the self is always already written, subject to supplementarity, difference and trace, it is therefore never fully present to itself. Derrida opens up a space for writing the other in a way that avoids that fundamental binarism of the same/other, and the categories of identitarian philosophy which reduce the latter to the former. He thus escapes the metaphysics of full self-presence by problematizing identity, self, and subjectivity in general. In order to open up the space of writing, Derrida has to disassociate need from desire, origin from self-identity, representation from self-presence, and center from fixed origin. He must also make writing internal rather than external to memory. This results in a conception of the self quite different from that authentic and natural self which is present to itself, and endowed with both a center which governs, directs, and arrests play, and a living memory which contains both hypomnesia and anamnesis. The disassociation of writing from the knowledge of truth and, more precisely, of truth in the knowledge of the self, becomes central to his various deconstructions, and leads to a repudiation of narrative and reflexive constructions of the self. Self-knowledge is not equated with truth, and truth becomes independent of the category of subjectivity. This chapter will look, more specifically, at the series of deconstructions that Derrida undertakes of the empirical, romantic, Platonic, structuralist, and psychological notions of subjectivity in order to open up the space for the other. Derrida examines the ways in which thinkers associated with these various traditions have conceived writing, and how their texts betray the effects of what they try to suppress, render external or absorb within their operational categories. Notions of the sign in these intellectual traditions are once again central to both his deconstruction of Western subjectivity and the self, and those concepts of supplement and play which he introduces into the larger framework of writing and textuality. The result is that gay science called grammatology, which ultimately will cede way to a more sober ethic of responsibility. The Age of Rousseau. Derrida's early work centers on what he terms the Age of Rousseau or Rousseauism. It includes both Condillac and Rousseau as well as those who write in their wake, such as the structural linguist Saussure, and the structural anthropologist Levi Strauss. The Age of Rousseau acquires such emblematic importance for Derrida because he sees in it an attempt to come to terms with the crisis in the problematic of writing and the sign. The 18th century, Derrida argues, displaces idealization and restores the rights of sensibility, the imagination, and the sign after deconstructing the 20th century idealism of phenomenological rationalism. Derrida seizes the opportunity to deconstruct also 18th century attempts at grounding language and the sign empirically. Dethroning both the empirical and linguistic conception of the subject, Derrida makes memory, imagination, need and desire independent of the categories of empirical subjectivity. Writing's relationship to the self no longer depends on the principle of full self-presence. Writing deconstructs the analogical relationship between writing and imagination, and the subordinate relationship of writing to memory. Neither the subject nor the self can act as the origin of an empirical subjectivity which affirms and safeguards its own identity. What deconstructs the unitary, unfissured subject of the philosophy of identity is the concept of writing as the necessary supplement. Derrida draws his argument from 18th century thinkers in order to isolate Rousseau, and, in Rousseauism, the theory of writing, og. It is also the century whose writings invite approaches which show both the power and the limits of logocentrism. By demonstrating the failure of these thinkers to overcome the limits of a phonocentric logocentrism, Derrida describes what logocentrism cannot account for, and therefore opens the way to its deconstruction in the very texts that defend it. These thinkers fail, according to Derrida, by resorting to the principle of full self-presence. Thus, while they problematize a number of dualisms, they attribute a secondary function to anything that threatens full self-presence. The self-consciously knowing subject becomes the privileged paradigm upon which such thinkers base their treatment of writing and alteriety in general. Although 18th-century thinkers open up the problematic of non-presence, and, in Rousseau's case, the disappearance of the origin, they resolve it within the interpretative categories of Western metaphysics. Hence, the scope and impact of their insights are limited. Nevertheless, these texts contain the possibility of their own deconstruction, which is achieved by drawing attention to what is irreducible to any type of binarism, namely, what does not conform to the logic of identity and to the principle of classical ontology. Reading, then, is a process of making explicit what these writers say without saying, see without seeing. Language exceeds the intentions of author, by being placed above and beyond the intending, conscious, thinking and narrating subject. Both Rousseau and Lévi-Strauss, Derrida argues, adhere to the principle of full presence. They presume the existence of a center, the transgression of which represents an external broaching of the origin in a way that merely reaffirms its unity and identity. Anything which introduces difference into the origin, into nature conceived of as a unity and identity, is treated by both thinkers as secondary, and condemned as something inauthentic, dangerous, and alienating. Representation, for instance, becomes secondary and external to self-presence, and is therefore seen as particularly dangerous. The presumed unity and identity of the origin, center, self, and nature function as the transcendental signified. Derrida is interested in the relationship between the transcendental signified and textuality. By means of these concepts he transforms the classic philosophical opposition between transcendent criticism, such as Kant's attempt to clarify our categories of understanding in order to discern what we can know, and immanent criticism, as in Hegel's attempt to know by first engaging in the act of knowing. By arguing that no transcendental signified or referent governs the text from the outside, Derrida reduces it to a meaningful signifier that reproduces the self-identity of the signified. He then links writing and reading, both of which are ordered around their own blind spots, to the production of texts. We know this a priori, he writes, but only now and with a knowledge that is not a knowledge at all. They are both subject to what Derrida calls textuality. Yet although the text's blind spots order our reading and writing, they can never be fully illuminated, reduced to a signifier, elevated to the status of the signified, or result in a concept of knowledge based on the certainty of the knowing subject. Thus, while blind spots can orient our reading, they can neither preempt it nor bring about that unity of the signifier with the signified which leaves no remainder, graft, supplementarity. The production of each reading and writing has its own blind spots, around which other readings and writings can be organized indefinitely without ever achieving plenitude. Each dislocates the centered self, since the writing and reading of the self becomes embedded in this process. Self-presence, expressed through the elimination of such blind spots, remains a utopia of Western metaphysics. The I cannot affirm itself in either the writing or the reading of texts. It becomes instead an effect of the textuality of the text. In his reading of Rousseau, Derrida sees the concept of the supplement as a sort of blind spot in Rousseau's text, the not seen that opens and limits visibility. These blind spots, which are called undecidables in positions and levers of disorganization in the archaeology of the frivolous, simultaneously open and limit the horizon of interpretation. Such a reading is never free of the disseminating power of difference, supplement, etc., because it moves within the logic of identity while always exceeding it and remaining irreducible to it. This strategy contains the structure of what Derrida also calls a double mark. Although it is always entangled in the structure of a binary opposition, the double mark is irreducible to either of its component terms. It works the entire field of textuality, preventing the suppression or externalization of difference. According to the logic of the double mark, every concept necessarily receives two similar marks, a repetition without identity, one mark inside and the other outside the deconstructed system, which in turn gives rise to the double reading and a double writing, d. Instead of assuming the existence of an external referent which governs the text and reduces it to the concept of the book, Derrida institutes textuality as the double mark and the play of the trace. The function of the trace is to resist the reduction of a text to effects such as meaning, content, theses, theme, intention, author, etc., and ultimately to self-referential presence. The economic movement of the trace implies both its mark and its erasure, the margin of its impossibility, according to a relation that no speculative dialectic of the same and the other can master, for the simple reason that such a dialectic remains an operation of mastery. D. What interests Derrida is the question of the semantic after-effects, their non-totalization, and what he calls dissemination, which interrupts the circulation that transforms into an origin what is actually an after-effect of meaning. D. Thus, dissemination disrupts any attempt of arriving or forming an origin which denies the idea of the endless after-effects of meaning. Dissemination becomes a third term that goes beyond the dualisms of Western metaphysics without leading to an Hegelian Aufhebung. Dissemination denotes the effect of a strategic remark, a mark which, by phase and by simulacrum, refers the name of one of the two terms in a binary pair to the absolute outside of the opposition, to absolute otherness. D. It is this otherness that philosophy has failed to conceptualize. The consequence of exiling the absolute other, or what Derrida refers to in other contexts as the parasite, Plato's pharmacy, is the hypersubjectivism of Western metaphysics. From Plato to Husserl, subjectivity as self-referential presence is anchored in a notion of identity that excludes the absolute other. Derrida's deconstruction of Plato, Rousseau, Condillac and Levi-Strauss rehabilitates writing within Western philosophy. Self-referential presence is targeted by the counter-concepts of the trace, supplement, pharmakon, and play, through which Derrida raises the question of the other. His concept of writing the self as non-identity, displaces notions of subject, self and identity. It forms part of his attempt to radically conceive of the other outside the binarisms of Western metaphysics. I want to argue that the question of autobiography, confession, and similar genres which claim some kind of privileged access to subjectivity within writing cannot be conceived of within deconstruction, whose object is an autobiography of pure loss and without a signature. D. What the signature and the writing of the self, autos, reveal is pure loss of presence, and the absence of both author and subject. Logos, as the father of writing, cannot be constituted in its radical absence and effacement. Thoth, the god of writing, becomes for Derrida the father's other, the father, and the subversive movement of replacement. The god of writing is thus at once his father, his son, and himself. He cannot be assigned a fixed spot in the play of differences. Sly, slippery, and masked, an intriguer and a card, like Hermes, he is neither king nor jack, but rather a sort of joker, a floating signifier, a wild card, one who puts play into play. D. The subversive movement of replacement is what puts play into play in an endless and therefore non-fixable play of differences. Derrida's gay science plays off the indeterminacy of the undecidables. Replacement, substitution, and repetition, whose movements structure the supplement and writing, become constitutive also of the subject. Derrida argues that Thoth repeats everything in the addition of the supplement, in adding to and doubling as the sun, he is other than the sun and the same as it, other than the good and the same, etc. Always taking a place not his own, a place one could call that of the dead or the dummy, he has neither a proper place nor a proper name. His propriety or property is impropriety or inappropriateness, the floating intermination that allows for substitution and play. D. Frivolity and the deconstruction of Condillac's empiricism. Derrida's deconstruction of Condillac is related to the problematic of writing, especially imagination, need and desire. Derrida aims at a non-analogical relationship between self-identity and imagination, and a concept of desire that is not based on need. His further aim is to avoid the instrumentalization of both writing and empirical conceptions of language and subjectivity. He sees the problems inherent in the concepts of metaphysics, imagination, and desire as providing the disorganizing lever in Condillac's texts. His objective, however, is not to establish an internal formal contradiction, but to answer an unanswered question about the production of the new metaphysics, based on the idea of analogy, which gives prominence to the quantity of connection. Moreover, it is clear that both Condillac's texts and Byron's interpretation of them raise for Derrida the question of a reading which constitutes a formal contradiction, hesitation, or systematic incoherence, what, in Byron, is claimed or assumed to be duplicity. Derrida wants to examine why the couple activity/passivity gives rise to a contradiction in Condillac, but to the analysis of duplicity in Byron. In other words, a reading that finds or constitutes a formal contradiction, hesitation, or systematic incoherence in the text does not amount to discovering the meaning of the text, since the same contradiction can provoke different readings, interpretations, or theoretical constructions. It is erroneous to argue that the dualism passivity/activity establishes both their relationship and meaning. Textuality, an interminable movement of signification, breaches all dualistic constructions, and defers their interpretative closure. Thus, to reduce a text to dualisms does not amount to determining either its meaning or the deconstruction of those dualisms. Because the possibility of repetition, iterability, is inscribed in each term of a dualism, alterity and alteration are embedded within the dualisms themselves. A deconstructive reading of Condillac cannot, therefore, claim to correct other misreadings. It differs also from that evolutionary and empiricist model of reading which purports to demonstrate that Condillac's system has achieved its end through a central deficiency. On a more philosophical level, Derrida's reading focuses on Condillac's attempts to establish a new metaphysics which, because it is based on the empirical methodology of analogy, aims at correcting bad metaphysics. Moving away from a metaphysics of causes and principles, Condillac constructs a metaphysics of phenomena and relations, connections. Yet although his concern with phenomena leads to a preoccupation with language and signs, it remains nevertheless within the framework of a metaphysics of presence, retraced through imagination and repeating the origin. Although Condillac does not begin at the origin, he returns to it through the analogical method in order to analyze its production and generation. Unlike Husserl, he regards the construction of a new metaphysics as a matter of replacing the first philosophy while inheriting its name. Or better still, supplying it the correction of metaphysics remains for Condillac a task of philosophy, but he conceives of it as a question of method and order. Above all, by elaborating another theory of signs and words by using another language, he wants to avoid the employment of undeterminate signs. Philosophy must therefore produce a new language that will reconstitute metaphysics' prelinguistic and natural base. For Condillac, Derrida argues, good metaphysics will have been natural and mute, AF, before the advent of language and its ambiguities. The category of good metaphysics thus contains two distinct notions: one is prelinguistic and pertains to origin, instinct, and feeling; the other is the highest elaboration in language, which cures the ills of bad metaphysics by correcting them. For Condillac, then, metaphysics as such must develop and not degrade the metaphysics of natural instinct. Metaphysics as such must even reproduce within language the relation it has, as language, to what precedes all language. This means that language is reproducing in language its own origin, which, nevertheless, is prelinguistic. Language and signification in general embody a knowledge that was already there. All we need do is retrace its genesis as a prelinguistic and non-signifying origin. For Condillac, both the correction of what has preceded and the production of a new language are a matter of making amends through language for language's misdeeds, so as to push artifice to that limit which leads back to nature. This going back to the origin or to nature is achieved by means of analogy, which is based on the principle of identical propositions. The origin is in itself unmodifiable. Thus Condillac explains the productive function of analogy by the principle of a difference of degree, AF, without abandoning the rule of the identical proposition. This implies that the genealogical return to the simple, and that progressive development can only be done by combining or modifying a material unmodifiable in itself. Here sensation. That is the first material, informed, transformed, combined, associated, it engenders all knowledge. Language and the sign are simply external to this first material, their function being to impose logical order on otherwise confused sense material. This means in turn that for Kondylic, there would exist a mute first material, an irreducible core of immediate presence to which some secondary modifications supervene, modifications which would enter into combinations, relations, connections, and so on. And yet this metaphysics, this sensationalist metaphysics, would also be throughout a metaphysics of the sign and a philosophy of language. Sensation, being the simple element, is conceived of by Kondylic as a germ. It leads us not to theoretical but to practical knowledge, which does not need signs or language. Only theoretical knowledge and distinct ideas need language or signs, whose function is to classify and define distinct ideas. In Derrida's view, the importance accorded to signs by Kondylic means that, from the most natural articulation up to the greatest formality of the language of calculus, the sign's function is to account for, is to give the ratio to itself according to its calculative essence. But this calculus remarks, its force repeats a force older than itself, on the side of action, passion, need. The theoretical is only a supplying remark of the practical. Thus, the sign becomes an element of remarking through repetition. It is a force that supplements a need inscribed in that practical knowledge from which Kondylic excludes language and the sign. Imagination is the faculty which, by means of signs, produces combinations between the pre-linguistic stratum and ideas, objects. In Kondylic's theory, the sign comes into existence the moment the present object comes to be missing from perception, the moment perception is absent from itself. Robot smiley, at that moment the space of signs, with the function of imagination, is opened. The sign as deeder thus becomes necessary when the object is absent from the origin. When the sign takes the place of the object, perception, retracing, begins through imagination. The sign is never there at the beginning, because it is excluded from the origin, experience, and the operation of the soul. It is unnecessary for practical knowledge of those first knowns, which make all other knowledge possible through analogy. The production of knowledge is but a difference of degree. The imagination is accorded a productive function in fashioning the new only when, by analogical connection and repetition, it brings to light what, without being there, will have been there on the one hand. Therefore, imagination is conceived as that which retraces and produces as reproduction the lost object of perception, and does so at the moment when attention, of which imagination is nevertheless only the first modification, no longer suffices to make the object of perception subsist. The moment the first modification of attention breaks with perception and regulates passing from weak presence to absence, on the other hand, Kondylic conceives of imagination as a force which, by connecting the present to the absent, liberates the production of the new, although it is unable to create anything new that deviates from the principle of the identical proposition of analogy. In other words, it invents or reproduces only what was there already. Imagination can thus link one signified of the already there to another, but without alteration, i.e. alterity, entering into the signifieds connected by the signifier. Repetition comes to be part of the signified only as repetition of the same. Although imagination as reproduction traces the perceived, it invents or innovates nothing. It only combines in relation to each other the given's finite presences in order to supply language. The productive imagination adds something more, its freedom, however, consists of transferring and mastering the strongest possible connections between the present and the absent, between ideas and perceptions. For Kondylic, to supply a language's defects is a theoretical and methodical operation of remarking after the fact. Thus, to supply is, after having remarked and retraced the origin of the lack, to add what is necessary, what is missing. But what is necessary, what is lacking, also presents itself as a surplus, an overabundance of value, a frivolous futility that would have to be subtracted, although it makes all commerce possible, as sign and value. The sign in Kondylic thus embodies a knowledge already known to practical knowledge, and its function and meaning are determined by notions of need and utility. Any overabundance of value produced by what supplies the lack gives rise to commerce, both economic and linguistic, as well as to trade and the frivolity of chit-chat. The genesis of the sign is linked to commerce when it institutes the arbitrary sign which frees the operations of the soul. Although the operations of the soul are the property of natural signs, the natural sign is not a proper sign. For Condillac, then, the property of the sign is the system of the arbitrary. Articulated language as a system of arbitrary signs, becomes the exemplar which contains the whole, that is, it contains the natural sign while remaining external to it. In his Truth in Painting, Derrida critiques this idea of an exemplar based on the principle of analogy, by turning analogy against itself. In Condillac, however, the sign does not refer either to the idea or the referent, or to any useful connection. Having no value, it becomes useless, and gives rise to frivolity. In so far as it does not refer to the absent object, the sign falls far from the idea, from sense itself, and from the origin. In Derrida's view, Condillac's frivolity consists in being satisfied with tokens. It originates with the sign, or rather with the signifier which, no longer signifying, is no longer a signifier. The empty, void, friable, useless signifier. For Condillac, the sign cannot be present to itself without referring to an object, without repeating it through the principle of identity. The semantic identity of the sign is contained in the idea, in its link to the principle of identical propositions. Any sign that falls outside the schema is unnecessary and hollow. What organizes the usefulness or frivolity of the sign is need. By resorting to the values of the same, of analogy, of analysis, of the identical proposition, Condillac had to guard against frivolity as if from its infinitely unlike double. In order to avoid frivolity in discourse, Condillac uses analogy to saturate indefinitely semiotics with semantic representation, by including all rhetoric in a metaphorics, by connecting the signifier. Consequently, all language relates metaphorically to the origin, and the signifier must always connect with the signified object, idea. The sign must mean, and its meaning derives from the origin as identity. Unconnected signifiers, meaningless, futile, and thus disposable, introduce frivolity into the sign. Condillac accepts the process of correcting deficiencies in language, and of creating a new language by supplying it. Supplementation and lack are thus quite central issues in Condillac's thought. What he condemns is frivolity in language, that is, the sign which repeats itself merely in order to repeat itself, and lacks both an object and semantic value which originates in a need. Writing becomes evil whenever it is unintelligible, lacks semantic content, or falls away from the origin, that is, when the signifier's detour remains a detour without return. The written signifier poses the greatest threat of deviating from the origin. For Condillac, Derrida argues, the root of evil is writing. The frivolous style is the style that is written because the written signifier has no object, no interlocutor, it repeats itself without reference to any signified. Any signifier that leads to an indeterminate detour from the origin is simply frivolous. Thus, for Condillac, frivolity begins its work, or rather threatens the work of its work in repetition in general, i.e., in the fissure which, separating two repetitions, rends repetition in two. The repetition of the idea, the identity of ideas is not frivolous. Identity in words is frivolous. Because writing has the greatest potential for frivolity, the frivolous style must be eliminated. So too must repetition as non-identity in writing. For Condillac, the difference between these two forces of repetition, identity in ideas, and non-identity in writing, produces the gap between the serious and the frivolous. Condillac, Derrida argues, tied the two forces of repetition to one another, and as a result the limit between the two repetitions within repetition itself cannot be reproduced, stated, or come to signification without engendering that very thing the limit excludes. Frivolity in writing thus appears inevitable, because the written signifier, instead of bridging the gap between the two repetitions, introduces a fissure which condemns it to frivolity. Thus, frivolity originates from the deviation or the gap of the signifier, but also from its folding back on itself in its closed and non-representative identity. Although Kondelik recognizes non-identity in language, he views it as metaphor and makes it the primordial structure of language only in order to begin its analogical and teleological reappropriation. In other words, language is a secondary modification of this primordial, pre-linguistic structure. Metaphor and analogy can be conceived of only in terms of a reappropriation of the origin, and the non-identical only as the non-identity of an identity. As the representation of the absent object, the sign must refer always to that object and be identical with it if it is to mean. The force which determines the need for the presence of the object is the desire rooted in empirical subjectivity. Since the values of use and need orient Kondelik's theory of the sign, frivolity becomes also the seeming repetition of desire without any object or of a floating desire. It is need left to itself, need without object, without desire's direction in Kondelik. Therefore, desire derives from need in the same way as imagination does from sense. Although imagination, need, desire and repetition produce the sign, they must not suspend its relation to an object that ties it to the origin. In one respect, desire opens the direction of the object, and produces the supplying suppleant sign which can always work to no effect. By means of vacancy, disposability, extension, but in other respects, need is itself frivolous. Need without desire is blind. It has no object, is identical to itself. Tautological and autistic Kondelik thinks that desire must relate need to an object in order to avoid frivolity. In the place of a derivative desire and imagination, Derrida develops a radicalized concept of desire which is not derived from need. It is a need to desire which, having no object, it becomes the object itself. For Derrida, no longer is desire the relation with an object, but the object of need. No longer is desire a direction, but an end. An end without end, bending need into a kind of flight. This escape sweeps away the origin, system, destiny, and time of need, an exempt word and a concept without identity. The written sign that is no longer connected to an object becomes a need to desire. For Kondelik, the need to desire in writing is what threatens the principle of analogy, whereas for Derrida it frees writing from the dichotomy between use and frivolity. By conceiving of writing as a need to desire, Derrida liberates it from instrumentalization, derivativeness, and the need to refer back without loss to an origin qua identity which entails a particular destiny or interpretative framework. Freeing writing from all of that, desire directs it into a kind of interminable flight from such fundamental concepts of Western metaphysics as origin, system, destiny, and identity. The subject has no origin, need or desire connected to either an object or a self as identity. The writing of the self thus enters into an interminable flight that eliminates the self, its identity and origin. The subject, therefore, cannot write its desire, because writing contains desire without depending on human agency and subjectivity. Desire is disassociated from that notion of subjectivity which rests on self-referential presence and need as origin. In Derrida, desire is freed from its locus in the subject even as something unconscious. In his later work, Derrida becomes more emphatic when he argues that even in relation to desire of God we do not determine ourselves before this desire, as no relation to self can be sure of preceding a relation to the other. Derrida, A. Derrida's deconstruction of Kondelik shows the limits of an empirical conception of the sign and subjectivity that appears to have the same shortcomings as Husserl's idealist conception of the sign. For whereas Husserl brackets out the signifier, because it does not lead to full presence and transcendental subjectivity, Kondelik condemns it for not being connected to an object and therefore unable to reappropriate the origin. Neither the frivolous sign in Kondelik nor indicative sign in Husserl is connected to semantic value. Both meaningless, they thus pose a threat to the origin qua identity. Both Husserl and Kondelik think that the written sign as representation is necessary for communication and understanding. But it also threatens the principle of identity, whether it is conceived in terms of sense, or as an intended consciousness of an ideal subject and object. Condillac excludes the written sign from both prelinguistic sense and the faculties of the soul, and derives its meaning through an analogical relationship to the origin. Its status is to supplying corrections through secondary modifications, although these modifications remain external to the origin. Writing is what establishes the strongest connection between ideas, threading one signified to another by detours through the signifier. Writing, however, also poses the greatest threat, through frivolity, of falling away from the origin. In Husserl, writing is external and secondary to the signified, even though it is the most ideal of signs. Its meaning is derived through its connection to an intended consciousness. The sign itself, being unconnected to intentionality, is both empty and meaningless. In his critique of Husserl, Derrida frees writing from both intentionality and subjugation to a transcendental signified, and by his critiquing Condillac he frees it also from being instrumentalized in relation to origin and need. Writing is no longer dependent upon and directed by a conception of desire connected to an empirical subjectivity. Need, desire and imagination are divorced from their dependence on notions of subjectivity as self-identity. Derrida's thought becomes problematic, however, once we examine his deconstruction of the sign, which leads him to difference and other concepts. Especially problematic in his analysis of Condillac is Derrida's treatment of the subject and the writing of the self. Two questions arise: how one can write or read the self, especially in autobiographical and/or confessional writing in the absence of the subject, subjectivity, the I, or indeed any notion of the self which rests on a principle of identity. How, if one elevates writing to a transcendental concept that is beyond not only speech and writing but also the transcendental or empirical subject, can the project of writing the transcendental or empirical self be possible? In deconstructing Condillac, Derrida argues for a conception of subjectivity divorced from empirical subjectivity and not conceived of, in the manner of both Lacan and Freud, in terms of desire, which in the early Lacan's case, means desire and recognition of the other. Derrida thinks of desire as embedded in an interminable flight, in which the relationship between desire and its ends cannot be grounded in subjectivity. No longer integral to subjective self-consciousness, desire has neither an arche nor a telos. While desire is turned back ceaselessly upon itself, need becomes the need to desire. In Hegel, desire is connected to need, whereas Levinas separates desire from enjoyment. Both are reluctant, however, to disassociate desire from subjectivity. For Derrida, however, desire permits itself to be appealed to by the absolutely irreducible exteriority of the other to which it must remain infinitely inadequate. Desire is equal only to excess. No totality will ever encompass it. Desire is outside the metaphysics of the same and consequently outside the categories of subjectivity conceived in terms of identity. The subject is not the locus or the destination of desire. Desire itself becomes an opening and freedom without return. Desire is the frivolity of the sign, the excess of need and Nietzsche's eternal return. The other again breaks the circle of desire by opening it to an asymmetrical relationship with the other. As an irreducible exteriority, desire is beyond any relationship of adequation to or analogy with the self. Derrida's deconstruction of the empirical concept of the sign proposes a conception of the self which, by transgressing the basic tenets of the empirical tradition, frees the self and subjectivity from psychological categories. He postulates a redefinition of selfhood which negates the concepts of need, desire, and imagination, partly by abolishing the distinction between frivolity and usefulness, and partly by questioning the relation between sign and object. Subjectivity, as a self-contained entity, anchored to an origin, disappears in order to make room for a new conception of selfhood, which will become more evident in Derrida's deconstruction of structuralism and Rousseau. Structure and the deconstruction of empiricism's antipode. Derrida's other major point of departure in deconstructing logocentrism is his critique of structuralism and its concept of structure. Some elements of structuralist thought, he argues, had began already the process of the displacement of logocentrism. These include the idea of bricolage and also of myth as discourse which questions notions of authorship and unique subjectivity. On the other hand, he targets structuralist conceptions of both center and structure, because they retain vestiges of a subjectivism rooted in ideas of identity and presence. Derrida also attacks structuralism's anthropological concept of man, which derives its assuredness from basing its knowledge and claim to truth on the organizing principle of the center. Derrida argues that although the concepts of center and structure both claim to denote transsubjective categories, they still rely on the notion of origin as presence. The subject and the self are still part of this mode of thinking, insofar as the configurations of difference they allow for are nevertheless fixed by appealing to a center that permits no alterity. This results in a kind of ethnocentrism, the byproduct of a subjectivist anthropology that constructs difference within a model of assuredness. Although Derrida continues to maintain the importance of the concept of the sign, its deconstruction now encompasses ethnocentric discourses as well as associated constructions of subjectivity and otherness. Situating structuralism within Western metaphysics, Derrida states in his interpretation of Levi Strauss that the absence of a center is here the absence of a subject and the absence of an author, WD. The fate of the center is also the fate of the subject and the self. Because the structure no longer retains the center, neither the linguistic nor any other structure can be instituted in order to rescue the subject. Derrida makes this clear when arguing that the concept of structure, especially in Levi Strauss' work, is like the concept of the sign insofar as it can simultaneously confirm and shake logocentric and ethnocentric assuredness, POS. Once again we are confronted with the concept of the sign as that which guides methodology and grounds validity. This connects structuralist scientificity to the logos determined as method. Derrida argues that in Levi Straussian structuralism the sign is used in order to overcome the opposition between the sensible and the intelligible. It fails because the concept of the sign cannot in itself surpass this opposition, WD, if it is conceived of within a system which reduces the signifier to the signified by submitting the sign to thought. This problematic of the sign extends also to that discourse on structure which is based on the concept of the center. Structuralism, Derrida argues, is a phonologism which is undoubtedly the exclusion or abasement of writing. It is based on a hierarchy which places speech, on account of its phonematic character, above writing and consequently nature above culture. Derrida argues that because structuralism elevates nature into the transcendental signified, speech and oral language are accorded a certain naturality. Like Rousseau, Levi Strauss conceives of writing as something external to nature and artificial. Language is separated from writing, which is placed below and outside. For Levi Strauss, writing's essential function is to favor the enslaving power rather than the disinterested science. Writing becomes the tool of oppression, that element in language which destroys the authenticity of nature, and which lacks the scientificity accorded to it by Husserl. Writing, for Levi Strauss, then becomes inauthentic, associated with the violence and hierarchization which result in exploitation. Once again, writing is the disruption of presence. Structuralism's basic principle, structure, functions as the transcendental signified. It is a totalizing concept that aims to arrest or suppress the signifier, written inscription, by relegating it to social inauthenticity, to a violence. From then on, Derrida argues the anthropologist's mission carries an ethical significance, to find and fix the levels of authenticity. The anthropological division of peoples into those with writing and those without it betrays the preoccupation with authenticity as the transcendental referent of a natural full presence and true origin, uncontaminated by what is inauthentic. The concept of structure in Western metaphysics is thus perceived as having a center which refers to a point of presence, a fixed origin, WD. The function of the center is to orient, balance and organize, and limit the play of the structure. Play is restricted to the elements within the structure. There is no possibility of either the transgression or the substitution of the elements, nor can the uniqueness of the center be destroyed. The center is thus outside the play, whose rules it sets and governs by. Being simultaneously both within and outside the structure, it therefore escapes structurality. At the center, Derrida argues the permutation or the transformation of elements, which may of course be structures enclosed within a structure, is forbidden. At least this permutation has always remained interdicted. Transgression reorganizes the elements and dislocates the center, whose function is to provide a locus where play is constituted on the basis of a fundamental immobility and reassuring certitude, and where anxiety can be mastered. This schema does not allow for a mode of being which is caught in the game of differences. It allows a mode of being based on a desire for certitude, and for a center that always determines the elements and configurations of the structure. Because it figures structure as closure, this conception of the center can be called the origin or end, archi, or telos of repetitions, substitutions, transformations, and permutations which are always taken from a history of meaning sense, that is, in a word, a history, whose origin may always be reawakened or whose end may always be anticipated in the form of presence. Structure, then, is determinable and predictable, a full presence which is beyond play, whose center is always assured. Derrida argues that in Western metaphysics the names given to the center were always designated an invariable presence, eidos, archi, telos, energia, ousia, essence, existence, substance, subject, aletheia, transcendentality, consciousness, God, man, and so forth. The function of the structure is to reappropriate the origin, the organizing principle. It is truth present to itself without alterity, without difference. The problem of the transition from one structure to another is overcome by bracketing out history and spacing. Difference, rupture, etc., are contained at the moment when the structure is created, rather than being essential elements of or prerequisites for that formation. Consequently, the idea of an ongoing dislocation or absent center is denied. Derrida's project, however, is to decenter the center as the totalizing principle of logocentric structuration and as the transcendental signified. He wants to totally radicalize the concept of structure by conceiving of it as without a center. By submitting the center to the structurality of the structure, he aims to open up a process of decentering and of non-totalization. Derrida attempts to effect this dislocation by introducing the concepts of rupture, or disruption, and redoubling, which open up the possibility of play and substitution. Rupture or disruption comes into existence when the structurality of the structure is thought of as repetition. Repetition is not bound to the identity principle, however, but to the admission of alterity. Instead of substituting one center for another, it disrupts and dislocates infinitely the formation of any structure governed by the center. Derrida thinks of the center as something devoid of anteriority. It is a structure with no center in the form of a present being, having no natural site. It is not a fixed locus but a function, a sort of non-locus in which an infinite number of sign substitutions comes into play, WD. The structure and the place vacated by a centered language is decentered by the joyful science, which is a science of the play of differences. A system in which the central signified, the original or transcendental signified, is never absolutely present outside a system of differences. The absence of the transcendental signified extends the domain and the play of signification infinitely. Totalization, conceived of as the arrest of play within a structure, cannot be achieved. Play disrupts and dislocates any attempts either to totalize or to saturate the field with empirical instances. It therefore attempts to escape reductive empiricism in both language and structuralism. Moreover, in the absence of a transcendental signified which is beyond play, both the division between signifier and signified and their parallel relationship are cancelled. The new field which is opened up, and which is not determined by either empiricism or idealism, is in effect that of play which is conceived of as a field of infinite substitutions only because it is finite and instead of being an inexhaustible field. Instead of being too large, there is something missing from it, a center which arrests and grounds the play of substitutions. Meaning, truth and origin thus enter the play of infinite substitutions. They do so, however, not, as is often argued, on account of their inexhaustibility, but because of a lack which is inherent in signification and language. The movement of play supplements this lack through substitution, without the possibility of achieving either plenitude or that kind of centered formation which would arrest play by locking the movement of signification into binary oppositions. The movement of play, Derrida asserts, permitted by the lack or absence of a center or origin, is the movement of supplementarity, and occurs as a surplus, as a supplement. The movement of signification adds something, which results in the fact that there is always more, but this addition is a floating one because it comes to perform a vicarious function, to supplement a lack on the part of the signified. As when critiquing Husserl's conception of the sign, Derrida introduces a non-originary origin in order to designate a lack on the part of the signified. No signifier is ever completely contained, without remainder by the signified. With regard to structure, play becomes the disruption of presence, WD, the standpoint from which non-totalization can be perceived. For Derrida, play is always play of absence and presence, but if it is to be thought radically, play must be conceived of before the alternative of presence and absence. Being must be conceived as presence or absence on the basis of the possibility of play and not the other way around. As both absence and presence, play therefore inscribes the very possibility of the binary opposition, presence/absence. Play is not the loss or absence of a presence, as center, origin, truth, etc., that needs to be reappropriated. It is outside the structuralist thematic of the lost or impossible presence of the absent origin. Of broken immediacy it has more in common with the Nietzschean affirmation than with either the structuralist quest for the authentic or Rousseau's search for an originary nature. As conceived of by Derrida, play is a joyous affirmation of the play of the world and the innocence of becoming, the affirmation of a world of signs without fault, without truth, and without origin which is offered to an active interpretation. This affirmation then determines the non-center otherwise than as loss of the center. By affirming play as the play of the world, and by attributing to the world of signs no fault, truth, or origin, Derrida's aesthetics of existence does away with teleological and ontological concerns. In the world of signs, non-purposive play and the innocence of becoming are linked to an active mode of interpretation unencumbered by metaphysical concerns. Freed from the domination of teleocracy, interpretation is given up to joyously affirming the play of the world. This idea has important implications for the theory of subjectivity. For if subjectivity cannot attain the status of an origin, then both the subject and the self are also set adrift in the play of the world. In particular, the writing of the self enters a world of signs which are without fault, truth, or origin. The self is consequently without either responsibility or meaning, for meaning is a function of play, and is inscribed in a certain place in the configuration of a meaningless play. The subject can be seen as either trapped in the sureness of the structure or given over to the play of chance. As Derrida argues, the trace is the erasure of selfhood, of one's own presence, and is constituted by the threat or anguish of its irremediable disappearance, of the disappearance of its disappearance. Derrida also contends that there is a sure play, in the sense of that which is limited to the substitution of given and existing, present, pieces. This is because in absolute chance, affirmation surrenders itself to genetic indetermination, to the seminal adventure of the trace. It is therefore the indeterminacy of the trace that guides the act of interpretation as the affirmation of a form of play that does not have as its telos both the return to the origin and the end of play. The substitution of given and existing pieces is left to absolute chance, that is, to the non-systematization of their formations. Writing as trace is constituted by its own erasure, its own disappearance. For Derrida, an unerasable trace is not a trace but full presence, an immobile and uncorruptible substance, a son of God, a sign of parousia and not a seed, that is, a mortal germ. The trace then carries within itself the seeds of its own death, its own erasure. As the play and work of difference, the trace can be neither hypostasised nor made part of any empirical or structural concept that arrests the play and work of difference. The trace is never fully absent and never fully present. Because the sign itself represents the present of its absence, the trace is thus the other of signification. Interpretation cannot be connected, therefore, to an act of subjectivity. Writing, as trace, carries within it not only its own erasure but also the erasure of selfhood. This becomes clearer in Derrida's reply to Searle about the deconstruction of speech acts. There the notion of iterability in language announces the death of the author as well as of the intentionality which supposedly is embedded in all speech acts. Nor is it possible to subject the trace to a psychoanalytic approach, in which the text and its reading become tools with which to psychoanalyze its author. Writing cannot be limited to the interpretation of the lapsus calami that will lead back to the interiority of the subject itself. The very idea of the subject as a desire for self-presence, for a fixing of a center, becomes part of the deconstructive process. The subject's self-presence is deferred indefinitely. So too are the lapsus calami and the absolute unveiling of the unconscious through their subjugation to the language of logos. For Derrida, the text cannot become an expression, production, or representation of the self at either a conscious or unconscious level. The text cannot be fully present to itself in terms of either meaning or truth. Selfhood is subject to the seminal adventure of the trace. Because the self writes its own erasure, it cannot be the locus of its own self-contained truth, in full speech, and through some uninterrupted connection to the logos. Writing as trace or proto-writing will always interrupt full presence, and dislocate both its center and its certitude. The Derridean self is playful but uncertain, because its desire for immediate self-presence and self-proximity is always disrupted and interrupted by its other. Anchored to the notion of full presence, both the authentic subject and the authentic self are subject to the kind of play which Derrida defines as the disruption of presence, WD. To conceive of structure as a totality with a fixed center, which forbids play, substitution or transgression, implies a conception of both the subject and the self as self-enclosed entities with assured centers. But in Derrida's understanding, neither the subject nor the self can become centers for either asserting the authenticity, truth, and meaning of the self or for reappropriating it as an origin at the level of identity, consciousness or presence. Play is subject-less transgression. Rousseau, authenticity, representation, and the threat of writing. Derrida aims to deconstruct Rousseau's model of self-presence, which is based on the idea of the sensible cogito. He does so in order to deconstruct the political agenda of a philosophy of presence which constructs subjectivity by excluding supplementarity. He uses Rousseau's confessions to deconstruct the presence and absence problematic within self-presence. Rousseau's social contract enables him to problematize the relationship between presence, presenter, representation, representation, representer and the represented. And with reference to Rousseau's origin of languages, he can critique the philosophical premise which conceives of the origin as full appropriation. In each case he mobilizes the supplement and play in order to dethrone presence. In place of presence, Derrida institutes the supplement, and redefines the origin as the supplement of a supplement. The self likewise becomes the supplement of a supplement, which can never appropriate its origin either as presence, authenticity, or identity devoid of alterity. For Derrida, the truth of the self and the authentic self are no less a mirage than presence itself. The origin, which always eludes us in both writing and speech, is possible and conceivable only in disguise. That is, as concealment rather than as a Heideggerian unconcealment. Various questions then arise. How can we think of a subject of representation which does not rely on an originary presence that can be evoked and instituted? How can one think of a politics of the self and a politics of representation that does not rely on the principle of presence? Can we have politics, justice, and morality without co-present subjects? For Derrida, the answer is contained in his notions of supplement and play, his critique of the idea of representation, and ultimately in a construction of the other which undermines the notion that subjectivity is based on identity. The supplement and play radicalize the notion that the origin is natural and authentic. In addition to introducing Derrida's conception of the other, they also deconstruct ideas of representation which rely on origin for their authentication. This early critique of the political problematic of representation confutes the argument that only in his later work does Derrida become political. I argue that these early deconstruct ions inform those later works by Derrida which address directly the political, social, ethico-moral, and cultural issues that characterize his thought. In effect, the deconstruction of Rousseau's conception of presence instantiates his political, social, and ethico-moral concerns. Derrida argues that Rousseau starts from a new model of presence, the subject's self-presence within consciousness or feeling. This radical departure is still embedded, however, in a concept of writing that presents a danger to self-presence. As a result, Rousseau tries to exclude writing from the construction of subjectivity because of its problematic relationship to self-presence, which, he argues, constitutes the authentic, inner self. Although he uses the privileged discourse of confession to assert the empirical unity of both the self and the subject in general, he fails, according to Derrida, to step out of Western metaphysics. This failure is significant because it not only heralds a new concept of the authentic self, but also problematizes that politics of presence which seeks to exclude representation and supplement to writing. Focusing once more on writing, Derrida deconstructs Rousseau's dichotomy between a representative and a natural, divine, or living writing. The first represents the common writing, the dead letter, exemplifies the former, while the latter is represented by that living, divine voice which one hears upon retreating into oneself. The inner self, which unites with the voice, excludes the disruption and aphoristic energy of writing, see Og. In order to reach the truth about ourselves, each one of us needs to retreat into our inner self, which is expressed as the writing in the soul and as the voice of conscience. It is by deconstructing this inner, authentic, and original self that Derrida problematizes expressivist conceptions of the modern self, see Taylor. The inner and true self constitutes an origin that excludes writing and representation. The voice becomes the signified origin, while writing is merely the signifier. Derrida's deconstruction of Rousseau uncovers the logocentric foundations of both representation and imitation. In this theoretical schema, logos is the governing principle which, being infinite and self-present, can be produced as auto-affection through the voice. The unity and consciousness of the subject and the self are assured through the voice, which reaffirms self-presence by excluding writing. Writing is merely a signifier, external to and representative of the subject's self-presence within consciousness or feeling. Derrida thus argues that Rousseau presupposes a first presence that representation must either restore or reappropriate, if thought is not to become alienated. Subjectivity and the self are anchored on the idea of a first or authentic self-presence that representation cannot affect. In Rousseau, however, the relationship between voice and signifier is complex. The voice is that which denotes the disappearance of the object, and it interiorizes this disappearance violently by transforming it into acamine. Derrida objects that Rousseau assumes that the disappearance of presence in the form of the object, the being before the eyes or being athent, installs a sort of fiction, if not a lie, at the very origin of speech, Og. Consequently, the disappearance of the object is a precondition for its appearance or substitution in speech. Paradoxically, speech obliterates the empirical nature of the object in the very act of articulating and interiorizing it as voice. Speech as full presence, as the only route to the heart, is thus based on a fiction which, Derrida argues, is inscribed in the origin itself. For speech never gives the thing itself, but a simulacrum that touches us more profoundly than the truth, strikes us more effectively as the interiorization of the object qua simulacrum. Speech expresses a fiction that guarantees authenticity via the paradox of expression. This paradox was also explored by Rousseau's sometime friend and rival theorist Diderot. In his Paradox of the Actor, Diderot argues that actors need reason rather than sensibility, since what enables a great actor to give authentic performances is not real feeling but an ability to create the simulacrum of real feeling. Diderot. Rousseau, The New Logic of the Supplement. The concept of representation that Rousseau adopts is based on a process of returning, recovering, and remembering an immutable origin whose integrity is appropriated retrospectively, but which is nevertheless guaranteed in advance. What Rousseau wants to exclude is supplementarity and any representation that does not enable the origin to be reappropriated as identity. This results in the conception of an authentic and natural self, as opposed to that which is inauthentic and artificial. It is this representation that Derrida deconstructs in an attempt to dislocate the absolute nature of the origin, and to substitute for it the notion of the non-originary supplement, trace, and play. Thus, for Derrida, subjective self-consciousness has no absolute origin, the subject cannot constitute the foundational principle or the origin of either writing or speech. He aims also to develop a strategy for deconstructing both the primacy of the origin and the emergence of what he calls primary writing, og, which replaces the writing of the self as a self-assured I. In primary writing, the self is written out of erasure through the new logic of the supplement. This new concept of writing, and its paradoxical function as supplement within Rousseau's thought, was used subsequently by Derrida to deconstruct a number of widely accepted notions and dichotomies. As we have seen already, Derrida's concept of writing goes beyond the extension of language. In all senses of the word, writing thus comprehends language, this historical closure of the sign and of language, and the opening of the science of writing, is for Derrida a slow movement, spanning 20 centuries of Western thought, which finally succeeded in being gathered under the name language, and is now beginning to let itself be transferred to, or at least summarized under, the name of writing. What interests Derrida is the movement of a language which has no origin other than a structure which can be expressed as signifier of the signifier, and which conceals and erases itself in its own production. The field of language, therefore, can no longer be constituted, contained or arranged through the binary opposition of signifier and signified. This new conception of writing as something which comprehends language again entails destroying the concept of sign and its entire logic. The sign becomes unmotivated, and is liberated from the dualisms of logocentrism. Writing, as the signifier of a signifier, is added by Derrida to the origin of language, but without itself constituting an origin. Language, therefore, can be subsumed under the name of the writing which engenders its production, since, as the signifier of a signifier, it comprehends and exceeds the signified language. While overturning the hierarchy which privileges speech above writing, it does not allow writing to become the new governing principle. Language becomes subject to proto-writing and supplementarity while simultaneously entering a kind of free play. Since the self is embedded in language, inevitably it becomes part of this supplementarity and free play, although without having resort to full presence. Its corresponding uncertainty is not the result of a lost origin that must be reappropriated. On the contrary, Derrida sees it as a liberation from logocentrism's conception of the self and subjectivity in terms of full presence as a fixed center or an origin. The narrating and narrated subject can be no more grounded in language than self can be in its own narration. For Derrida, then, the self cannot be constructed within either a structural linguistic framework or a humanistic paradigm. Rousseau, however, conceives of writing as a supplement to the origin, to memory, and to all forms of representation. As such, writing is external to full presence and plenitude, it adds without adding. Writing indicates an absence which leads to the full presence of what is represented or presented. It does so by uniting the presenter with the represented. Consequently, Rousseau develops a critique of representation, especially within social and political relations, which does not lead to the origin as presence. He presupposes the existence of an originary self-presence that representation, if it is not to be alienating, must restore in full. The co-present subject is the model for political and social relations that do not allow the evil of representation to take the place of presence as origin. Thus, for Rousseau, the evil of writing befalls the origin, speech, when it allows the representer, writing, to represent what is represented. Therefore, any form of representation, political, social, etc., that replaces what is to be represented is condemned, because it does not lead to the origin as voice. Writing is condemned only when it appears to suspend the voice, og. Rousseau, like other thinkers, links the voice to full presence, free speech, origin, nature, indeed to anything which affects the return, as the full reappropriation, of the origin as identity. Rousseau's texts also raise the problematic of the absence of the origin, or of articulation and writing within speech. This can be demonstrated best in Rousseau's treatment of both the supplement and supplementarity in general. His condemnation of writing as a supplement to full voice, as that which threatens the return to the origin, and to nature as a transcendental signified, stands in a paradoxical relationship to his recognition of the importance and necessity of the supplement. For although he recognizes and describes the problematic function of supplementarity, he avoids its aporias by rendering it external to the origin. Thus, in Rousseau, as in Western metaphysics, writing is thought of as sensible, finite, and on the side of culture, technique, and artifice, a human procedure, the ruse of a being accidentally incarnated on the one hand. Rousseau condemns writing for being opposed to nature. It is the dead letter and carrier of death because it exhausts life in this sense. Writing is the falling away from the origin. When speech allows itself to be represented by the presenter, writing, enslavement begins. On the other hand, Rousseau conceives of writing in its metaphoric sense as natural, divine, living, and venerated because it is equal in dignity to the origin of value, to the voice of conscience as divine law to the heart, to sentiment, and so forth. For Rousseau, metaphoric writing is natural writing, immediately united to the voice and to breath, no longer mere representation. It incarnates that full presence associated with consciousness and feeling. It is the Husserli and hearing oneself speak in the true and undivided presence of a conscious inner life. It presupposes the superiority of the sign as expression, voice, to that exteriorization of the signifier which is writing. Derrida points out that both Plato and Rousseau distinguish good from bad writing. The good and natural is the divine inscription in the heart and the soul, the perverse and artful is technique, exiled in the exteriority of the body. For Rousseau, natural writing is immediately united to the voice and to breath. Its nature is not grammatological but pneumatological. Natural writing thus denies its own body and grammatological structure in becoming Geist, spirit, or pneuma. It is the mark of self-presence as identity, and its exclusion of otherness in speech and language is safeguarded by the nexus between voice and full presence. If writing is to achieve its ultimate goal of ideal objectivity, then it must be a transcription of the natural, divine inscription or breath. The written text must imitate, in an eidetic form, that divine book of nature which contains neither artifice nor dissimulation. The meaning and truth of writing derive from, and are fully comprehended by, the book of nature conceived of as a totality. Consequently, it became necessary to externalize the disruptive power and effects of writing, rendering them secondary to the natural writing of the soul and the heart. In this sense, writing is merely a mnemotechnic tool, a détour en route to that unification of voice and thought which expresses the primary signified. Meaning and voice tautologically relate to one another. Writing loses its own corporeality, and becomes exterior to speech rather than its other. It is prohibited from entering into the play of signification and differences. The relation between memory and writing corresponds to that between writing and the origin. For Rousseau, as for Saussure, writing is but a mnemotechnic means which, supplanting good memory, spontaneous memory, signifies forgetfulness. Writing is a menace to living memory, for if forgetfulness could be eliminated, writing would have no use. Writing, then, performs an auxiliary function which, by signifying forgetfulness, paradoxically reasserts and recaptures the immediacy of speech without rupture. That entire system of signification which is grounded on the voice implies that writing, as a representation of voice, contains no discontinuities, ruptures, deferrals, or differences that cannot be elevated to the voice and thus resolved. Writing is therefore independent of language as a phonetic system, in as far as it cannot affect either its production or self-identity. For Rousseau, language within speech escapes the violence, the ruses and threat, of writing. The speaking subject can write its own unity without the menace of representation. As Derrida shows, however, An opening in Rousseau's texts paves the way for writing to emerge as a supplement to speech within a chain of substitutions. Derrida argues that the theme of supplementarity in Rousseau is not simply part of a chain of supplements. Instead, it describes the chain itself, the being chain of a textual chain, the structure of substitution, the articulation of desire and of language, the logic of all conceptual oppositions taken over by Rousseau, and particularly the role and the function, in his system, of the concept of nature. It tells us in a text what a text is, it tells us in writing what writing is. What Rousseau's texts try to efface and suppress therefore escapes total reduction. This concept of the supplement, and especially of writing as supplement, is irreducible on account of the textuality of Rousseau's texts, that is, the very thing he is trying to render external to their meaning. For Derrida, however, those indefinite substitutions which supplementarity implies have always already infiltrated presence, always already inscribed there the space of repetition and the splitting of the self. That splitting of the self, which is an effect of supplementarity, prevents the self from achieving a self-enclosed identity. Repetition as non-identity becomes internal to the self, making impossible its constitution as the same within presence. Supplementarity, as an endless chain of substitutions, splits the self and its identity by both inhabiting it and making possible its very emergence. For Rousseau, however, the supplement adds itself from outside to a plenitude which lacks nothing. Obliged to remain external to presence, the supplement thus adds without adding, in so far as it is not permitted to threaten the unity of the subject and of the self in particular. The supplement therefore breaks in only as something dangerous, as a substitute that enfeebles, enslaves, effaces, separates, and falsifies. Although Rousseau recognizes supplementarity, he denies its effects because his writings and thought are grounded on the principles of Western metaphysics. The true self, according to Rousseau, would experience immediate presence, and would not require the mediation of a supplement which results inevitably in enslavement, separation, and falsification. The true self is the self which does not allow the presenter, writing, to take the place of the presented. The supplement is a broaching of the origin which nevertheless can be rendered external to it. The self can be written without the threat of supplementarity. As an external supplement, writing adds nothing to the unity of the subject and the self. Thus, although Rousseau conceives of writing as a post-originary malady to language, his texts show that the space of writing operates at the origin of language. What Rousseau makes external to the origin, Derrida argues, is already present there. Man allows himself to be announced to himself after the fact of supplementarity, which is thus not an attribute, accidental or essential, of man. For on the one hand, supplementarity, which is nothing, neither a presence nor an absence, is neither a substance nor an opening of this play that no metaphysical or ontological concept can comprehend. Therefore this property propria of man is not a property of man, it is the very dislocation of the proper in general, it is the dislocation of the characteristic, the proper in general, the impossibility, and therefore the desire, of self-proximity, the impossibility and therefore the desire of pure presence. This impossibility, which appears to be the precondition of a desire for self-presence, is nevertheless unattainable. Man cannot announce himself to himself without being constituted through a supplementarity, which simultaneously prevents him from announcing himself to himself within the ontological and metaphysical categories of identity and the proper. Any form of writing which claims to present the self, to reveal it in its unmediated and unbroached identity, is as impossible as that which claims the self to be present to itself. For Derrida, the writing of the self is possible only within a structure of supplementarity which simultaneously denies its emergence as identity, as a proper name, and as a writing of truth. Embedded in both language and in writing, the subject becomes part of the structure of difference and supplementarity. The self becomes textualized in conditions where beyond and behind the text there have never been anything but supplements. Consequently, no univocal authorial voice betokens the existence of either a unitary subject or the self as a hearing oneself speak. There is no proper name, and no presence, but always interval, discontinuity, deferral, and alterity. The self becomes part of that endless chain of non-synonymous substitutions implied by the structure of supplementarity. In addition, Derrida argues, it is the strange essence of the supplement not to have essentiality, it may always not have taken place. Moreover, literally, it has never taken place, it is never present, here and now. If it were, it would not be what it is, a supplement, taking and keeping the place of the other. The supplement escapes temporalization and spatialization conceived of in terms of being as presence, and the other becomes constitutive of being. The supplement cannot become an essentialist category, nor can it be hypostasist, since its essence is to have no essence. By escaping empirical historicity and temporal periodization, it thus opens up the possibility of an unlimited freedom. For if the supplement is beyond the usual constraints of metaphysical categories, and is subject to an unlimited play of substitutions, it becomes free of power relations and responsibility as well as of value-oriented or teleological discourses. The idea of the self as a thinking subject, I, as an essentialist or even non-essentialist category, cannot be accommodated into the schema. Man, himself anchored on a humanistic conception, can no longer announce himself in terms of presence. Instead, he can announce himself only in writing, and only by writing his own erasure. This liberates the self from humanistic-centered conceptions of agency, as well as from the illusion that self can be fully revealed in writing, speech, or language in general. The writing of the self, therefore, cannot be anchored on the principle of identity. Language is always falling short of itself, which is why it needs the supplement at the level of its production genesis, and thus escape the process of rationalization. This is the crux of Derrida's critique of the project of enlightenment. What Derrida also wants to emphasize is the inability of reason to comprehend the logic of the supplement. For him, the supplement can only respond to the non-logical logic of a game. That game is the play of the world. Play is what prevents any closure of the game and the seminal difference of meaning. Whereas Nietzsche's notion of play escapes the etiological question of why, Derrida's is closely connected to his conception of writing as supplement and its connection to presence. He thus critiques Rousseau's inability to conceive of play, arguing that although supplementarity is possible in Rousseau, nothing has yet come into play. Rousseau's notion of the festival, for instance, excludes play, meaning is thus situated outside play. For Rousseau, representation and supplement take place within the horizon of an infinite restitution of presence. Representation becomes external to the origin, a mere addition, a contingency which avoids the trace of the supplement. The supplement and supplementarity are constituted by that play of presence and absence whose opening no metaphysical or ontological concept can comprehend dissociated from any ontological grounding. The limitlessness of play marks that absence of the transcendental signified which entails the destruction of onto theology and the metaphysics of presence. Play informs not only Derrida's concept of the supplement but also his concept of writing and trace. Supplementarity becomes the very condition for the opening of play and meaning. As such, it negates both meaning, as full presence, and the closure of the game. All meaning and therefore all discourse is caught in what Derrida terms the graphic of supplementarity. Furthermore, all concepts determining a non-supplementarity, nature, animality, primitivism, childhood, madness, divinity, etc., have evidently no truth value. They belong, moreover, with the idea of truth itself to an epoch of supplementarity. They have meaning only within a closure of the game. Thus, such concepts are relegated to a process of meaning production that relies upon the closure of the game through the exclusion of supplementarity. As writing comes to be perceived more and more as another name for this structure of supplementarity, supplementarity and play consequently become constitutive of writing. No signified can escape the play of signifying references that constitute language, because the advent of writing is the advent of this play, since writing is present at the origin of this play, although without constituting its origin, writing is inevitably part of the play. Derrida also uses his concept of play to attack reason. The graphic of supplementarity is irreducible to logic, he argues, primarily because it comprehends logic as one of its cases and may alone produce its origin. Furthermore, because the supplementary possibility is inconceivable to reason. The supplement can only respond to the non-logical logic of a game. Play is therefore constitutive of language, reason, and truth because it is there at the origin. In Derrida's radical view of it, the origin, whose structure can be expressed in writing, is what conceals and erases itself in its own production. That origin which can be written under erasure makes full reappropriation of the origin an impossibility. For the origin cannot institute itself as such, nor can it be a governing principle whose authority and authenticity are unchallengeable. Consequently, the voice cannot be the origin and governing principle of writing. Writing thus becomes the name of two absences, og, the signatory and the referent. In other words, writing involves the loss or absence not only of that self-identical subject who authenticates the text by signing, but also of the externality of the referent that writing would merely bring to representation. This absence, however, does not result in a loss of force, because the trace is an opaque energy which no concept of metaphysics can describe. Although the trace is anterior to all concepts of Western metaphysics, the past which it contains is no longer signified by the present past. This is because Derrida introduces the notion of spacing into the concepts of present, past and future. Spacing articulates both space and time. It is the becoming space of time and the becoming time of space which, in turn, is always the unperceived, the non-present, and the non-conscious presence thus contains what it cannot articulate and present. It is always contaminated by what cannot be perceived, presented, or become conscious, and by what cannot be subsumed under the logic of the reappropriation of an authentic self-presence. Conceived of in terms of writing, spacing is the becoming absent and the becoming unconscious of the subject. Writing negates the construction of the subject as both self-consciousness and self-presence. Derrida's project is thus to dislocate what he calls the metaphysics of presence or conscious subjectivity as an active movement and demotivation of the sign. The trace is also a starting point for Derrida's conception of the other. For Derrida, the trace is where the relationship with the other is marked, and articulates its possibility in the entire field of the entity, which metaphysics has defined as the being present starting from the occulted movement of the trace. The trace must be thought before the entity. But the movement of the trace is necessarily occulted, it produces itself as self-occultation. When the other announces itself as such, it presents itself in the dissimulation of itself. The possibility and emergence of the other cannot be conceived without the movement of the trace and its anteriority to any entity. The movement of the trace marks and opens the relationship to the other. Yet the trace, by an account of its self-occultation, cannot be defined, nor can it give us the wholly other. The other presents itself as dissimulation of itself, and never allows itself to be constructed in terms of identity. Both the self and its relationship to the other are marked by the structure of the trace, which prevents a definitive conception or contextualization of the self and/or other. Derrida argues that the field of the entity, before being determined as the field of presence, is structured according to the diverse possibilities, genetic and structural, of the trace. The presentation of the other as such, that is to say the dissimulation of the as such, has always already begun and no structure of the entity escapes it. Rousseau wants to attribute to writing an origin which is not only empirical historical but also pure and constant. He does not admit that empirical or historical conditions can change the essence of the origin as full presence. Writing connects itself to an origin which is a mute sign, a sign which does not need writing in order to constitute its truth and meaning. By deconstructing Rousseau's texts, Derrida arrives at the idea that the supplement is constitutive of the origin. Rousseau maintains the idea of the origin as presence by designating imitation, representation, repetition, and writing as mere addition which adding nothing, which cannot be substituted for the origin, or be auxiliaries for its reappropriation. By making all these features internal to the origin, Derrida arrives at the idea of the origin as the supplement of a supplement. He thus does away with the origin, in Rousseau's sense, by anchoring the supplement to a non-originary origin. Representation, imitation, repetition, supplementarity are already present at the origin. It becomes impossible to write the self without grounding it in an origin that admits all that the structure of supplementarity implies. The written work, and writing in general, become part of the process of disguising the origin. But for Derrida, I have argued, the origin is possible and conceivable only in disguise, whereas Rousseau expels the supplement from the origin. For Derrida the supplement becomes the non-origin of the origin. Like difference, it simultaneously constitutes and erases the origin, and thus renders any return to the origin as yet another failed attempt by Western metaphysics to adopt the logic of supplementarity. Because it is structured by supplementarity, writing denies the nostalgic return to an origin and to a plenitude of meaning from which its lacunae are eliminated. No interpretation or meaning attributed to the text can be anything more than a supplement in the chain of supplements which can be substituted by other supplements, without ever reaching a plenitude that requires no further supplement. Nothing, not even the silence of a prayer, escapes that supplementarity. The mute sign, language, subject, and self are always already subject to the trace, supplement and play. Returning to the origin is impossible, since the origin itself is but a supplement. In his analyses of Husserl in The Origin of Geometry, Derrida argues that the problematic of writing was already in place as such, bound to the irreducible structure of deferral in its relationships to consciousness, presence, science, history, and the history of science, the disappearance or delay of the origin, etc. P.O.S. Here again the problematic of writing serves to deconstruct both consciousness, by admitting otherness, and also presence, by admitting repetition and representation within presence. In short, Derrida deconstructs the idea of the origin by admitting substitution within the origin. Consequently, he cannot deal with that conception of the subject which has been conceived of and constructed in terms he himself has already deconstructed. For supplement and play are concepts that free not only writing and language but also the self from the notion of origin as a full presence devoid of representation, dissimulation, doubling, forgetfulness, imitation and disguise. Being itself beyond good and evil, writing is thus liberated from those evaluative and ethico-moral considerations which seriously challenge the later Derrida's more fully rounded considerations of both the other and responsibility. Derrida's deconstruction of writings by Condillac, Rousseau, and Levi-Strauss demonstrate the alterity in the origin to which concepts such as supplementarity, play and the trace refer incessantly. The alterity that Derrida develops is one that puts the accent on the aesthetico-political aspects of indeterminacy and is, therefore, oriented to the deconstruction of the aesthetico-political construction of authenticity and the critique of representation associated with Romanticism. Difference, as a non-originary origin, is a playful difference. It is the joker as the indeterminate card that holds the key to the play. The concept of nature, whether internal or external, cannot function as the final determinant of the authentic. The subject can no longer be conceptualized as either authentic or inauthentic because it is a product of the joker, that is, of the play of difference and the trace. It is this orientation that is mainly responsible for the partly justifiable critique that the early Derridian notion of the other lacked an ethico-political dimension or, more accurately, gave rise to an ethics and politics grounded in a Nietzschean concept of aesthetic transgression. This critique, for which Derrida has partly held himself responsible, is made amends for in his later work, where the ever-present reference to Levinas becomes even more insistent. Concluding remarks. In Derrida, desire is freed from its locus in the subject even as something unconscious. There is little room for a narrative construction of the self that can reclaim even a differentiated or multiple identity. The gendered construction of desire that Freud, Lacan, and Irigaray, among others have developed, is not part of Derridian deconstruction. Derrida's concept of desire is very radical in its construction not only because it is subjectless and disembodied, but also because it cannot be contained within language and / or writing or any other teleology or ontology. Of course, feminists already have criticized Derrida for ignoring the category of the woman or refusing to consider the feminine, irigere. These are all subjectivist categories, and since Derrida's anti-subjectivism underpins his thought, these are not concerns that can be accommodated within his thought in the terms that much of the feminist debates wish to pursue. See Irwin, Grosh, Birmingham, Holland, Feder et al. The attempt by Peg Birmingham to inject the feminine into Derrida's thought relies on the idea of fiction. She argues that Derrida has moved towards an understanding of fiction as the engendering activity of sexual difference. Birmingham, smiley face. She avoids the charge of the embodied, self-present subject by making the feminine not only a fiction, but a shadow and an erotic excess without abandoning sexual difference which occasions the singular and the unique. Birmingham. So for her the imperative of desire is not the call of the other still positioned at the margin, but rather the imperative to respond to the upsurge of the singular. Birmingham. However, in Derrida the concept of the other, and its relation to sexual difference, is far more complex than this statement would suggest, especially when considering the last phase of his work, see chapter end. The other is certainly not positioned in the margin but is a central element of his thought. Moreover, Derrida's concept of desire comes out of his deconstruction of Condillac. It is through a careful analysis of his concept of desire and its connection to identity and subjectivity that we can arrive at a more germane critique of Derrida. The political and ethical dimensions of Derrida's deconstructions present numerous challenges, with some scholars even doubting the existence of deconstruction, exemplified by Walfrey's often repeated refrain deconstruction, if such a thing exists. Walfrey's. Howells in her book Derrida, Deconstruction from Phenomenology to Ethics maintains that Derrida's first major discussion of ethical issues can be located in his first encounter with Levinas in his essay Violence and Metaphysics. Howells. She rightly points out that the concept of the subject is vital for understanding the ethics and politics of deconstruction. Howells. However, she links the deconstruction of the subject to the question of ethics more than politics, while maintaining that Derrida's conception of the subject appears closer to the non-subject of structuralist discourse than to a radically deconstructed subject. Howells. This reading again underemphasizes Derrida's thinking on the subject and the question of the other and their connection to politics and ethics. Other scholars adopt a non-critical approach to Derrida's thought. To take an example, among many, Thomas Keenan argues that ethics and politics, as well as literature, are evaded when we fall back on the conceptual priority of the subject, agency or identity as the grounds of our action. Keenan. He asserts that the experience of literature, ethics, and politics, such as it is, and it cannot be the experience of a subject, emerges only in the withdrawal of these foundations. Keenan. Eliminating the subject from politics and ethics is often associated with Derrida's thought, but one needs to retrace Derrida's own development on these issues. Although it would be correct to state that Derrida eliminates the subject, he does so within a theoretical and philosophical framework that tries to maintain questions of ethics and politics at the core of his thought. This he achieves through his pre-ontological concept of the other, which becomes an integral part of any radical reformulation of politics and ethics and any deconstruction of the subject. I would like to argue that from the very beginning Derrida's deconstructions of what he saw as subjectivistic categories of Western metaphysics, had implications for his notions of politics and ethics, especially those connected to identity. To conclude, Derrida's encounters with Rousseau and Rousseauism are important for understanding his political and ethical concerns, as well as his reluctance to anchor the subject on notions of self-identity, authenticity and presence. Memory becomes a non-subjectivist category, which is incessantly inscribed by both Lethe and Nemi. It is this play of memory and forgetfulness that escapes writing and contaminates the authentic. The politics and the ethics of authenticity cannot be instituted within the deconstructive paradigm. The appeal to an immutable principle or origin that underpins political institutions and representative democracies is a negative, empty gesture. The authority of the individualist and the collective subject is disconnected from the politics of representation. Likewise, the unity of the self cannot be achieved by eliminating the supplement. There is no return to an origin, authenticity or inner self. The politics of deconstruction are not those of representation, and are disconnected from the idea of the co-present subjects. This desubjectivization of politics radically alters our ideas of Western politics, which are a politics of representation. The Athenian model of co-present, self-present subjects who participate in the politics of the polis is based on an ethics and a politics of representation. Engaging in the political process is a horizontal rather than a vertical exchange and interchange. Mutuality and reciprocity are integral to this process, and the irreducible alterity of the other does not need the desubjectivization of politics. The body politic becomes the origin and the source of authority and represents a kind of political power that can be always reappropriated through the conscious, intentional acts of political actors. Contrary to this model, Derrida's politics are the politics of a democracy to come, and his ethics is based on the other, which is unconnected to notions of identity. Derrida in his Deconstruction of Rousseau radically questions the politics of presence and representation, which rely on primary, unmodifiable presence. Mimesis, representation, and representation as referring back to an origin that can be fully reappropriated are simply ways of dealing with the threat of supplement and its uncontainable effects. Within Derrida's schema, any subjectivist conception of politics that claims to overcome representation and refers to some kind of an authentic, autonomous polity is but a mirage of the logocentric paradigms of Western metaphysics. Within Derrida's thought we can have the politics and ethics of the supplement, simulation, or in his later works Spectre, which move away from naive representationalism and authentic subjectivity or polity. These new politics present us with a hint of Derrida's later preoccupation with spirit, spectre, memory, time, and vision that splinter all attempts of representation resting on notions of self-presence. The politics of alterity and difference are the Derridean alternative to the politics of presence. However, one has to seriously question the nebulous concepts of the supplement, other, spectre and spirit as alternatives to co-present subjects engaged as political actors within a defined body politic. Its radically might be the double-edged sword of empty, simulated politics where ethics comes from the external power of the other rather than the endless ascesis that autonomy requires. In an age of doubtful political agendas and global imperatives, Derrida's gesture is grand and one can anchor on it the immanence of anything. This may or may not be as radical as its claims suggest. Beyond the subject, passages and departures towards the other. Derrida's conception of the subject, I have argued, is closely bound up with his deconstruction of Western metaphysics' conception of the other. His radicalization of the concept of being results in such concepts as trace, receptacle, illusion, dissimulation, letting be, and the subject's staging of its own disappearance. Being is no longer conceived of as sameness, instead, otherness becomes constitutive of and immanent in being. The differential structure of being makes thinking possible. Being is conceived of not as the opposite of non-being, but in terms of a pre-originary and non-oppositional structure of being and non-being. By abandoning the philosophy of origins and its search for first principles, Derrida's concept of being opens up the problematic of the other, and thus goes beyond previous philosophies of being. Within this philosophical and theoretical schema, opened up initially by Heidegger, the problematic of the subject is raised. Heidegger's critique of the voluntarism of the Western concept of the subject is reformulated by Derrida in terms of a critique of self-referential presence. As the absolute and certain foundation of knowledge, the modern subject is modeled on the notion of the voice that hears itself speak. This is why Derrida began by deconstructing phenomenology, the last great philosophical attempt to make the subject the bearer of meaning. Derrida moves away from notions of the subject constructed in terms of consciousness, because it cannot think either other consciousnesses, autrui, or alterity, autre. Because of its differential structure, writing is used as a critical paradigm for rethinking the other and otherness. Speech, with its seemingly spontaneous unification of intention and utterance, is rejected. Only writing erases the presence of the self-same proper within speech. For Derrida, subjectivity is not so much constructed as taken to be part of the effects of difference. Difference makes it impossible to formulate a notion of the subject in terms of an essential self-sameness that excludes difference and deferral. In Derrida's interpretation of Western metaphysics, the self as I can be neither conceived of nor written outside the matrix of identity and identitarian philosophy. Deconstruction shows what remains out of this account by demonstrating where Western philosophy lapses into performative contradictions on account of its inability to effect systemic closure on the basis of a principle of subjectivity. What is left out is irreducible alterity, which Derrida wants to conceive of in both epistemological and ethical terms. Fundamental to Derrida's deconstruction of the subject is his conviction that the other is outside those categories traditionally associated with it, such as identity, self, agency, and consciousness. The subject is not so much reconceptualist as both textualist and decontextualist. It is textualist insofar as writing serves as the frame within which the subject is thought. But because the iterative structure of difference is determined quasi-transcendentally rather than historically located, it is also decontextualist. Derrida's attempted explanation of deconstruction illuminates his insistence that agency and subjectivity are inadequate concepts. Deconstruction, he explains, is not reducible to a set of rules and transposable procedures. It must be made clear that deconstruction is not even an act or an operation. Not only because there would be something patient or passive about it. Not only because it does not return to an individual or collective subject who would take the initiative and apply it to an object, a text, a theme, etc. Deconstruction takes place, it is an event that does not await the deliberation, consciousness, or organization of a subject, or even of modernity. It deconstructs itself. It can be deconstructed, dr. Because deconstruction appears to be an impersonal and reflexive mode, the use of a third-person impersonal reflexive clearly suggests that the connection between the subject and reflexivity, and in particular between the I and the reflexive form of the pronoun, is lost. The subject has staged its own disappearance, and the possibility of individual or collective subjectivity is denied. Although the hypostatusing of both individual or collective subjects is something to be avoided, Derrida's quasi-transcendental theory of deconstruction as an event sidesteps important philosophical, political, and ethical dilemmas. If Husserl's concept of consciousness was thinkable without a body, Derridean deconstruction is thinkable without a conscious subject. The subject as source of an operation or action cannot initiate the event of deconstruction. The deconstruction of the subject is part of the event of deconstruction. Several important questions arise from such a philosophical position. How is the problematic of the subject posited? What then replaces the subject? Is the subject as identity deconstructed or dismantled? Can the subject be written or inscribed within deconstruction, and if so, how? Can the subject be conceived of outside the category of self-consciousness as self-referential presence? If consciousness is an inadequate paradigm for grasping the subject, must we remain within this tradition even as we deconstruct it? Or rather, is it not possible to think the subject and identity in different terms? In order to establish a critical counterpoint to Derrida's deconstruction, I want to discuss three different conceptualizations of the problematic: a psychoanalytically derived concept of identity as autonomy, a narrative conception of identity that stems from the hermeneutical tradition, and finally, an intersubjectively located concept of identity that stems from a reworking of the Hegelian concept of recognition. Outside the subject. A concept of the subject based on a revised notion of identity cannot be thematist in Derrida's thought. What can be thematist is the other, which by inscribing the subject within a matrix of non-oppositional differences, prevents both the subject and the self from emerging as identity or absolute self-sameness. The other becomes that which traverses, mediates and constitutes any notion of subjectivity, the a priori of the notion of the subject in all its modalities. Subjectivity is linked inextricably with the notions of trace, difference, and writing, all of which are anterior to its constitution and a precondition of its emergence. The subject qua identity disappears. The metaphysics of subjectivity become the source of almost all ills of any thought based on the notion of being as presence. What one needs, Derrida argues, is a new type of radical and liberating thinking, which does not rely on the metaphysics of subjectivity and its well-worn dichotomies of same/other, life/death, conscious/unconscious, animal/human, etc. This thought is based on a notion of the other which is charged with overcoming that repressive and problematic metaphysics of subjectivity which treats the subject, in all its modalities, as the undisputed locus of identity, and does so at the expense of alterity. The question of the ethical dimension of the other will be taken up in the next 2 chapters. Here I shall focus on the epistemological dimension of the other in relation to that one-sided conceptualization of the subject with which deconstruction operates. Derrida seeks a post-subjectivist mode of thinking, based on the deconstruction of identity and the idea of self, which he sees as dominated by such terms as the same and the one. In his reading of Levinas, he sympathizes with the construction of a kind of thought variously described as an exhalation, a prophetic speech, WD, and a messianic eschatology instead of merely relating the thought of the other to an explicitly theological framework. Derrida draws attention to an empirical turn in Levinas's philosophy. The type of thought toward which Levinas moves, he argues, seeks to be understood from within a recourse to experience itself. Experience itself and that which is most irreducible within experience, the passage and departure toward the other itself as what is most irreducibly other within it, others. At this stage of his intellectual development, Derrida is reluctant to follow Levinas towards an exceeded philosophy, WD, which he defines as the opening of opening, that which can be enclosed within no category or totality, that is, everything within experience which can no longer be described by traditional concepts, and which resists every philosophy. Derrida is prepared only to point towards such an opening faintly and from afar because deconstruction prevails over metaphilosophy. In his early work, Derrida has often been charged with nihilism. But seeing that the gestural or figurational component of his philosophy becomes more insistent in his later work, charges of nihilism become, as a consequence, increasingly redundant. For Derrida, as for Nietzsche, what renders modern thought nihilistic is precisely its subjectivism. Subjectivism also makes any easy recourse to theology impossible without conceptual regression. For Levinas, the solution is a quasi-empirical philosophy of the other, into which theological baggage can be smuggled. For Wittgenstein, the solution was silence, because although the remaining logico-mathematical problems could be solved, the essential ones could never be. Derrida's solution is different again. Deconstruction recognizes that there is no simple way of escaping from Occidental thought, even as it recognizes the totalizing and contradictory project of this thought. By tracking these points at which Western thought reaches its limits and becomes unbuttoned, Derrida speculates, if only negatively, on how thought might exist outside the subject, or sujet. The consequences of such an idea are many. But for the purposes of this study I would like to emphasize that the more Derrida gestures towards what is outside the subject, the more one-sided his understanding of the Western conceptions of the subject becomes. The work of Charles Taylor on the multidimensional character of the Western concept of identity shows clearly the limitations of Derrida's perspective. For Taylor, modernity suffers from a loss of frameworks. The culprits here are subjectivism and naturalism. Without such frameworks, modern identity lacks a broader context within which to construct itself, and thus loses both sense and moral sense tout court. What are these frameworks? According to Taylor, they go far beyond any minimalist list of basic values, although it is equally clear that they must include respect for life, and integrity. Such values are not rich enough, however, to shape a coherent sense of self. Frameworks proper contain those strong evaluations which shape our sense of selfhood and identity. My identity, writes Taylor, is defined by the commitments and identifications which provide the frame or horizon within which I can try to determine from case to case what is good or valuable or what ought to be done, or what I endorse or oppose. In other words, it is the horizon within which I am capable of taking a stand. Taylor. This leads Taylor to the somewhat controversial conclusion that the affirmation of difference in terms of choice of sexual orientation is trivial, and typical of that relativism which modern subjectivism brought into being. A non-trivial, or, to use the term that Taylor risks, authentic, self is characterized by demands that emanate from beyond the self. Taylor, a phrase with clearly theological resonances. This phrase also signals partial agreement with Derrida's Levinas-inspired remarks about a passage and departure toward the other. Both phrases clearly reject the subjectivism of the Western tradition, and, as I shall argue later, equally clearly have a recourse to theology. What separates them is the linchpin of Taylor's argument. Taylor uses historical contextualization to identify the multiple sources of those demands. This contrasts with Derrida's corresponding reliance on the Judaic tradition. For Taylor, the modern Western conception of identity has three sources, that is, three inescapable horizons or frameworks that constitute the moral languages from which those demands that fashion the self can emerge. One source is the Platonic conception of the good, and the attendant notion of rational self-mastery, which develops into the Augustinian concept of interiority in Western Christianity before becoming epistemologized by Descartes at the onset of modernity. The second source originates in the 17th century with the Protestant affirmation of ordinary life, and the third in that expressivist revolt against Enlightenment which became known in the 19th century as Romanticism. Indeed, Taylor sees that conflict between Romanticism and Enlightenment as the great intramural debate of the last 2 centuries. Taylor. All three sources provide that reservoir of moral languages with which the modern self can shape itself in accordance with demands that emanate from beyond the self. It is clear that Derrida regards rationalist language, and the attendant rationalist concept of the subject, as the sole source of modern reason and the modern self. In this respect, his reading of Western philosophy is completely in line with Heidegger's unilateral account of the history of being as the history of its subjectivization. Missing from both accounts, however, is precisely the richness and complexity of the Western tradition. As Taylor rightly remarks, both fall into the romantic expressivist current of contemporary Western thought. Taylor errs, however, in seeing Derrida as doing nothing but deconstruction, and in occluding what is spiritually arresting in this whole movement of contemporary culture, namely Romanticism. Taylor. It may be suggested that Taylor errs here because he himself is blind to the non-Western sources of both modern culture and the modern self which he subsumes habitually under the label of romantic expressivism. Taylor's strongly theist theological preferences thus fail to register the Judaic resonances in Derrida's appropriation of Levinas. As a result, although both point towards what is beyond the self, Taylor emphasizes interiorization and the things that matter, and not the Derridean problematic of otherness. The questioning of the proper. In conceiving of writing as both inside and outside language, Derrida is able to open the space of the other, and thus treat the self as always written, spoken, and represented as other. This emphasis on a particular inflection of the linguistic turn, however, cannot result in the notion of the subject, and more specifically of the self, being abandoned. Derrida poses the question of the other as an inability to write the self as self-enclosed identity. But he does not thematis related questions, such as autonomy of the self, Kant, Castoriadis, oneself as another, recour, and recognition, Hegel, Taylor, Honneth. In attempting to rehabilitate writing within Western metaphysics, Derrida valorizes the other over the same, and collapses the self into the other. As irreducible difference, the other becomes the source of both ethico-moral interdiction and the alteration of identity and of identification with the other, og. Identity becomes the recognition of, and the identification with, the other. The writing of the self is achieved by dislocating identity and erasing selfhood. Consequently, the writing of the self as an autobiographical subject becomes part of the problematic of proto-writing, and can be achieved only in the name of the other and in the place of the other. Writing becomes the concept which safeguards alterity and enables the other to emerge in all its modalities. To recognize writing in speech, is to begin to think the lure, Derrida argues. There is no ethics without the presence of the other but, also, and consequently, without absence, dissimulation, detour, difference, writing, as I will show in the next 2 chapters, the other has an ethico-moral dimension which is connected to the deconstruction of the concept of spirit as well as to notions of promise and avowal. The construction and emergence of the other becomes independent of such categories in the philosophy of consciousness as the I and the self. It is thus possible to radicalize the subject as conceived of in traditional categories such as reflexivity and agency. The categories Derrida employs to deal with the question of subjectivity breach the Cartesian, empirical, structuralist, romantic, and Heideggerian constructions of the subject. Derrida intends to institute in their place a number of non-concepts, which operate outside or against any conception of the subject as identity. In short, he proposes concepts which are irreducible to the categories of the subject as constructed within Western metaphysics. By inscribing us before language, the notion of promise escapes the demand for presence, and thus avoids that problematic relationship with the other which is the legacy of a philosophy based on self-referential presence. Derrida's concepts of avowal and spirit as flame are similarly irreducible to the categories of Western metaphysics. Not only linguistic and psychological constructions of the subject but also interpretative paradigms prevalent within such fields as literature, culture, and the law need to be deconstructed. Within this philosophical framework, the subject cannot act as an archie or telos of either speech or writing, nor can it engineer the closure or suppression of what Derrida calls the effects of difference. Questions of origin, authorship, addressor, addressee, destination, destiny, inheritance, truth, meaning, memory, imagination, desire, need, authenticity, center, relationship of cause and effect, linear chronology, representation, and presentation are all linked by Derrida to the conception of the subject as self-referential presence. As constructed within Western metaphysics, they all rely on an affirmation of the subject as identity. The subject as I is based on the idea of the same and is constructed by the binary opposition same/other, where other signifies the neutral, submissive, weak, and dependent part of the hierarchical dualism. In this sense, the other can be constructed only in terms of the subject conceived of as identity, thus externalized and subordinated. The other has no constitutive power independent of the subject. Derrida aims to institute a structure of alterity which is even more irreducible than the alterity attributed to opposition. He argues that both the written and the speaking subject stage their own disappearance and absence. Any notion that the author is either the proprietor of speech or writing or the origin of the work becomes untenable. So too does the idea that the addresser and the addressee are respectively the origin and destination in a trajectory of speech or writing which leads from one subject to the other. It cannot be sustained because it is based on ideas of origin and destination which cannot accommodate the possibility of loss and theft. For Derrida, as soon as the I speaks, it cannot hear itself do so without what he terms illusion. Illusion is produced as the original enigma, that is to say, as the speech or history, amos, which hides its origin and meaning. It never says where it is going, nor where it is coming from, primarily because it does not know where it is coming from or going to, because this not knowing, to wit, the absence of its own subject, is not subsequent to this enigma but, rather, constitutes it. Illusion is the initial unity of that which afterward is diffracted into theft and dissimulation. Because knowledge is grounded on the principles of archie and telos, cause and effect, origin and destination, as well as on the production of meaning from these notions, they cannot be instituted within deconstruction. Both origin and meaning are hidden, and in their constitution as such they are diffracted endlessly into theft and dissimulation. Instead of uncovering or hinging onto the notion of subject, meaning becomes a quest for the original enigma of its constitution. The subject is dispersed and simulated by processes which endlessly defer its impossible construction as identity. For Derrida, the speaking subject is no longer the person himself, or the person alone, who speaks. The speaking subject discovers his irreducible secondarity, his origin that is always eluded, for the origin is always already eluded on the basis of an organized field of speech in which the speaking subject vainly seeks a place that is always missing. Derrida accords the speaking subject no origin, not because it cannot be appropriated, but because it is always missing. The subject therefore cannot return to or be grounded in an origin. The subject's irreducible secondarity is connected to speech, that is, to the very act which accords it presence in the Western philosophical tradition. Moreover, the speaking subject discovers that its own secondariness is irreducible, and that the subject as I cannot become the locus of a unitary identity. Because both the narrating subject and the narrating self are already textualized, they erase themselves as origin in the very act of narrating. Furthermore, that organized field which Derrida also speaks about cannot be understood in terms of linguistics or psychology, since neither the subject nor language can be anchored on the idea of the psyche as an originary structure or principle. Language itself, for Derrida, also has the structure of theft, and as such already lodges itself in the relation of speech to language. Speech is stolen, he writes. Since it is stolen from language, it is, thus, stolen from itself, that is, from the thief who has always already lost speech as property and initiative. Because its thought cannot be predicted, the act of reading perforates the act of speaking or writing. And through this perforation, this hole, I escape myself. Seeing that the acts of speaking, reading, and writing effect the disappearance of the subject, it cannot be reappropriated or reconstituted through those acts. As Derrida concludes, the fact that speech and writing are always unavoidably taken from a reading is the form of the original theft, the most archaic illusion, which simultaneously hides me and purloins my powers of inauguration. The mind purloins. The letter, inscribed or propounded speech, is always stolen. Always stolen because it is always open. It never belongs to its author or to its addressee, and by nature, it never follows the trajectory that leads from subject to subject. Derrida therefore acknowledges that the signifier, being autonomous, is independent of both the subject and intersubjectivity. Consequently, the notion of the author, as a proper name, and as an exclusive proprietor of speech or writing, is rejected. Speaking, writing, and interpretation are all perforated by the very act of reading, that is, by repetitions which admit alteriety. Structured like theft, language both conceals and prevents the subject from repeating its inaugural act as sameness and without alteriety. By making language itself subject to the most archaic illusion, Derrida attempts to free subjectivity from linguistic constructions of it. Husserlian phenomenology, Condillac's analogical relation to the other, Rousseau's origin, Plato's mneme and structuralism's authenticity all conceive of subjectivity and the self as mediated linguistically. The living voice, phone, comes to reassert the identity of the subject and safeguard it against the ruses of writing, albeit in different ways. There is always an immutable core that repeats itself without alteriety. For Derrida, by contrast, the narrated self is embedded in the differential structure of repetition, that is, proto-writing, and as such cannot constitute itself as identity through narrative. Not even a discourse on invention can establish a structure for an event which secures its present or future singularity within what Derrida calls the economy of the same. Instead, such a discourse would be stating the inventive beginning by speaking of itself, in a reflexive structure that not only does not produce coincidence with or presence to itself, but which instead projects the advent of the self, of the speaking or writing of itself as other, that is to say, in the manner of the trace, Derrida in a trige. In this schema, no discourse of the self can establish itself within the modality of identity. The self writes and speaks of itself as other, and the concept of trace dissolves the division between writer and speaker. This is even more evident in the postcard where, by making Plato dictate to Socrates, Derrida questions traditional conceptions of Plato as the one who writes and Socrates as the one who does not. He also critiques Heidegger's conception of being as a gift, and questions writing's various connections, with destination and arrival, voice and return, message and authenticity, relay and sender, addresser and addressee, addressee and destination, receiver and inheritance, which he sees as depending on subjectivist thinking. Derrida attempts to break down the nexus between writing and subjectivity by supplanting the transitive question, who writes, with the intransitive question, to whom does one write, which for him amounts to the same, to the other. Finally, to whom one writes is encapsulated in the concept of the other, because one always writes to the other and the place of the other, this informs what is written. Derrida poses the question of a relation to oneself as a relation to the other in a form that frees writing from its dependence on the categories of subjectivity and authorship. The notion of authorial responsibility is connected to the other and not to the subject author as an individual I or self. Consequently, the question of the relationship between writing and self yields to that between self and other. Disconnected from the writer as subject and self-identity, writing ceases to be his or her property. When I write, right here, on these innumerable postcards, Derrida asserts, I annihilate not only what I am saying but also the unique addressee that I constitute, and therefore every possible addressee, and every destination. Because the text refers to itself, it cannot act as a referent for either the author or the addressee. It does not destine itself, instead, its structure is one of a destination. In his critique of Lacan's interpretation of Poe's The Purloined Letter, Derrida replaces the notions of narrator and author with those of inscriber and inscribing, which he views as original functions that are not to be confused with either the author or his actions, or with the narrator and his narration, and even less with the particular object, the narrated content. By excluding the subject author and decontextualizing the narrated content, Derrida wants to take account of the remainder as that which can fall, and to do so not only in the narrated content of the writing, the signifier, the written, the letter, but in the operation of writing. He is interested in problems of framing, bordering, signature, paragon and the delimitation of narrative, all of which are invisible but structurally irreducible to logocentric categories. These not only prevent the construction of truth as adequation, redequation, and revelation, but also problematize the concept of the proper and restitution. Derrida also uses the concepts of the postcard, envoy, and factor to overturn and invert traditional relations, and to allegories the catastrophic unknown of the order. Once the sequential model of chronological order, which depends on the idea of arche and telos, is overturned, then so too by implication is the importance attached to what is before and what is after. Various concepts which rely on a sequential, chronological, philosophical, communication and linguistic model, the subject as I, lineage, writer, speaker, reader, sender, receiver, addresser, addressee, of destination, etc., become part of what Derrida calls posts, which are moments or effects of rest ants. In other words, no point functions as a marker of fixity and certainty in any textual operation, there is always a differential relay. Derrida rejects most strongly the connection between addresser-addressee and destination. Having no addressee, writing and speech never arrive at that ultimate destination which is the telos and fulfillment of their own destiny. The points of emission, destination, and arrival of any communication are relativized and deconstructed. Writing remains like a postcard, part of the post, the mode of an endless relay with no fixed topology, chronology, or sequence, and no self-present subject. The condition for it to arrive is that it ends up and even that it begins by not arriving. This is how it is to be read, and written. The card of a destination. There is always the possibility of non-arrival, delay, jams, interception, what Derrida calls the fatal necessity of going astray. Derrida uses the concept of envoy to criticize Heidegger's conception of both destiny and being as gift. He argues that because, the gift itself is given on the basis of something, which is nothing, which is not something, it is therefore like an envoy, which sends nothing that is a being, a present. Not to whoever, to any addressee as an identifiable and self-present subject. Nothing is sent or received by a self-present subject. The classical notion of envoy is connected to both the gift and the self-present subject through what Derrida calls absolute forgetting. By absolving you of the gift and its associated debt, it results in a forgetting of what you give, to whom, why and how, of what you remember about it or hope. A gift, if there is one, does not destine itself. In other words, while Derrida aims at a concept of being that has the structure of a gift, he dissociates it from notions of debt, destiny, and the subject. Language itself becomes separate from any notion of subjectivity. There is always restance or postal difference, which does not await language, especially human language, and the language of being. What characterizes both is the mark and the divisible trait, which negates the positioning of the subject either as an origin or destination of a narrative. The structure and the force of the envoy is such that the possibility of its non-arrival is inscribed before it is written. Derrida argues that even in arriving, always to some subject, the letter takes itself away from the arrival. At arrival the letter is thus lost for the addressee at the very second when it is inscribed. Because its destination is immediately multiple, anonymous. The sender, as they say, and the addressee, yourself cannot act as a point of origin or destination. Derrida rejects the distinction between single, unique, identifiable addressers and addressees. That simple opposition between the original in person and its mark, its simulacrum, its double, he argues, tends to allay uneasiness, because its objective is to acquit itself of the double. By instituting instead the logic of the double, and what he calls the epistolary simulacrum, which upsets the order of representation, Derrida eliminates the idea of authenticity and the self-present subject, that is, the writer, etc., in person. Because this duplicity is uncontrolled, it disrupts every verification of an identity. Divisibility, fragmentation, and partition always prevent the subject from announcing, writing, speaking or constituting itself as a unity, as the unique author. Derrida states explicitly that if any of his concepts are to refer to a unity, it is neither that of the subject nor that of consciousness, the unconscious, the person, the soul or the body. The idea of the person is haunted by the totally other, that is, by the double which does not double upon itself, and has no possibility of either coming back or representing itself without leaving itself. In this construction, the double does not appease by reducing its effects, but instead multiplies them by expanding the effects of duplicity without an original. Whereas traditional metaphysics constructively assimilates the effects of the double in its conception of the self-present subject, Derrida sees there only deconstructive dissimulation and differential heterogeneity. For Derrida, there is no indivisible self which articulates and inscribes itself within the matrix of originality, authenticity, destiny, origin, and identity. Consequently, he problematizes that classical division between the narrator, the narrated and the narrating, which relies on the concept of repetition, and is based on an empirical or idealist conception of the subject. He achieves this by showing that the constitutive duplicity of all repetition is the incalculable double band, which enables an illegible to become illegible. The constitutive duplicity of all repetition allows for no programmatic reading, writing and interpretation. Derrida also problematizes the subjectivist categories of the proper, the signature and the proper name. The proper name does not come to erase itself, it comes by erasing itself. To erase itself, it comes only in its erasure, or according to the other syntax, it amounts to, comes back to revient a erasing itself. It arrives only to erase itself. In its very inscription, fort, de. It guards itself from and by itself, and this gives the movement. It sends envoy. No subject can act as the agent or the origin of a narrative, or as the proprietor of writing or speech, because the subject is possible only under erasure. Derrida uses a similar argument about the signature. He rejects Austin's idea that the signature tethers a written text to its origin, because it assumes that the absence of an immediately present subject gives rise to the possibility of a written text going astray. The signature, for Derrida, possesses the structure of a repeatable, iterable, imitable form, and as such it is detached from the present and singular intention of its production, li. By emphasizing iteration, he criticizes the idea that meaning is bestowed originally by the unique status of the constituting act or event. He also argues in Of Grammatology that writing, which simultaneously constitutes and dislocates the metaphysics of presence, is other than the subject, in whatever sense the latter is understood. Writing can never be thought under the category of the subject, however it is modified, however it is endowed with consciousness or unconsciousness, it will refer, by the entire thread of its history, to the substantiality of a presence unperturbed by accidents or to the identity of the self-same le propre in the presence of self-relationship. And the thread of that history clearly does not run within the borders of metaphysics. To determine an X as a subject is never an operation of a pure convention, it is never an indifferent gesture in relation to writing. Spacing as writing is the becoming absent and the becoming unconscious of the subject. As the subject's relationship with its own death, this becoming is the constitution of subjectivity. On all levels of life's organization, that is to say, of the economy of death, all graphemes are of a testamentary essence. And the original absence of the subject of writing is also the absence of the thing or the referent. Derrida makes writing a post-subjectivist concept that announces the death of the conscious and unconscious subject. By arguing that all writing is testamentary in nature, he implies that it presupposes the death of its author as subject. If Nietzsche proclaims the death of God, Barthes and Foucault the death of the author, Derrida proclaims the death of the subject as both presence and absence. Blancotte's reflections on literature and the right to death are clearly influential here. The subject's relationship to itself is a relationship with its own death. Derrida affirms thanatography as opposed to logography, which depends on both the co-present subject and the opposition life/death. Signaling both the absence and the death of the subject, writing dissolves the dichotomy between life and death, being beyond the life and death of the subject, beyond the dichotomy of body and soul. It cannot refer to the life of a subjectivity. In his essay on Edmund Jabes and the Question of the Book, Derrida argues more radically that in its representation of itself the subject is shattered and opened. Writing is itself written, but also ruined, made into an abyss, in its own representation. Even inscriptions, which are taken to represent the subject itself, are thus splintered and diffracted representations, given over to the destructive and abyssal operation of writing. Derrida also aims to free the concept of writing from collective subjectivity and from its association with enslavement and repression. He discards any notion that writing corrupts an innocent society or collective subjectivity. That state of innocence and authenticity which is associated with the absence of writing is the impossible dream of an ethnocentric, and more particularly Eurocentric, anthropology. For Derrida, no state of nature or culture is outside the matrix of proto-writing, which, by effacing the proper name and all proprietorship, frees subjectivity from these categories. For Levi Strauss, for instance, writing is a violence linked to exploitation and oppression, because it is monopolized either by the privileged few or by other cultures which possess writing. But for Derrida, access to writing is the constitution of a free subject in the violent movement of its own effacement and of its own bondage. A movement unthinkable within the classical concepts of ethics, psychology, political philosophy, and metaphysics. In other words, writing is linked to a freedom which is neither established nor asserted by the subject's identity. Instead, it comes from both its own subjection and disappearance of the subject. By respecting the other and erasing selfhood, the subject realizes its own freedom. Deconstruction and the philosophies of the cogito. Descartes initiated a tradition of reflexive philosophy grounded on the primacy of representation. Derrida critiques philosophies of subjectivity based on the Cartesian cogito, and uses Foucault, supposedly a critic of subjectivity, to reject the Cartesian tradition. In Cogito and the History of Madness, Derrida critiques the conception of the subject in Foucault, which he situates within that philosophy of presence which defines logocentrism, and more specifically, within its Cartesian version. Derrida argues that Descartes' famous formulation, cogito ergo sum, links the I with thought. The Cartesian subject is secure in its consciously thinking subjectivity, which is the basis of all representational or objective knowledge. The I is linked to thought and existence through a neutralization of the factual world. Descartes' cogito, as read by Foucault, excludes madness from reason by exiling it, in the first phase of natural doubt, from the interiority of thought. Foucault, however, wants to answer the question of the history of madness by allowing madness to speak of its own experience and under its own authority. This procedure is designed to avoid the repressive language of classical reason. Foucault links madness to silence, to a voiceless subject, and to an absence of the work or non-meaning. Derrida, on the other hand, wants to re-examine how the cogito is related to the division between reason and madness. In posing the case of whether a history or an archaeology of silence is possible, he again seeks to institute a writing that exceeds, by questioning them, the values origin, reason, and history. He accuses Foucault of locating the division between madness and reason within a structure subsequent to the unity of an original presence, and thus confirming metaphysics in its fundamental operation. Derrida rejects the idea of a division between language and silence, and also the possibility of a voiceless subject. For Derrida, silence plays the irreducible role of that which bears and haunts language, outside and against which alone language can emerge, against here simultaneously designating the content from which form takes off by force, and the adversary against whom I assure and reassure myself by force. Silence not only inhabits language and the work but also speaks the subject. There can be no voiceless subject, because the subject is written before silence. Like non-meaning, silence is the work's meaning and profound resource. Thus, by questioning the possibility of a voiceless subject, Derrida problematizes the relationship between silence, language, and subjectivity. The subject can neither be contained in the saying nor rendered silent. The differential structure which precedes language escapes both language and silence. Because the Cartesian cogito is inscribed within the structure of repetition, it cannot posit itself outside a relationship with the other, even if this other is oneself. It is through this relationship to the other as an other self, Derrida argues, that meaning reassures itself against madness and non-meaning. In other words, the subject cannot posit itself as self without thereby positing that self as other than itself. Its meaning and security are produced by its relation to self as other. The Cartesian cogito, on the one hand, falls under the spell of its own demonic and hyperbolic doubt, which produces an excess that cannot be contained or totalized either in language or thought. To be Cartesian, Derrida argues, is to attempt to say the demonic hyperbole from whose heights thought is announced to itself, frightens itself, and reassures itself against being annihilated or wrecked in madness or in death. At its height, hyperbole, the absolute opening, the uneconomic expenditure, is always re-embraced by an economy and is overcome by economy. The relationship between madness, reason, and death has the structure of a deferral whose irreducible originality must be respected. Any attempt to say the demonic hyperbole, Derrida argues, cannot be completed by the saying of it, or by its object, the direct object of a willful subjectivity. This is because the attempt to say is a condition of silence and a first passion. It keeps within itself the trace of a violence. It is more written than said. It is economist. The economy of this writing is a regulated relationship between that which exceeds and the exceeded totality, the difference of the absolute excess. No subject can exhaust or know its object by saying the object. Both saying and silence constitute an excess which regulates, without the intervention of a willful subjectivity, the relationship between reason, madness, and death. Again, the subject is the result of difference, but this time as an absolute excess conceived as writing. When the idea of the co-present subject is rejected, the subject absents itself in the very act of positing the question of I. The I am and the I think are haunted by an economy of absolute excess, which cannot be inscribed either within the relationship of subject to object, or within the subject's knowing relationship to itself. The subject cannot preserve its self-positing and self-reflection as an original, fundamental, and founding act. Removed from its place behind the Cartesian cogito, the Derridian subject is disconnected from notions of reflexivity, agency, and the question of positionality. Derrida and Heidegger on the question of the subject. The relationship between Heidegger and Derrida is so complex that it cannot be explored fully in this study. As the principal philosophers of difference, however, they both criticize subjectivism. Heidegger's project is to go beyond that modern conception of the subject which constructs being in terms of what can be known by the conscious subject. Apropos of medieval scholasticism, he had earlier questioned the there-ness of the subject, Dasein, through the analysis of being, sen. Dasein, therefore, is there being, Heidegger. The later work, through an appropriation of the pre-Socratics, raises the question of being, Daseinsfrage, in relation to language and outside the thematic of the subject. His critique of Nietzsche's conception of the subject occurs in this later phase and indicates his preoccupation with being rather than the subject. According to Heidegger, even in the work of Nietzsche being as a whole is interpreted in man's image and thus made subjective. Heidegger's project seeks to articulate a post-subjectivist conception of being which would enable him to complete Nietzsche's attempt to go beyond Western metaphysics. But because Heidegger treats being as an appropriating event, das Erinnern, it is tied to the concept of origin, gathering together, and presence. For Derrida, on the other hand, being is never an originary gathering or presence, since presence is still a term implicated in the metaphysics of subjectivity. This is why he posits the question of subjectivity in terms of the other. Even Heidegger's radical formulation of being as spirit, pneuma, is still embedded in subjectivity, os. For whereas Heidegger emphasizes the unifying essence of spirit as that originally unifying unity which is pneuma, os, for Derrida, Geist is always haunted by its Geist, a spirit, or in other words, in French and English as in German, a phantom, always surprises by returning to be the other's ventriloquist. Metaphysics always returns, I mean in the sense of a revenant ghost, and Geist is the most fatal figure of this revenance returning, haunting. Of the double which can never be separated from the single, os. The spirit's double, the ghost, haunts Heidegger's thought, and enables it to break away from the metaphysics of subjectivity. Derrida takes up this theme again in Spectres of Marx. Derrida argues that Heidegger conceives of Geist as having an irreducible meaning in the German language, a meaning which implies a historical and linguistic foreclosure. Derrida compares the German Geist with the Latin spiritus, the Greek pneuma and the Hebrew ruach. By introducing the other into Heidegger's thought, Derrida intends to deconstruct his notion of spirit. Derrida sees Geist as linked not only to the metaphysics of subjectivity but also to Nazism and similar kinds of rhetoric and discourse. Such political and intellectual practices are humanistic residues of the metaphysics of subjectivity. Instead of seeking the originary event of appropriation, Derrida describes what he calls here the origin heterogeneous as an archi-originary and yet to come event, os. The origin heterogeneous is irreducible because it is simultaneously originary and heterogeneous to the origin, and it is heterogeneous because it is and although it is at the origin, os. The Heideggerian notion of spirit as a gathering together is replaced by the Derridian trait, which is flame and fire writing in the promise, os. Derrida emphasizes both the not yet thinkable and that which remains to come, os. By conceiving of truth as memory, and memory as a promise, he appeals to the entirely other in the memory of a promise or the promise of a memory, os. For Derrida, the future is yet to come and inscribed in this coming is that notion of promise which connects and dissolves the notion of time as a modification of presence. No individual subject or self is endowed with the knowledge of this event. The self is adrift, and gives itself up to this promise of memory. Derrida conceives of the spirit as that which keeps watch in returning and revenant, as a ghost and will always do the rest. Through flame or ash, but as the entirely other, inevitably, os. Ghost, promise, and memory as promise escape the demand for presence, because they are inscribed in the present by the fact of their future imminence. The demand for presence is replaced by the promise that introduces the absolute alterity of the other, which cannot and will not be assimilated into the metaphysics of subjectivity. The subject has not been colonized by the other. Instead, it has been inscribed as the future promise in a kind of messianic thought which prevents the emergence of any subject as identity. The subject-less promise excludes the certainty of the Cartesian cogito, that clearing wherein Heideggerian being appears, and intersubjective recognition. All Western metaphysical concepts are traduced by the construction of the other both as a promise and an event which is yet to come. As Derrida puts it in Spectres of Marx, what must be thought is the other, and others beyond the living present in general, sm, xx, and the future to come which makes itself manifest on the basis of the movement of some disjoining, disjunction, or disproportion, in the inadequation to self, sm, 19. Inadequation characterizes the relation of the self to all forms of promise. The self never comes back to itself as adequation, but only in the form of a ghost which escapes the demand for self-presence and identity. Adequation and reciprocity must be abandoned if the demands of absolute alterity are to be met, and if absolute alterity is to be liberated from the categories associated with subjectivity. The positing of the subject in terms of who. In an important interview with Jean-Luc Nancy entitled Eating Well, or The Calculation of the Subject, Derrida deals explicitly with the fate of classical conceptions of the subject. He also posits the question of subjectivity in a manner that encompasses the who and what answers when it is addressed. Derrida wants to retain both the interrogative function of the who and its association with the call, and what he wants to discard is its association with subjectivity. The point of positing the question in this way is to deconstruct Dasein about the subject, and to institute a new way of formulating the problematic of subjectivity. The point of reinterpreting, displacing, disentering, and reinscribing the problematic of the subject is to avoid reasserting the politics of identity in Western metaphysics. For Derrida, the subject has deconstructed itself. It is therefore impossible to reconstitute or reconstruct the subject in terms of stance or stability, of permanent presence, of sustained relation to self, everything that links the subject to conscience, to humanity, to history. And above all to the law, as subject subjected to the law, subject to the law in its very autonomy to ethical or juridical law, to political law or power, to order, symbolic or not, eu. All these questions need to be thought anew and outside the conception of the subject as self-referential presence. How the subject relates to these issues becomes part of a new problematic, namely, what is anterior to the positing of the subject as I. Derrida tries to think about the subject in a way which defines it as the indefinite experience of non-identity to self, as the underivable interpellation inasmuch as it comes from the other, from the trace of the other, eu. Because the other delimits the concept of the subject, the self's relationship to itself is better defined as exappropriation than reappropriation. For Derrida, exappropriation implies the irreducibility of the relation to the other. The other resists all subjectivation, even to the point of the interiorization idealization of what one calls the work of mourning, eu. What the other dislocates is self-identification. The subject cannot ground itself on the concept of self-presence. Nor can the other ground itself on any notions associated with subjectivity, whose discourse is one of mastery and hierarchization. Derrida replaces the question of the subject with the question of who, which is susceptible to both the adventure of the trace and the disseminatory power of difference. Unlike the overdetermined subject produced in the discourses of Western metaphysics, the who is indeterminate. Located in the text or in writing, its topology is a locatable non-place, at once necessary and undiscoverable. As such, the who is what Derrida calls an instance, without stance, a without negativity, eu. The subject absents itself whenever one tries to attribute to it a position either within the text or within writing in general. The who is besieged by the problematic of the trace and of difference, of affirmation, of the signature and of the so-called proper name, of the gest, above all subject, object, project, as destinering of missive, eu. The who is thus anterior, something given which has an affirmative structure and enables one to ask questions about itself. The affirmative yes is possible even before the asking of the question and the formation of the subject as an I. Its emergence into responsibility is not dependent on the notion of an autonomous subject. In this philosophical schema, the relation to self can only be difference, that is to say alterity or trace, eu. The self relates to itself by means of difference, and has no connection with the notion of being as ousia, presence, essence/existence, substance, or subject. Moreover, Derrida argues, life must be thought of as trace before being may be determined as presence. The life of a subject loses both its historical specificity and its certainty of presence. Responsibility becomes embedded in this notion of affirmation, rather than in action and the concept of agency. The notion of responsibility arises from respect for the other and answering its call. The subject as a moral, ethical, social, and historical entity is thus unthinkable except in relation to the other, which prevents it from emerging as an autonomous subject. Responsibility is disassociated also from the notion of duty as debt. Its structure of supplementarity prevents totalization and closure. Derrida's notion of responsibility does not involve subjective and intersubjective reciprocity. Responsibility, he writes, is always exercised in my name as the name of the other, and that in no way affects its singularity. This singularity is posited and must quake in the exemplary equivocally and insecurity of this as, Derrida in Wood. The responsibility of the I is anchored in pure exteriority. Self-relation per se is lost. By positing the question of the subject in terms of who, Derrida deconstructs the classical conception of it. There is a singularity in the who which dislocates or divides itself in gathering itself together to answer to the other, whose call somehow precedes its own identification with itself, for to this call I can only answer, have already answered, even if I think I am answering no, eu. To answer the call of the other is to go beyond the conception of the subject as identical to itself, conscious of an identity which it seeks to establish, in relation to the other, as a secondary effect of the relation to self as identity. The answer to the call of the other is determined no longer by the egological form of subjectivity or intersubjectivity, but by an interrogative and imperative form of calling which precedes the subject's formation as identity. The who as the call provokes or convokes conscience and therefore opens up responsibility, precedes every subjectal determination, eu. Because the call of the other originates neither in divine nor human subjectivity, it must remain non-reappropriable, non-subjectivable, and in a certain way non-identifiable, a sheer supposition, so as to remain other, a singular call to response or to responsibility, eu. This strand of thought also informs his later work. An obligation to safeguard and protect the other's otherness motivates Derrida to deconstruct the concepts of subject, self and other in order to free them from subjectivism. This raises the question of why Derrida valorizes the other as non-subjectivist and non-transcendental, and what are the implications of this maneuver. Autobiography, signature, and subjectivity. Derrida has always been preoccupied with the question of autobiography and confession. A constant theme in his thought is the autobiographical writing of the self and other. Especially since his deconstruction of both the writing of the self and the confessional mode of writing has become more prevalent. His emphasis on the question of how autobiography, confession, and the other interrelate constitutes a more elaborate critique of subjectivism and the narrative construction of identity. By criticizing, parodying and attempting to write autobiography in a new manner, Derrida aims to unseat its privileged position in the narrative construction of the self. His key concept in this endeavor is the other, which makes it impossible for the self to write, present and represent itself as identity within the category of the same. According to Derrida, the narrative construction of the self is achieved through the other and by the other. We can confess the other and others only within a structure of absolute heteronomy. Consequently, neither the self nor narrative identity can be sustained in any modality of identity based on subjectivist categories. In Western metaphysics, the privileged discourse of the self as I, beginning with St. Augustine and culminating in Rousseau, has been autobiographical. The signature has been treated as an undivided mark of the self-identity of the subject author. The signature is assumed to authenticate, stabilize and certify the truth of the identity of the subject, and the author is taken to be a unique and identifiable signatory. Since Derrida uses writing in order to dislodge the conceptions of subjectivity as I and the self as self-referential presence, he questions the idea that autobiography can affirm the truth and identity of an I and express the life of a given subjectivity. By deconstructing both the proper name and the signature, he attempts to break the nexus between subjectivity, self-identity, and writing, and thereby show the impossibility of autobiography. The target of his attack on subjectivity, however, is not only autobiographical writing but also pictorial media, especially self-portraiture in painting. In both cases, the subject as author, creator, and signatory of the work is absent. What is emphasized is the notion of the other, which underpins the deconstructive and non-subjectivist function of writing, self-presentation, and representation in all its modalities, cmb, ca. By refusing to turn the other into a subject capable of being known through its writing, and by denying the subject its status as identity, Derrida deconstructs the notion of autobiography. Derrida's attack on the notion of the authorship is part of his ongoing critique and deconstruction of the subject. Instead of treating the author in a traditional manner as the creator, proprietor, locus, and origin of the work, he makes writing and text the central issues. Death and the absence of either the conscious or unconscious subject precondition both the autobiographical and confessional mode of writing. This is evident in his earliest works, when he asserts that the subject of writing does not exist if we mean by that some sovereign solitude of the author, wd. The original author, or message or text, the first reader, or interpreter or presenter, become mere oxymorons. In the scene of writing there are only traces, each representing that double force of repetition and erasure which institutes a multiplicity of agencies and origins. The erasure of selfhood and self-presence constitute one operation of the trace, which is itself erasable. These ideas are encapsulated in Derrida's early remarks on text, textuality, and play. The function of these non-concepts is to delimit those interpretative paradigms which, by anchoring the meaning of the work to notions of origin, effect a kind of closure. For Derrida, the work is a text, a fabric of traces which mark the disappearance of an exceeded God or of an erased man. The question of writing could be opened only if the book was closed. The joyous wandering of the Graphind then became wandering without return. The opening into the text was adventure, expenditure without reserve. Writing is a feature of the text rather than the book. It institutes an economy based on notions of adventure, loss, and no return either to self-presence or origin. In this construction, the text has no determined content which might constitute its subject, and no author who originates the writing. The text reduces the relation of writing to the self, and the notion of selfhood, to the effects of textuality and the seminal adventure of difference. Both within the text and outside it, the self exhibits a non-relation to writing. Autobiography becomes an autography of pure loss and without signature, d. For Derrida, there is no opposition between the text and what exceeds it, because there is always more to it than is containable within subjectivist categories such as author, truth, intention, revelation, and conversion. What interests Derrida is the remainder, which cannot be elevated through the Hegelian Aufhebung. Since, in this sense, nothing within or outside the text can function as absolute referent, there is nothing outside the text. Masterful authors, interpreters, authorita. Tip meanings and final truths merely signify an unrealizable desire for mastery, self-presence, and self-proximity. To saturate any work with its context is a forlorn attempt to repress its leftoverness. In this way, Derrida deconstructs inherited notions of the proper meanings, determinable contexts, and original authors and works that have dominated Occidental theories of the text. Context and iterability, as Derrida understands them, not only deconstruct the concept of an authentic author and text but also elucidate those ideas of textuality and the other by which he articulates and develops his critique of the subject and the self. Derrida claims that semantic saturation is impossible, whether as context or content. By delimiting the notions of context and signature, he disassociates writing from both intentionality and authorship. Neither the singularity of the author nor the idea of auto-representation is acceptable to him. His notion of the iterability of the graphic mark deconstructs the idea of an authentic author as well as of an original and originary text. The signature is one such graphic mark, and its iteration and transformation are always authorial possibilities. Derrida signed his essay on Jabes, in Writing and Difference, Reb Reba, and the famous, or infamous, SEC was also signed. More precisely, the signature of a previous communication was quoted or, as he put it, counterfeited. The rejection of the notion that identity is lodged in the mere repetition of a graphic mark is meant to discredit the idea that identity entails sameness, where sameness means emanation from the same spirit or authorial origin. Derrida was caught out in his own game, however, when he insisted on keeping proprietary rights to texts that appear over his own signature. His mocking reference to Searle as SARL, Société à Responsabilité Limitée, came home to haunt him when he refused permission for one of his texts to appear in an anthology on the politics of the Heidegger affair, despite the fact that in this case he may have already yielded his proprietary rights to the original French publisher. Derrida's insistence on his property rights is a de facto admission of the importance of the institution of law in the social stabilization of the graphic mark, Volin. The notion of absence as elaborated by Derrida in an essay on signature event context, reprinted in Margins of Philosophy, pertains to the structure of writing. Absence here signifies a break in presence rather than a modification of it. By making iterability internal to the structure of writing, Derrida can introduce the other as both repetition and as absence of every empirically determinable subject. In order to be what it is, Derrida argues, every writing must be able to function in the radical absence of every empirically determined addressee in general, MP. The structure of iterability allows writing to break away from those internal and external contexts which frame it, including those which produce, send, and receive it. Iterability also enables writing to be cited, extracted, and grafted onto an interminable number of linguistic and non-linguistic chains. In the absence of an intending consciousness, the saturation of a context becomes impossible. This does not mean, however, that the mark is valid outside its context. On the contrary, what it means is that there are only contexts without any center of absolute anchoring, MP, N. Derrida ignores the demand for a conscious, intending, and present subject constructed, in Austin's terms, by the I who signs the work. While Austin and Searle treat the signature as a link between presence and origin, Derrida sees in it nothing but reproducibility and iterability in general. The signature detaches itself from the present and singular intention of its production. By altering its identity and singularity, its sameness divides the seal, MP. There is thus no self-present and conscious subject who, by signing the work, can denote its undivided identity, intention, and origin. The iterability of the signature dislocates the idea of a singular author and an individual self. The subject is thus dislodged from practically every relation and connection to those categories associated with writing, interpretation, and communication. Iterability fissures the concept of the subject by introducing distance, delay, and division into writing. What is taken to be the expression of an undisputed source or origin, the signature, demarcates neither the limits nor the author of a work. Instead, It opens up the work to a multiplicity of traversing, competing, intervening, and generally delimiting textual operations. In the place of the signature as seal, Derrida institutes in his later work on the ear of the other, autobiography, transference, translation the notion of crypt. Autobiography is replaced by such concepts as heterography, allobiography, in Derrida's introduction to L'Accueil Labart, FYNSK, and thanatography. Heterography and allobiography denote the deconstruction of narrative identity, and thanatography the death of the author as an identifiable and empirical subject within writing. Thanatography also relativizes the question of biography. Derrida aims to restructure the autobiographical recit on the basis of a project that is also biographical or thanatographical. This involves writing out of the death of the subject, whose I-ness cannot be instituted within identity as the narrative of a life. For Derrida, all writing, and specifically autobiography, is of a testamentary nature. As Derrida points out, in his autobiography Nietzsche died as always before his name, and therefore it is not a question of knowing what he would have thought, wanted, or done, EOB. Thanatography is a precondition of autobiography. Derrida concludes by eliminating the autos from writing. He argues that in Nietzsche's autobiography, it is the ear of the other that signs. The ear of the other says to me and constitutes the autos of my autobiography. When, much later, the other will have perceived with a keen enough ear what I will have addressed or destined to him or her, then my signature will have taken place. The other, perceived here as an ear, because that organ perceives difference, seals otherness by writing autobiography as allography. Thus, the autobiographical I can be constituted only through and by the other. The function of the I is placed in the future past, and its narration is prescribed by the testamentary, differential, and determining structure of the other. In so far as the I receives its autobiography from the other, all narratives of the I are received narrations. The signature, as a mark of identity and a claimant to that narration, is always deferred. It belongs to the I only in the sense of something received from and destined to the other. Derrida also conceives of the other as a woman who, by being multiple, can write in the place of the I and prevent it from becoming a site of either identity or return. The detour through the other always prevents the I from narrating itself as a conscious and reflexive subject capable of bracketing out the differential structure of the other. Moreover, Derrida argues, when the I is in a relation of distance from the other, it cannot be identified or constitute itself as an I. Consequently, whenever Nietzsche or any other author writes himself to himself, he writes himself to the other who is infinitely far away and who is supposed to send his signature back to him. He has no relation to himself that is not forced to defer itself by passing through the other in the form, precisely, of the eternal return. When he writes himself to himself, he has no immediate presence of himself to himself. There is the necessity of this detour through the other in the form of the eternal return of that which is affirmed, of the wedding and the wedding ring, of the alliance. The concept of affirmation as a positive yes is connected to the eternal return as that which annuls itself in its own return. There is no self-presence that is not given and mediated by the other. Of particular interest in this respect is Circumcision, the text in which Derrida attempts to write in an autobiographical and confessional manner. A complex text, it defies any programmatic narration or interpretation by breaking down the boundaries between confession, autobiography, literature, philosophy, personal memoirs, chance events, and marginalia. Instead of privileging the confessional I as that which allows access to the self and the subject, Derrida instantiates the impossibility of confession as a mode of knowing and revealing the truth of the subject and the self. Derrida interlaces his narrative with various texts, including St. Augustine's Confessions, and what are supposedly his own notes, photographs, paintings, drawings, etc. In order to question the confessional and autobiographical I in terms of his new concept of circumcision, a portmanteau word incorporating both circumcision and confession. The former signifies a somatic writing in the form of a marking of a singular event without return, The latter refers to what Derrida calls a form of theology as autobiography. Derrida connects circumcision to the event of nothingness, namely that which comes back without ever having taken place, and which is disassociated from the truth and knowledge of the self. In the absence of a narrating and narrated subject, circumcision articulates a vowel which does not close itself on its own possibility, but instead leaves the circle open. No complete confession, revelation, conversion, atonement of sins, expiation, or payment of debts can be made through writing, by exposing and revealing one's inner, authentic, and true self. Confession is replaced by circumcision, which is always simulated. The specter of the simulacrum haunts writing, and Derrida sees his own writing as a simulacrum of a vowel, a remark which reminds us that the promise inscribed in language is always a denouncing of self. This signals Derrida's abandonment of the narrative identity of the subject. What one confesses, he argues, is not the self but the other, which in this text takes the names of the mother, God, friend, Bennington, etc. Death is the only relation possible between the other and the narrating subject as identity. In the following extract, Derrida's inversion of the Augustinian/Cartesian cogito indicates how he treats the subjective I. She smiled at me the other day, at least she smiled at someone, replying, when I said, "You see I'm here, ah, you're here," it remains to be known who will be there, if she will still be alive if I arrive, before the end of this year if I survive it, at the end of my periods, respiration, commotions, four-stroke compulsions, each an Augustinian cogito which says I am on the basis of a Mangico-Beto, already I am dead, that's the origin of tears, I weep for myself. Both the Augustinian self-confessor and the Cartesian subject, present to its own representation, cease to exist. The I am is replaced by the I am dead and marked by the past anterior of the already. The entire circumcision takes place, therefore, within the specter of the death of the mother, that emblematic other who is symbolic and inaccessible. She holds the ring of that alliance which binds him to the event of circumcision, whose foreskin is the lost part of myself, which has moreover the form of the ring and returns upon oneself in the alliance and thus to belonging without identity. Derrida therefore views his writing as witnessing his radical absence. He aims in this circumcision to disinterest himself from himself, and to withdraw from death by making the I, to whom death is supposed to happen, gradually go away, no, be destroyed before death come to it. Just how far Derrida has distanced himself from the reflexive pronoun of autobiography is indicated by his reference in that interrupted autobiothanatoheterographical opus entitled Circumcision to the My Circumcision. Beyond Heidegger and Levinas, several criticisms can be made of Derrida's deconstruction of the subject. For Derrida, the answer to the call of the other is an unconditional response based on affirmation, of saying yes to the call of the other before the advent of subjectivism. Imperative and immediate, the call of the other awaits no subject to be established. In fact, the other, like the subject, is more written than spoken, and disappears as presence in the very act of constituting itself as other. One needs a notion of subjectivity, however, if one is to raise the question of who answers the call of the other. Derrida's position is that the I writes in place of the other, to the other and for the other. Similarly, the self as I answers the call of the other in the place of the other, and in an affirmative, imperative, and immediate manner. Because the call of the other is injunctive, it relates to the self as I in terms of inadequation and exappropriation. The call of the other is thus beyond subjectivism, and our responsibility to answer it is anterior to the formation of our subjectivity and all categories that depend on self-referential presence. If, however, a subject does not answer the call of the other, and if no subject as other makes the call, then how can the modalities of the call and the answer to it be formulated? Derrida's other is beyond both the Heideggerian ontological difference and Levinas's other, each of which remains within the metaphysics of presence and thus falls prey to the dogmatism of subjectivist thought. In order to transcend the Heideggerian notion of ontological difference and develop the notion of absolute alterity, Derrida institutes the non-concept of difference. Gask argues that because Derrida's difference remains indebted to ontological difference, it therefore deals with the same problematic. Nevertheless, he thinks that difference possesses a kind of radically lacking in the Heideggerian notion, and goes beyond the horizon of being by allowing all ontic differences to lose their specificity, Gask. In addition, difference recognizes an irreducible difference between differences, a difference finally antithetical to the notion of a ground, even if that ground were, impossibly difference as such. Difference is a cluster of a number of concepts of difference, Gask. Gask argues that because difference is anterior to the Heideggerian notion of ontic difference, the latter does not constitute any kind of ground. Consequently, thought encounters the very limits of its limitlessness in the non-concept of difference, Gask. If we accept Gask's interpretation of difference as a cluster of non-groundable concepts of difference, then it follows that Derrida's concept of the other is lodged in a metaphysical preference for the principle of multiplicity rather than of unity. Levinas, on the other hand, prefers to construct his notion of the other as a higher transcendental value independent of human subjectivity. As a result, he ends up with a theology unwilling to abandon subjectivism, even though it is reserved for a quasi-material entity. This is achieved by making the human face the material form in which the other appears and interpellates the subject. The face of the other immediately instantiates in the subject an ethical requirement that is neither an internal call of morality nor an intersubjectively motivated norm. The question is, what is the source of the demand made by the face of the other? Here theology intrudes because what stands behind this concept of the face of the other, as absolute alterity and immediate ethical injunction, is the Judaic notion of God as the absolutely other, rather than the mediated notion of the Christian Trinity. Furthermore, traditional substantive morality fashions the content of the face's injunctions. Without such theological concepts as mercy, misericordia, and that notion of the divine which legitimates them, there would be no substantive moral norms for a blank human face to project, and such norms, of course, are beyond any possible rational foundation, Levinas. Derrida is clearly opposed both to the traditional morality that Levinas smuggles into his theory of the face and to the latent subjectivism of Levinas' reliance on the other as primarily a face. Derrida's critique of Levinas' concept of the face and his subjectivist ethics continues in his later work, Citat. All that Derrida retains from Levinas is the generic notion of the other as absolute otherness, and a seemingly empty notion of a call stripped of its traditional moral baggage. It must be asked whether the content of such a pared-down notion of the other as call can be anything more than negative, and how adequately it might resist the need for a proceduralist approach to ethics. In order to answer the call of the other in the correct way, the notion of the subject has to be abandoned, as does the idea of any modality of identity which is based on self-referential presence. The push here for a post-subjectivism not only in ethics but in all thinking is underpinned by the deconstructive power of the other. If the subject shackles us to the repressive metaphysics of presence, the other promises us a kind of liberation that is always imminent and beyond the problematics of subjectivism. Critical responses. In recent times the notion of the other has been popularized by being simplified. According to Luce Irigaray, for instance, there has been only one model of human being, one, singular, solitary, historically masculine, the paradigmatic Western adult male, rational, capable, Irigaray. Furthermore, in asserting the crucial role of Platonism in fashioning this subject, she places herself inevitably in the camp of the Nietzscheans, whose preeminent philosophical task remains the reversal of Platonism. Irigaray aims at extricating the other from the same, but proposes to do this not by abandoning the notion of the subject, but by inventing herself as an autonomous and different subject, Irigaray. She simply wants to substitute a feminine subjectivity for the ideal masculine kind by showing that the subject is not one, nor is it singular, Irigaray. At the same time she asserts the independence of, and respect for, the other as another subject. Like Derrida, she connects the question of the other to ethics, democracy, and liberation. Woman, after becoming an autonomous subject, can situate herself in relation to the other by recognizing that man is other. Irigaray conceives the relation between self and other in intersubjective terms, but wants to emphasize the gendered aspect of the subject. As a result, she is reluctant to abandon the concept of the subject, for to do so would eliminate the problematic of the subject as gendered, see also Irigaray. Despite many attempts at reducing the complexity of the Western philosophical tradition, various ways of thinking the other have survived, the other as the other of the self, the other as multiplicity, and the other as the absolute otherness of God. Furthermore, the historicization of knowledge in the 19th century gave rise to the famous Hegelian dialectic of master and slave, whereby the slave, as the master's other, fashions himself into a subject, Hegel. Finally, of course, the scientization of knowledge in the 19th century also gave rise to a notion of the otherness, in terms of reflexes, the unconscious, etc. of the mental functioning of the subject itself. It is clear, moreover, that Derrida's deconstruction of the subject and concomitant turn to the other are resourced by the historical conception of God in the Judeo-Christian tradition. In the case of feminists like Irigaray, on the other hand, the concern with otherness is principally gender-specific, women as other. By contrast with male processes of liberation and self-fashioning which pretend to universality. What interests Irigaray is not the death of the subject but a subjective becoming for women which parallels by different processes and with different effects a masculine subjectivity. My argument is that a notion of the self is inescapable, although it need not be that historical concept of the self as a rational subject which deconstruction urges us to avoid because of its logocentrism and masculinism. The question of the subject must be raised not simply in terms of the I which responds to the who, but in the context of a concept of a reflexive, narratively constituted and recognition-seeking self. To point out the limitations of Derrida's theory, I will sketch a minimal theory of the self, which is meant as a contribution to both cultural studies and social theory. Departing from the quasi-transcendental field of deconstruction, it seeks to articulate the formal presuppositions of a more context-dependent theory of the self as something reflexive, narratively bound, and open to the other also through struggles for recognition. Drawing on psychoanalysis, hermeneutics and critical theory, it develops a theory of the self as something embodied, as opposed to the intellectualist and textualist cast of deconstructive accounts of the subject which write off the subject to create an opening for the utterly other. The embodied self is embedded or context-saturated, in the sense used in those contemporary critiques of the epistemological objectivism which underlie accounts of the self and of ethics. I have in mind here the distinctive ways in which context is elucidated in the work of Taylor, MacIntyre, Sandel, Nagel, and Walzer. Here the self is theorized as possessing a collective as well as a personal identity, thus opening up the possibility that identity is forged in identity conflicts or struggles for recognition. These three levels correspond, therefore, to a prehistory of the self, a hermeneutics of the self, and a critical theory of identity conflicts. None of these three levels can be dealt with adequately in terms of a strictly philosophical analysis, and certainly not by means of either deconstructive or analytical philosophy. The most productive approach come from what will be called, for want of a better name, the human sciences. To be more precise, I propose three different levels of analysis. A. The splitting of the subject. A self is fashioned only through a process of differentiation that sunders the original unity of mother and child, of the unconscious and the ego. Nevertheless, the notion of reflexivity must be retained as a possible mode of the subject. B. The narrative construction of identity. A self is fashioned through the continuous narrative fashioning of life events by human beings. Because identity is thus a narrative construct, it can use elements resourced by history, including the history of philosophy. C. Recognition by others. A self can constitute itself only when it is recognized by others. Whenever recognition is unjustly refused, struggles for recognition occur, and hence the moral patterns of historically significant movements of liberation can be reconstructed. In what follows I will comment further on each of these 3 points. A. Derrida's most provocative statement is that there is nothing outside of the text. Disregarding simplistic misunderstandings of this statement, It clearly refers to an ontological position that fundamentally determines how Derrida approaches the problem of the self. In his critique of contemporary French theories of the subject, Castoriadis delineates the two main models, Castoriadis. The one common to Lévi-Strauss, Althusser and Foucault denies the reality of the human subject in order to reconstruct processes without subjects. My only reservation with this analysis is that it ignores the late Foucault's theory of subjectivation. Castoriadis' other model is common to Lacan, Barthes and Derrida, and reabsorbs the subject into language which functions as a kind of subject of the unconscious. In the case of Derrida, however, it would be more accurate to say that the general text functions as a quasi-transcendental framework or subject of the unconscious. As a result of this orientation, the human subject per se goes unthought in favor of an ontological position that locates difference at the level of a philosophical theory of the general text. Derrida can focus, therefore, on deconstructing those theories whose attempts to give ontological primacy to the subject founder on that irreducible difference which he treats as a quasi-transcendental given. In this respect, the subject is merely the name that is given to the epistemological center of certain, mainly modern, philosophical discourses. By replacing Derrida's theory of the general text with a more pluralistic ontological position, it becomes possible to reopen the question of the subject. I would like to do so mainly by way of psychoanalytical theory from Freud to Lacan, Zizek and Castoriadis. The psychoanalytical conception of the subject, as interpreted within Lacanian thought, centers on Freud's decent ring of it in his now famous remark that psychoanalytical theory shows that I is no longer to be the master of its own house, Freud. What we see in Lacan is a radicalization of this thesis. In Zizek's interpretation of the Lacanian position, the objet petit defines that ontological void which is called the subject. In other words, the subject's secret treasure or agilma, as Zizek puts it, quoting Plato, resides in a piece of the real which takes the shape of a stain, Zizek. Such reference to the real blocks those immanentist and textualist approaches to the subject which are to be found in deconstruction. The theory of self-consciousness in Zizek's Lacanian account of the subject remains problematic. After defining self-consciousness as the object qua objet petit, qua the gaze able to perceive the true meaning of the stain, Zizek introduces the Lacanian distinction between symptom and symptom. The symptom is the stain within which the ontological void of the subject resides. Hence, self-consciousness is object-like in character and not produced by a reflexive act of the subject. The stain also functions as a symptom or message to be interpreted by the analyst. Either way, the truth of the subject is outside it. Derrida gives up the notion of the object in favor of a linguistic or textualist reading of the subject. Even though he criticizes strongly the analyst's presumption that the subject can be brought to full speech, Derrida does so from the position of someone who thinks that the possibility of crediting the subject with reflexivity is equally remote. In fact, there is no account of reflexivity in Derrida. The concept has been developed recently, however, as societal reflexivity by Beck, Giddens, and Lasch, for whom it indicates the capacity of society to thematize explicitly the process of its own transformation within second modernity. But a more psychoanalytically aware concept of reflexivity can be found also in the work of Cornelius Castoriadis, for whom reflexivity is the possibility that the characteristic activity of the subject becomes object by means of the imagination. As he puts it, it is only because the human being is imagination, non-functional imagination, that it can posit as an entity something which is not, its own process of thought, Castoriadis. This imaginative capacity of the subject is also at work in the construction of those narratives which shape and reshape the biographical identity of a subject. Because Ricoeur has developed the most complete account to date of narrative identity, I turn now to his work for some critical reflections on the missing pieces of Derrida's theory of the subject. Ricoeur's is a tertium datur approach. The hermeneutics of the self is placed at an equal distance from the apology of the cogito and its overthrow. This argumentative strategy quite rightly accepts the gains achieved by deconstructing the philosophies of the cogito, but also seeks, unlike Derrida, to preserve what was valuable in them. Ricoeur's hermeneutics of the self is comparable in intent with the approach of Castoriadis. Ricoeur not only distinguishes reflective meditation from that immediate positing of the subject which is indicated in the grammatical distinction between self and I, but accords the self primacy over the I. Ricoeur proceeds to distinguish two senses in the term identity by means of the Latin terms idem and ipse. Conceived of as idem, identity implies permanence in time, and from a deconstructive standpoint quite clearly pertains to the metaphysics of presence. Applied to the subject, identitas idem refers to an unchanging core. Like deconstructive critics, Ricoeur wants to distance himself from this conception of the self. Hence he develops the notion of identity as the same, as it appears when the French use meme to invoke a comparison referred to as idem identity. Ricoeur then evokes the equivocation in the French language, namely the appearance of meme in the reflexive form moi meme, to introduce his concept of selfhood or ipseity as ipse identity. This notion of identity presupposes reflection rather than timelessness. Ricoeur's final maneuver is to show that if sameness is thought of merely as identity, then otherness offers nothing original. What Ricoeur wants instead is an otherness that is constitutive of the self. This can be achieved only through a reflexive notion of identity as selfhood. Oneself is that entity which can conceive of itself reflexively as another. The result is a philosophy neither of the I nor of that which responds to the who, which are both criticized effectively by deconstruction. Instead, it is a philosophy of the self qua reflexive possibility or, to use Ricoeur's precise term, imaginative variations. This term may cause confusion, however, insofar as Ricoeur wants above all to figure the connectedness of life in terms of narrative identity. The confusion disappears, however, if we think of narrative identity not as a totalizing project but rather as a configuration whose open-endedness allows for refigurations to come into existence as a result of experiments with imaginative variations or, to use another of Ricoeur's terms, fictions. Whereas Derrida uses difference in order to deconstruct notions of the propre or ownness and ownership, for Ricoeur it is once again a question of tertium datur. I am applying the term configuration to this art of composition which mediates between concordance and discordance. Although the implications of this are immense, I will limit myself here to Ricoeur's analysis of the modern novel by way of illustrating what is at stake between Derrida and Ricoeur. In his account of the confrontation between the classical and modernist form of the novel, Ricoeur identifies a conflict between a narrativist version and a non-narrativist version of personal identity. The classic novel is of course the novel of character, and in Ricoeur's terms sameness or identity, idem, and selfhood, ipse, fuse in character. What makes the classical novel an impossible project, therefore, is the impossibility of maintaining this self-identical character. The great Russian novelists, in Ricoeur's interpretation, exemplify this impossibly complete coherence of character. The typically modernist novel for Ricoeur is Musil's The Man Without Qualities. As Ricoeur points out, ohne Eigenschaften could be translated as without properties, that is, the novel portrays the deconstruction of the propre or that sense of ownness which the self experiences as ownership of itself. Because narrative form undergoes the same dissolution as the self, narrative closure therefore becomes impossible. The non-ending of Derrida's Glass illustrates, perhaps even parodies, this impossibility of closure, see Ferry and Renat. Moreover, Derrida's favorite authors do not write novels, but recits or narratives that are in effect works in which the impossibility of narrative is the recit itself. For Ricoeur, however, the modernist novel is a limit case of narrative, where selfhood is exposed by removing the support of sameness, OA. Moreover, Ricoeur sees a parallel here, significant for my interpretation of Derrida, between the modernist novel and the work of Levinas and others, who regard the dispossession of the subject as an ontological prerequisite for the eruption of the other. Ricoeur once again navigates between the limit cases of full self-presence and the primacy of the other. It is still necessary, he writes, that the eruption of the other, breaking through the enclosure of the same, meet with the complicity of this movement of effacement by which the self makes itself available to others. A glance at ethics and ethico-political topics, or, more accurately, their ontological foundations, demonstrates the issues at stake here in the different approaches of Ricoeur, Levinas and, by extension, Derrida. According to Ricoeur, Levinas constructs the subject as a separate and monadologically enclosed ego at the same time as he constructs the absolute exteriority of the other as a face that breaks in and imposes itself upon the subject. Moreover, this other, according to Ricoeur, is the paradigmatic figure of the type of a master of justice. Everything hinges, therefore, on our response to the call of the other, rather than on a complicit movement by the subject. Within the domain of politics, it is its voluntarist character that is in question. In his recent work on the politics of friendship, Derrida takes up this issue only to sidestep it. The deconstruction of the concept of friendship is an attempt to use Aristotle against the Aristotelian construction of politics along ethical lines. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that Derrida sees the notion of friendship as belonging to a familial, fraternalist, and therefore androcentric political configuration, pf. The challenge is to show that this configuration still lies behind contemporary political philosophy, and here Derrida has in mind the perhaps exceptional case of Carl Schmitt. The aim of the argument is to establish a concept of community different from one comprising co-present male equals or friends, and which is represented by that French tradition of thought that leads from Bouteille to Blanquat and beyond Derrida to Luc Nancy. Hart reviews this tradition. The kind of community which is pointed to by these notions, which Blanquat calls unavowable and Jean-Luc Nancy inoperative, is a virtual one unstained by murderous communitarianism. Blanquat, Nancy. Such a concept of community, by allowing for difference, distances itself from the self-closure of a community of co-present subjects. While this is undoubtedly a progressive conclusion, it is far too minimalist to constitute the ontological foundation for a political condition that one could call democratic. See, the recent re-emergence of the concept of recognition has deepened our understanding of both the other and community. The notion of recognition derives from the Hegelian problematic of the master-slave dialectic. Especially interesting is the remobilization of this dialectic in Anglo-American thought, most famously in the work of Francis Fukuyama, whose analysis is criticized savagely by Derrida in his Spectres. More important, however, is the reception of the concept of recognition within communitarianism, given the ways in which the critique of the unencumbered self, Sandel, parallels the Derridian critique of the subject. Moreover, I shall argue, in the next chapter, that the outcome of this critique is also the same in both cases, a turn to the concept of community, even though what is meant by community varies radically. In Anglo-American philosophy, the commanding figure is John Rawls, who is quite rightly credited with reinventing political philosophy by returning to its classical roots in contractarian thought. Rawls conceives of the subject as completely devoid of attributes, but operating like a kind of rational and utilitarian calculating machine. This subject chooses, behind a veil of ignorance, those principles which will shape the contract that brings society into existence, and guide it thereafter. The dominant image here is of a collection of isolated, rational and co-equal subjects who, not knowing what fate has in store for them, cannot make a merely self-interested choice of fundamental principles. Rawls. Although Derrida himself has not, to my knowledge, deconstructed Rawls, the justly famous critique of Rawls by Michael J. Sandel is unintentionally Derridian in emphasis. Mirroring Derrida's deconstruction of the propria, the ownness or proprietorship of the subject in the Western philosophical tradition, Sandel describes the Rawlsian subject as the subject of possession. Sandel. Two things characterize this subject: its identity exists independently of, and is distanced from, the ends that it chooses, and each self relates to another self with mutual disinterest. As Sandel points out, Rawls' account rules out the possibility of what we might call intersubjective or intrasubjective forms of self-understanding, ways of conceiving the subject that do not assume its bounds to be given in advance. Sandel. A theory of the self in terms of intersubjective forms of understanding is to be found in Taylor rather than Sandel. However, before discussing this topic more extensively in the next chapter, I wish to make a few preliminary points on Taylor's theory of the self. For Taylor, the self is no subject, because it is not construed as that primarily epistemological entity which Derrida deconstructs. Instead, the subject is, qua self, an entity whose identity is shaped fundamentally by its interaction with others. At this point, Taylor uses the famous median concept of significant others to analyze the way in which this shaping by interaction is present in the earliest days of the self. This more sociologically aware account of the subject qua self clearly dispenses with that subject of possession which is dear to Rawls and to the Western philosophical tradition in general. Taylor's account of the self, however, is not merely sociological but also historical. His three sources of the self are the traditions of inwardness, ordinary life, and romantic inner nature, all of which shape indelibly the contemporary culture of the self. Taylor. Derrida's account falls short of Taylor's because it fails to recognize the full diversity of Western thought on the subject. Finally, Taylor's account is political. For if our identity is shaped partly by others, then what they think and do becomes vitally important. Modern social conflict is no longer centered on the social question, defined in terms of the striving of the working class to be included in the difference-blind universe of liberalism. Instead, modern social conflict focuses on identity politics, defined as the striving of various groups to have their specific identity recognized in a difference-ordered social universe. Identity, at both the individual and collective levels, is fundamental to modern social and cultural order. Gutman. Concluding remarks. Derrida establishes a disengaged, disembodied, and a collectivized quasi-subject by denying the subject a self-identity. He does so because he assumes that self-identity necessarily implies sameness. The only engagement which the self is allowed is with the other, and effacement is the only process permitted. The I which expresses selfhood is always in the place of the other, and speaks and writes of itself as other. Because the self dissimulates and erases itself in the very act of its own constitution, it never enters a process of differentiation.